So many questions have already been answered, but still so many remain. At our final Sunday of our CRL monthly finals, this is going to be a day for the record books. So many people have already punched their ticket to World Finals. Still so many balance on the cusp. Hello and welcome to our final monthly final. We still have our LCQ of our CRL season in 2026. I'm Andrew Guy. That is G. Jackson Wall, and we have a very exciting day of matches coming your way. Juicy, this is going to be an absolutely crazy day with so many players that have already gotten their golden ticket or at least qualified through points. There's still a handful of players watching at home and some competing that could still make it. So while we have a lot of our questions already answered in regards to monthly finals, in regards to our CRL World Finals, there's still a lot to be said today and next month in our LCQ.
Yeah, there's a lot of moving parts. We're giving away a golden ticket. There's leaderboard points. There's players that are hoping some other players won't pass them in the leaderboard to force them down to the LCQ. There's so much. We're going to continue to talk about this in a little bit, but let's first talk about the format and how we got here. Also, ladies and gentlemen, make sure you go to event.supercell.com and you guys can get yourself some rewards for getting your predictions in for today. Andrew, walk me through this format. How do we get here?
That's right. At the end of the ranked season, we have 1,500 players. The top 1,500 players get into our qualifiers. The qualifiers is a grueling marathon of 2-day matches where you go through a group and Swiss stage, and the top 16 players from that end in what we are at now, our monthly final double elimination bracket, best of 3 dual mode. But remember, on Sundays, we always have our best of 5s, which is something that you want to prepare for when you're talking about getting to that world championship stage. You got to practice like you play, and you've got to get that best of 5 figured out here before you're on the stage under the lights with the crowd joining us in Shanghai, of course, in just a couple of months. Prize pool. This is a big one. A lot of money on the line here. Now, while you may have already clinched World Finals, you have not clinched $14,000 today. Our champion will walk away with $14K, second place $8K, third place $6K, so on and so forth. I believe we have just about 12 players left, so still people at least getting $1,000 for showing up. And as you said, Juicy, those ever important leaderboard points. Talk us through this graphic.
Yeah, so right now you can see how many points these players have, but some players have a plus 200 next to them. That means that if these players were eliminated in this monthly final that we are doing today, that's how many extra points they would get, and that would boost them pretty far on the leaderboard. The biggest thing to look out for right now is EGW. EGW is currently at around 865 points if he was eliminated right now, which wouldn't be enough to pass Viper or Morton. And if he's able to get a win or two, he's going to be able to pass those players. And then if Morton and Viper were to qualify, someone else who is in the top 12 would actually have to get the golden ticket. There's a lot of moving parts, but we'll continue to keep you guys updated as the matches progress today.
Yeah, and we're talking about some crazy movement on this leaderboard. Morton obviously watching very, very closely to see where he's going to end up at the end of our Sunday. But now we got to get into the remaining players. 12 players remain. We have our 2 and only 2 world champions still in the mix when you talk about Mugi and Mohamed Light still battling things out. And when you think about Mugi, it's been a while since we felt that he's been in top form, but he is still here. He is still in that upper bracket, and he is still a force to be reckoned with when you talk about what he did yesterday on our CRL stage. Now, when we look at the other things that happened on our bracket, the things that stand out most to me, Juicy, and obviously you were here for a lot of that, is that Mohamed Light is down in the lower bracket once again after an incredible best of 3 between him and Sub, our world number 1 and world number 2 in 2025. A lot of world number 2s still in the mix when you talk about Sub, Pedro, and Riley.
Wow.
And as I just mentioned, our 2 world champions when you talk about our solos era in Mugi and Mohamed Light still there. But the big question out there for Coco, EGW, Evolve, and of course Dominic from the caster's booth back onto the stage is, will they be able to make it in 2026? Will the dream of being on the CRL World Finals stage still be alive at the end of the day? Juicy, you were here yesterday with Rich. Anything that you want to talk about in regards to our bracket? Anyone that you have as a front runner? Anyone you think could be a dark horse? Anything at all to catch the people up?
Yeah, I think that if you guys missed yesterday, the one that you really should look towards is Evolve. Evolve, kind of a new player. I believe it's his first monthly finals ever, and he beat Clown 2-0. Clown is currently ranked number 3 on the points leaderboard for this season of Clash Royale League, so that was a huge upset. But he not only won, he also did it with a crazy deck. Rocket Cycle control with like no win condition. His perfection in his gameplay was necessary in order to win that match. So it'll be fascinating to see if he will continue on in this lower bracket.
Yeah, I mean, when you talk about the innovative qualities that come to making decks in CRL, a lot of times we fall into a competition meta, a monthly meta that is very clear on the top leaderboard, and then it changes a little bit when we get to our monthly finals because of that duel mode. But to see someone that is still out there trying out crazy stuff on their first day, in their first situation at CRL, it's always exciting to see someone have that confidence in their gameplay and in their decksmanship, of course. Now we move on to Coco and Riley, our first matchup of the day. Coco was able to start things off by going 2-1 over Evolve. Was actually a really great best of 3 at the top of our show yesterday. Then ran into Mugi, the force that is Mugi, who seems to be in top form, sending him down to the lower bracket. Riley on the other side of it went against EGW, goes 1-2 there, and then gets down to the lower bracket where he eliminates Ardentoas, which was actually my dark horse pick for the month. Here we go, game 1, day 2 of our August monthly finals, the final day of the CRL monthly finals. LCQ still waiting in the wings as we start things off, and I gotta say, Juicy, the amount of mortar that showed up yesterday made me pretty happy.
I know, and it's showing up yet again. I knew you were gonna like this meta. Honestly, I didn't realize I was casting with you today. I thought I was casting with Josh, but now I'm even more excited because we get to see mortar time and time again. It's just so strong. It's unbelievable how good it is. Riley does fail a king activation though, so maybe that'll give Coco the slight chance he needs to beat this deck. And I guess I'll finally mention the fact that he is running Hog EQ, which, as you know, is probably the best counter to this mortar deck in Clash Royale.
I couldn't agree more, but I will say that the Evo E-Barbs kind of evens things out a little bit. A lot of times when you're playing Mortar against Hog EQ, you have a difficult time figuring out a way to break through. A lot of times you have to use that Mortar, especially historically. We've been using Skeleton Barrel a lot as our win condition as Mortar players. Now you have those Evo E-Barbs plus the Goblinstein that can just create such a threat on the board. And ideally, when you're going up against Hog EQ, you're able to pull enough attention to one lane, pull the ground tank to one lane, and then you can surprise them or at least put them in an uncomfortable position with those E-Barbs in the opposite lane. Here we go, dual lane pressure coming from Riley.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think everything that you're saying right now is what's literally happening on the board. Coco is just simply out of Elixir after being aggressive with that last Hog. Sure, Riley didn't have the Evo E-Barbs in cycle to defend, but it ended up not mattering. Minions dropped down and then a huge counter push. Decent defense from Coco with the help of the Barb Barrel, but this Hog doesn't connect, and Riley's just simply up about 400 damage here.
Yeah, what's really interesting about this deck, too, is that those minions, as you just mentioned, Juicy, become a really big threat, as there's only one card that can get on top of them. I mean, technically the E-Spirit can as well, but that Firecracker you really start to rely on to take care of the minions. But then all of a sudden, you have this threat of the E-Barbs that need the DPS from the Firecracker. So obviously something that Coco is trying to figure out as Riley has a great lead, 16-16 to 2060, up by 400.
I'm trying to figure out what Coco needs to do right now. I like the pressure of the Hogs. I think you're right about the Firecracker being the strongest card for Coco in this matchup. If he can somehow cycle multiple Firecrackers for the E-Barbs, the minions. I mean, it's even great versus Gobside and Canacart because of that range. The biggest thing you have to watch out for is that Fireball and Barb Barrel, but he has a nice placement here in the middle of the map where the Fireball can't hit tower and the Barb Barrel just can't quite reach.
I think the other thing to add into this equation is the fact that the E-Barbs also become a very, very strong defense against the Hog without really taking any damage, whereas that was something that Mortar also struggled with in the past in this matchup. So it's been a long time, but it feels like Mortar finally has a decent matchup against Hog EQ, as Riley is showing us right now, although Coco's starting to even things up as the Elixir flows more quickly and is able to get this fast cycle deck in action.
Earthquake comes down kind of late, a little bit earlier, and maybe the Firecracker locks on the minions. Still, though, Hog is connecting. Evo Firecracker and Cycle, and that's going to force Riley to drop a Fireball. He cannot afford to take any damage. Does the pre-Barbaro get the cannon card on tower? Not quite. All of a sudden, Coco's just in the damage lead.
Yeah, and this is where you start to feel the pressure in this final minute, as I said, just that elixir flowing as quickly as it is with this deck cycling as fast as it does. It's a lot harder to catch your opponent looking, as that Hog does get melted by the cannon cart plus E-Barbs.
One of the E-Barbs throws a spear and takes out the Firecracker, and then a Fireball comes out for the next one. This is giving Riley a chance to apply some pressure. Goblinstein gets a connection, trying to get that damage lead back. Earthquake will drop onto the Mortar. Cannon Cart trying to clear the way as well, but the Firecracker is just so strong, especially in Evo form. Meanwhile, the Hog Rider's connecting as well with only 20 seconds left in the match.
Hog breaks on through. Pile up here at the bridge. Goblinstein ability on top of the tower. Riley just trying to make anything happen. 1125 to 793. Now it's just spam and pray as Coco is able to ride this through and take the W with 3 seconds remaining.
Wow, great defense at the end there. Just like you said, he's just not going for Hog anymore. He doesn't want to give those E-Barbs potential value for a counter push. Instead, just getting the guaranteed Earthquakes on tower while distracting and vying for time. I feel like one of the biggest mistakes that some people can make in Clash Royale is basically just not realizing that towards the end of the match, all you have to do is stall. Like, his goal is not to actually kill those E-Barbs or kill the minions in that situation at the end. But it's just, I just got to keep this thing away from my tower for these last 5 seconds as I get one more Earthquake to guarantee me the damage lead to win the game.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. There's so many of those win conditions out there that don't provide any defensive utility. The only thing they can do is attack the tower, Royal Giants, Royal Hogs, Hog, you know, and when you get late in the game, it's hard when you have that lead to feel confident in that lead. So a lot of times we'll see players that are newer to the game or maybe feeling the pressure go, all right, I need to get another Hog Rider in. I need to get some more damage on tower because what if they catch up? Well, if you play defense like Coco did, that's not going to happen. And one of the worst things is, I think you're saying, Juice, is that you send in that Hog and you just allow your opponent to build elixir on the board with their counter push, right? You send in a Hog, and instead of using their mortar, maybe they take another hit to get some E-Barbs down, and then all of a sudden you have a massive push coming back your way. But if you already have the lead and you stall out, then it puts the pressure on your opponent. It was just, as we saw Riley feeling there, you know, he was in the lead for a little bit. Coco kind of pumped the brakes, figured out when he could sneak Hogs in, and then all of a sudden he was down to just play defense, and that was a very, very nice turnaround in that matchup.
Yeah, another thing I'm thinking about, we talked a lot about the micro, but the macro decision from Coco to switch lanes is fascinating to me. And once again, it just goes back to how, like, the complete shift of how this E-Barbs mortar deck is played with the addition to E-Barbs in the deck. Because always with Hog EQ, or most of the time with Hog EQ, you want to go opposite lane of your opponent. The usual exception is an X-Bow or mortar deck, because if they're playing same lane as you, you can just get those free Earthquakes on the towers throughout the game. But he makes the decision to go opposite lane, knowing that elite barbarians are going to be used defensively and then counter push with that.
Yeah.
So the fact that he has that realization and makes the correct macro decision to switch lanes and force Riley to counter push into his higher HP tower, I think that was probably the groundwork that laid out this win for him.
Yeah, I mean, there's those cards out there like the Hog, like the Wall Breakers, even like Loon, where, you know, if you get married to one lane, you really let your opponent know, okay, I'm committed to this one lane, which means you only need to commit defense to this one lane. I am only going to spend my elixir on trying to get more damage on one tower. Whereas since day one, I've always been told by great Hog players, excuse me, that you have to be able and willing to switch lanes. The amount of damage that you can do in a small time, you know, they might be able to ignore one, but they can't ignore two. And all of a sudden you have dual lane pressure, and then your opponent is put in another uncomfortable position. So we'll see if Riley can bounce back here in game number 2. Obviously a huge fan favorite out there. Obviously our former world number 2. He has clinched his berth at the 2026 World Finals, so maybe not feeling as much pressure. Pressure's on to Coco here to continue this golden run. Best time of the year is to show up in August.
I like that. Let's see what he's going to show up with in this game. He's got Evo Archers, Goblins, and he is prepared against the Drill with a Dark Prince as well. I'm assuming this is going to be some sort of Royal Hogs deck, and there they are.
Royal Hogs, man, just so strong in the meta right now. It feels like no matter what you do, no matter how much you spend, one of them, or as we can see right here, damage in both lanes. Obviously not a lot of damage, but at the highest level, any chip is worth it.
Yeah, it's so true. Yeah, this is like the same story that we saw in yesterday's mini meta for the August monthly finals. It's all about the piggies for just that one little piggy hit here and there. It's all about the drill for that one goblin hit like we see right here. And then the other thing, I guess, that we're seeing quite a lot of is just, once again, this mortar deck. It seems like the mortar deck is really shining. And then I guess there's hog as well as just like another option if you don't have those royal hogs available.
And then, of course, the tried and true Royal Giant that reared its head a handful of times yesterday. But when you talk about this deck that Coco is running, he's got the Dark Prince, he's got the Ice Spirit, he's got the Goblins. He can split his archers, and then he's got the delivery for stopping things at the bridge. So a lot of responses to Riley's drill. We'll see what Riley can do over this next little bit as we tick into double elixir.
Yeah, I like how you mentioned the royal delivery, because a lot of the time the drill is paired with a bomber or berserker or both. A delivery can be helpful for dealing with that. The one thing that maybe could be difficult without that is the fact that you don't have the log or bar barrel. You can see without that, paired with the Evo Snowball, Riley should be able to guarantee some damage despite the many counters that Coco has with Goblins and Dark Prince, and he does make that happen right now. The problem is it seems like Coco can guarantee damage every time he plays pigs and guarantee more damage when he has Evo pigs, versus Riley, who can only guarantee damage every third time he plays the snowball. And you can really see that damage differential right now.
Yeah, really nice lightning timing there to take the cannon off the board. Snowball comes out to stop half of those Royal Hogs, but the cannon getting taken off the board lets those other two Evo Royal Hogs get on top of tower. And, you know, second verse, same as the first, as Rich loves to say. Yesterday when I was watching, it felt like Drill had a difficult time closing a lot of the matches that we were watching. You know, there was just enough responses out there. And as you talked about, the change to Drill and not getting that spawn damage, just making it a lot harder to get any damage on tower with drills. 26-20 to 21-52. Coco in the lead with 100 seconds remaining.
Another thing I like for Riley's deck is this guards idea. I think guards are massively underrated in the meta. They're very spell resistant, but especially very good versus elite barbarians. Problem is, right now, Riley's kind of overcommitted on offense, and these Royal Hogs are perfect for punishing in a situation like that.
And Coco just showing up right now, playing great. Running into Riley here and taking this set with, I mean, honestly, a good amount of dominance as we've seen. There's still time here, about 1 minute remaining, getting into triple elixir, and Coco happy to change lanes again as he has a huge lead on that right-hand side, and one Evo Royal Hog still sneaks through.
We still haven't seen Riley's last card. It is going to be the poison. You're right, the Dark Prince does drop down, and the bomber to the bridge is not going to make it to the tower. Kind of a desperation play. He needs perfect defense with somehow getting damage, but Coco's just playing out of his mind.
And that Dark Prince will connect on the left-hand side. Now the lead in both lanes here. Dark Prince actually takes the lead on the left-hand side. Another great lightning. The macro decision-making, as you mentioned from Coco, has just been insane throughout these two games. Riley, Evo Drill, last chance hope before he's eliminated.
The Dark Prince is on defense, the bomb tower's on defense, and Riley just drops the poison on the King Tower. He's given up. He knows he can't win, and that will be a 2-0 sweep from Coco, sending Riley out of the tournament.
And a little bit of love for the camera there from Coco, feeling it right now as he moves on in the lower bracket to face off the winner against Mo Light and Gariko, the next matchup on the day. Juicy, it felt like Coco just had Riley's number throughout this entire set.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think that, you know, the matchups were obviously pretty strongly in Coco's favor. Yes, Riley did have some chances with those Evo E-Barbs in the first game, but that Hog Rider deck is just so strong, mainly because of that Firecracker, the quick cycle on that Firecracker. And then game two, you mentioned it. I mean, he's got the delivery. He's got Bomb Tower for splash damage. He's got Dark Prince for splash damage. You can't really outcycle your opponent if your opponent has 3 different counters to your main card. And then those Roll Hogs paired with the Lightning especially, it just seemed like it was impossible for Riley to defend despite having the Bomber and maybe a Snowball and Cannon. It seemed like the dual lane pressure from Coco, like you said, the macro idea to dual lane pressure to not give extra value to his opponent. I mean, just beautiful plays, beautiful deck picks. And, you know, if you are going to pair those two together, you're going to have a dominant victory.
Yeah, and we've talked about the Evo Archers quite a bit over this season of CRL and just their ability to make your opponent frustrated with your ability to defend. Those split Archers, especially in a deck that cycles quickly, they're really difficult to take care of when you don't have something like an Arrows, right? Because you're like, well, when do I want to spend my poison? And conversely, the player playing those Archers are usually not going to give you much poison value. So then all of a sudden you're like, well, do I take a negative trade here just to get them off the board? And then all of a sudden, where does it open up a spot for them to take advantage? You know, as you mentioned at one point, Riley spending a little bit too much on offense. That's when Coco really opened things up in terms of damage. And yeah, the Lightning, man, just truly the most offensive spell in the game.
Yeah.
When you talk about, you know, we see players hold their buildings, hold their responses. We see them playing uncomfortably, putting things in positions that they might not want them to be in to avoid getting damage on Princess Tower with the Lightning as well. And we saw the Lightning clear the path numerous times in that matchup. So Coco going 2-0 over our former world number 2. Really, really great stuff there. When you look at Coco's day, you saw starting things off against Evolve, going 2-1, then getting sent to the lower bracket against, when he was playing against Mugi, and then moving forward. And as you guys can see, just a quick note at home, due to personal circumstances, Asaf was not able to compete today. So that's why Dominic has already moved through to the 3rd round, and obviously we send our best wishes to Asaf and what he's working on. But for all those Asaf fans out there in the world, he is already confirmed to be at our 2026 World Finals. So while it is obviously a bummer he can't compete today, it is nice to know that his World Finals chances are not changed by that situation.
Yeah, absolutely. Next up, we also have Muhammad Light versus Greco. We did talk about Evolve and how we should keep some eyes on him. But obviously, we have Muhammad Light, which is, I mean, we've seen him make the lower bracket run many times. Greco is also someone that is doing well. I think Greco is just obviously a veteran player. I think that this is probably like, maybe I could argue this is going to be the most important lower bracket game for Mo. I think that Greco is the scariest player here in the lower bracket right now. So we'll see if, you know, we see another upset with Greco versus Mo coming up next.
Yeah, Greco, our number 32 at the 2021 World Finals, number 8 in 2024, and a guy that has really shown, especially over 2026, that he still has what it takes to compete at the highest level. And what better way to test those things out than against the GOAT himself in Muhammad Light. Greco is someone, as you said, Juicy, can make anything happen on any day, and this is a very, very exciting matchup in the lower bracket. I think these are probably our 2 heaviest hitters, as you just mentioned, and this will be a tough test for Mo, right? He's done the lower bracket run many, many times before. A lot of times, though, when Mo gets sent to the lower bracket, it's earlier. You know, it's like usually the first matchup of the day. And we attribute that to a lot of different things. Maybe you come in cold, maybe you have nerves. But that best of 3 yesterday against Sub, sending him down to the lower round, obviously not where Mo wants to be. It's always nice to have a life to give. One of these guys will be eliminated as we move forward. And here we go. Mo, bottom of your screen. Greco at the top. Greco always got a smile on his face. One other thing I love about him.
Both players, the good luck. A lot of respect. I was gonna say a lot of respect in like the pro community, but I feel like the respect actually is in the like higher echelons of the pro community. If you're like top 1K and Ultimate Champion playing ladder, you're gonna get BM'd by someone. But if you're like top 100, I swear it's always good luck. It's always good luck, good game, respect.
Yeah, it's one of those things, I think, when you are a, you know, top 100 player, top 50 player, and you lose to someone that is in the outer echelon of that top 1K, you probably feel like you should be beating them 9 times or maybe 8 times out of 10. So I completely understand that. But as you mentioned, at the highest level, especially people that have been repeat customers to the monthly finals or the world finals stage, nothing but respect there because they know what it takes. They know what that grind looks like. And Mo using some piggies here to defend against this Drill, and we'll see if Drill has a better showing in this set.
Yeah, you say that, but Mo's already up like 800 damage, which is nuts. Just a simple fireball onto a Berserker. What seemed like an overcommit ended up getting him such solid damage, and he's just happy to do that and take that elixir deficit, knowing he can defend easily with his Ghost and Barbarian Barrel versus Goblin Drill. And he's so confident even, he decides to use his Royal Hogs defensively on the Drill, along with the Bar Barrel, which is just going to help him cycle to Eva Royal Hogs for his next attack as well. So it feels like Rico's already in such a difficult situation.
Yeah, that's a great call there on just, and there you go, Juicy, right on cue, getting those Evo Hoggies out, although the Evo Snowball is ready to clean up along with the Cannon and the Bomber. A lot of elixir spent there. It's going to be a -1 trade for Rico, but obviously okay with that to not take any damage.
Evo Ghost prepared. Really nice patience from Coco. Not going for the Drill there, knowing the Evo Ghost was in cycle. Setting up with a solid defense onto the Furnace as well. Ghost might get one hit, but now it's time for an Evo Drill. Let's see if he can get any damage back.
Do you see, there's sometimes when you hop into a game and you're just, and after like the first 30 seconds, you see your opponent's counters to your win condition and you feel a bit defeated by it. You're like, how on earth?
Right.
Like, I need them to make a mistake, and obviously someone like Mo Light is not going to make mistakes. What do you do here as the Drill player? I mean, is there a good way to break through? Are you relying on some crazy, you know, Hero Berserker situation, a perfect Evo Snowball plus Evo Drill? Or do you kind of just chalk it up to, I need to just play my game and hope that the best player in the world makes a mistake?
Man, that's such a good question. And I like how you mentioned the Hero Berserker. I do think that the Hero Berserker, it's a new card, but it's also a very strong card, an X factor, if you will. I think that the Hero Berserker is something that could put Greco in a position, but it seems like it's Mo that's going to actually make that happen instead.
And that should honestly do it. I mean, I know there's 100 seconds remaining, but the elixir difference here, the damage that just came in from Mo in the lead, that Hero Berserker ability takes Greco's Hero Berserker off the board, so spending a lot to get nothing out of it. And the pressure from Greco is so easily cleaned up, as you mentioned, just so many different responses there. And the other thing that Mo is doing so well is not giving any good poison value. We've seen a lot of high poisons. We're seeing a poison on the opposite tower there. Mo doing a good job to play that Furnace up high along with other units to make Greco poison at the bridge. And as you can see here, now cycling behind tower on that more healthy of his two Princess Towers.
Yeah, not only that, but then also going for Royal Hogs in front of the Fire Spirit that survives to make even more use of that and get more Royal Hogs damage. Mo continues to apply lots of pressure here, and it's just I don't know, it almost seems like an insurmountable task to make any sort of comeback. I mean, it's not even a comeback at this point. It's like even a single hit point of damage seems impossible.
Yeah, and we even saw there with that last drill from Greco that, you know, Mo has the Bar Barrel, he has the E-Spirit, he waits for the Evo Snowball to come in, then drops the Berserker, and there's just a brick wall of defense here from the GOAT.
Wow. Starting to look like Drill is basically being pushed out of the meta like live as we're watching the first couple best of threes of CRL here. Kind of unbelievable how Royal Hogs are just so dominant here as Mo takes game number 1 of this best of 3.
Yeah, I don't know if it's an HP nerf that maybe needs to come in from the Royal Hogs, just like a very small percentage, but, you know, we mentioned it the first time they popped up at the top of the show, just, you know, no matter how much you spend, it seems like they're always going to break through. I don't feel like slowing them down is a great idea. I think that makes maybe it nerfs them too much. But, and then also even damage-wise, I guess maybe you could take a little bit of damage off of the Royal Hogs, but right now it feels like their HP is the biggest problem.
Yeah, I would actually agree with that. I think that, you know, if you fireball Royal Hogs, for example, all of the Hoggies will survive for 2 hits to the tower. The tower has to hit 2 hits on each one. Maybe a small HP nerf, so like a fireball allows the tower to one hit each one, but then that would also just put it in a situation where you're not going to get that one extra piggy hit. And then on the other hand of things, I think that, you know, with the drill, after the initial damage nerf, basically you're forced in a situation where you have to get a goblin on the tower, but it seems like that is a much more daunting task than getting that one piggy to hit that tower in every single situation. So yeah, I mean, going back to like the overall meta, seems like drill first maybe just isn't the play. Maybe you have to wait until these logs, bar barrels, dark princes are kind of being used until you pull it out later in the set. Maybe you have to go for that mortar or that hog rider or some sort of, you know, creative bridge spam deck in order to really watch out for these roll hogs.
Yeah, I actually really like that. I think that that's a great way to put it. Instead of leaning immediately on balances, maybe it's just the way you play it in the best of 3. Because obviously, you know, on ladder, things are going to look very different. It's just a best of 1. You have no idea who you're playing or what they play with. Whereas in duel mode, maybe leaning on it a bit later once some of the responses are gone would make it a bit more effective. Because as of right now, drill has been the worst win condition we've seen today. And I know we're just starting our day, but even when I tuned in yesterday and was watching last night to do a little bit of homework on today's matches, it did just seem like drill. I mean, obviously drill still is going to win games. I mean, we're not saying that it's just completely dead in the competitive scene, but if you're talking about how do you use drill to its utmost as a top 1% player in the world, I think you hit the nail on the head there, Juice. Maybe move to it a little bit later in a set, especially when we're talking about a best of 5, right? If you move into it in game 3 or maybe game 4, you could have it be that much more impactful. But as of right now, the goated one, no sweat on his brow after game number 1. Greco feeling the pressure. Both these guys have qualified for World Finals, obviously. Mo Light did it at the top of our... he did it all throughout our season, let's just be honest, and he's at the top of our leaderboard. But Greco, incredibly consistent in that number 11 spot, and we'll see if he can turn things around here.
He's the bridge. Tesla dropping down and a delivery. So Mo's already used piggies. He's most likely going to some sort of rocket cycle with the delivery. Either that or it's just a interesting hog variation. But it really feels like a rocket cycle type of deck, seeing the log and the delivery. And then Greco, on the other hand, with the piggies. I mean, I think Mo might have cracked the code here. I think this is kind of historically I think historically this is the best counter to roll hogs in the game. Just rocket cycle. The princess is really annoying to deal with. Dark prince and roll delivery for defense. It's gonna be tough for Mo, or sorry, it's gonna be tough for Greco to be able to break through Mo's defense here.
Looks like Mo ran some version of piggies 5 times yesterday, only taking 1 loss. And so, as you said, maybe leaning on. And what a lot of players have done over the years is if Mo Light figures something out, why not repeat something similar? It seems to be working for him, and then you have to add in the perfect micro and macro.
Absolutely. Princess dropping down here. Now, Princess is really strong as well versus roll hogs, especially if Greco doesn't have the log, which I feel like he would have played the log already if he actually had it. Which means, honestly, I don't know what this last card for Greco is then. I guess Barbarian Barrel makes some sense. But yeah, I mean, Mo's just going to keep poking away. He's going to send a rocket when he's up Elixir. And then Evo Tesla's in cycle right now as well. And this is kind of how you play this deck. Like, you don't really have a win condition. You just have Princess Bridge if you really need it. And whenever your Evo Tesla or Evo Princess is in cycle, you send that rocket in and lock down your defense.
And I was just going to say, when you have that lightning, it becomes so hard to pull the trigger on a princess for that -3 trade. Does get some tower damage there, Greco, as he takes the lead, but already Mo feeling confident in his rocket cycle ability, and that does create pressure, right? You see that rocket cycle come in early in the game, and you're like, oh man, he's already so confident that he can defend well against me. I need to make something happen. I need to make it happen quickly.
Yeah, I think you're right about the urgency. Like, the urgency for Greco is necessary, and that's why I actually do like that last lightning, even though negative trade after seeing the rocket cycle is kind of something you have to go for. Evo roll hogs is kind of your other main way that you're going to try to connect a tower. And then on the other hand, you always have the Dark Prince ability. I guess both players really have this Dark Prince ability as a secondary way of potentially applying some extra pressure or getting some sort of connection.
Yeah, because, well, for Grieco, obviously his deck being a little bit heavier, you know, that ability to create more pressure as the game goes on with more elixir flowing more quickly. The same thing goes for Mo, and the fact that, all right, I've already got the lead, I've already got the rocket here that you know is going to keep coming out on the board as another one flies as I'm saying that. But his ability to defend with that elixir flowing more quickly is also just as substantial. So here we go, delivery plus goblins to clean things up. We don't see any damage on the tower there. 2374 to 1991 as Grieco just has to eat that Dark Prince on the left-hand side, trying to figure out any way. I mean, because this lightning battling the rocket is obviously going to go in favor of the rocket as the rocket comes back out and pushes Mo Light's lead. 1649, 2109, 50 seconds remaining. Could it be a clean sweep for the GOAT?
Yeah, we saw a very similar matchup from Evolve yesterday. If there's anyone that can break through, it's Grieco, though. He's sending in the Evo Piggies, he's sending in the Lightning, but Mo's defense is so solid. And he goes for the rocket as well.
And in like rocket cycling, the pros make it look so easy. It is so much more difficult to do than they make it look, because a lot of times, and especially at this level, when you rocket, your opponent is going to go all in, and that means your micro has to be absolutely perfect. You also have to know when to pull the trigger on that rocket in terms of, all right, this is what they have in cycle, this is where their elixir is probably at, and we see Grieco send the Lightning to King Tower. Mo Light with a big smile on his face, and I don't know how you couldn't be smiling after a perfect game of Clash Royale there. I mean, so much of the damage that Grieco got, I mean, maybe 90+% of it was just from Lightning Princess off the board and getting a little bit of that tower damage. Well played there by Mo as his lower bracket run continues.
Man, unbelievable stuff. Yeah, I don't know. He just comes in with Dark Prince, Roll Delivery Log, and then the Goblins to boot, too. Like, the Goblins, when your opponent doesn't have log, are just so solid on defense. And then his princess control over the map, just constantly forcing the opponent to spend elixir that he doesn't want to, whether it be a lightning or a Dark Prince or Skelly Drags in the other lane, and then just taking every opportunity to go ahead and send those rockets in the tower. Looking at the decks here, game one, I mean, pretty solid stuff for Mo. He just has Ghost plus Bar Barrel. This is like the classic, I want to counter your drill. If you just put two solid counters, whether it be Bowler and Log, Ghost, Bar Barrel, Dark Prince, plus a Fire Spirit, I mean, these are some really solid ways to make sure Goblins can't hit your tower. And then game two, we talked about it enough. It really just came down to, like you said, knowing when to go for the rocket. Because Mo, he makes it look really easy. And when I watch Mo play a deck like this, I will copy it and play it on ladder and be like, oh yeah, I could do that. And I can't. I cannot do it. It's insane how you have to know exactly when the right times to go for the rocket are, and then back that up with absolutely perfect micro defensively.
Yeah, there's just so much more that goes into it. As I was mentioning, it's, you know how much elixir your opponent has, you know how far you're in the lead, you know what their best offensive push is going to be, you know the best way to respond. So Coco and Mo going to be in our lower bracket there, as Dominic, as I said before, is going to move on with a 2-0 over a soft due to some personal reason on a soft's end. So we'll be skipping that match and moving right on to Evolve against EGW. Two guys that are still praying that they can make it to World Finals. Obviously, EGW a lot closer than Evolve. As we mentioned, Evolve pretty much making his CRL debut this month in 2025. He had gone to the 24th spot. In 2026, he had gotten to the 32nd spot. And back in 2024, he was able to make it to top 24 as well. So someone that has, you know, been there. And Juicy, you know the grind. You know how hard it is to be at that top 10% of the pros in the world. And for Evolve, it's taken years. EGW on the other side of it, feels like 2026 has really been the year for him. He has shown up so much. He has had good monthly finals appearances. He's played very, very well. When we look at his run yesterday, EGW was able to go 2-1 against Riley, and then it was Adriel that sent him down to the lower bracket, which is a very, very tough 1-2 punch. And remember, guys, every time that we're doing any event for CRL, you can go to event.supercell.com/Clash Royale to follow along, including our LCQ and including, of course, our World Finals in Shanghai at the beginning of November. Here we go. Evolve and EGW. Two guys, as I just mentioned, Juice, still trying to make it to those world finals. I feel like obviously EGW is the favorite here, but I watched Evolve's matches yesterday, and I was pretty impressed with the way he played.
Yeah. Both players are playing really well. And then there's just so much stakes on this match as well. Like, obviously, Evolve, if he wants to qualify for Worlds, he needs to win this golden ticket right now. I think that potentially he could get enough points to get it to Last Train's qualifier as well. And then EGW, on the other hand, he's also right on the cusp. He's currently number 13 out of the top 12. You need to get top 12 in order to make it to that Worlds via points, and he's just right on the cusp of that. But he needs to win this and some more afterwards if he wants to make that happen. So, elimination match, two players trying to really cement themselves as a world finalist. Let's see what's going to happen.
Why not run Mega Knight Zappy's minor, Juice? Why not?
This is so EGW. Rich was mentioning.
I know.
Rich was mentioning yesterday how he had a lot of success with this deck in, I think, the last monthly finals. It's not as good in this current meta, but we'll see if he's able to make some plays happen with the Balloon Eggsy Mega Knight NATO deck.
Yeah, Loon, very, very popular last month. Obviously not as popular this month, but EGW still rocking it here as he sends that miner right in front of his Executioner to create a little bit of pressure. And while he is up 1 elixir, he will have to eat one shot here from the Ice Wizard. No harm, no foul, though. 22-11 to 26-94, both on the left side of the board.
Mortar of the bridge, trying to apply pressure and just get that Evo Mortar and cycle. Another round of Goblin Gang, but a Zap and cycle for EGW this time. I think EGW's goal is kind of completed here. He made it to double elixir without taking a significant amount of damage, and now it's time to drop that Mega Knight in the back, Evo'd up with the Executioner, Evo'd up. We'll see if we see a Balloon Miner push as well to really support this push. And I just don't like this decision. I was gonna say Evolve has to apply some pressure in the other lane. He does it now, but I don't know. This Eggsy Mega Knight is gonna get so much value.
Miner plus Evo Bats, though, doing some good work on that right-hand side. And now we see the Loon come down as two Ice Wizards are on the board. First one gets cleared off. A lot of Balloon responses in hand for Evolve when you talk about, I mean, literally almost everything. You know, obviously the Ice Wiz, the Goblin Doctor, the Bats, Goblin Gang, Mortar. So breaking through with Balloon could prove to be difficult as EGW just taking a lot more damage from these Miner plus spam card pushes. It was the late Miner Evo Bats that did the first uppercuts worth of damage. And then now we've got a gash on the forehead here with that Goblin Gang plus Miner. 750 remaining in 2 minutes in overtime.
A decent NATO, but the Goblin Sign Scientist stays alive, and that means the ability is going to melt absolutely everything. Arrows does miss the Executioner, so he gets one last shot off. EGW's goal here is just to make the push. Not a push, the push to break through and make something happen here. But Evolve, like you said, his defense is really solid right now. He's even happy to play his Evo Mortar defensively to start shooting some shots plus goblins at these Mega Knight Executioner combos. We'll see. It's basically solid defense versus a perfect potential offense. The tornado is really what it comes down to.
Yeah, NATO ready to go there, but Mortar also ready to go to make sure that Executioner doesn't get too much value. And now you have the Doctor and the Ice Wizard and the Bats turning around to clean up that Balloon. And right now, things just going from bad to worse, even with a Mega Knight at the bridge. And there it is coming down, 288 remaining. Happy to just Mortar and Cannon Cart and stack units on that one lane and just try to take minor damage, even if necessary, as this goes on. And there we go. Miner does go back on the tower as this Loon is trying to break through. But just so much there. The late Mortar to pull back up top and create some offensive pressure. And right now, Evolve pitching a shutout. Yeah.
Couple just super small mistakes from EGW offensively, whether it be a slightly early tornado or just a, you know, like that last Balloon ability just wasn't perfect. If you're going to break through something like this, you need to have the perfect sequence of Evo Mega Knight plus Evo Eggsy plus a good Balloon placement so it doesn't get pulled all the way over here, plus a tornado, plus the Balloon ability in combination with the tornado with the Executioner. And it's just a lot to ask. especially when you're playing against a player like Evolve, who is really spacing out his units well while applying pressure the same exact time. And it's just not going to happen for EGW.
Yeah, I mean, it felt like all the damage that EGW got on tower through that entire game was all like collateral damage. It was never substantial. It was minors here and there. Maybe, you know, the zap, or, you know, maybe the, I don't even know if the XE Boomerang got on the tower once. And then in terms of just the defensive capabilities there, I think we saw at least the last two, but maybe all of the Evo mortars be played defensively, and that is not something you want to see.
Yeah.
Even as the mortar player, it's not something you want to have to do, but when you have the luxury of doing it and not feeling that pressure of having to get that Evo mortar shot on tower, because we know how quickly that can turn a game around. Again, we were talking about the mental battle in Mo's game there when you start to see rockets flying in. Similarly, when your opponent is happy to just go, Evo mortar on defense, I'll just do it again, no problem. That's when you start to think, man, he is not feeling any heat at all from what I'm bringing. And, you know, that deck, even though EGW has had success with it before, it runs into a really tough matchup. And I don't know. You know, it's one of those things when you see decks that aren't super popular, and then when they play super well, you're like, oh, wow, you know, how brilliant. But then when they don't do well, you're kind of like, well, that's why not a lot of people are playing it. And I don't know if that's the case here, but EGW running into a tough matchup and a tough game number one.
Yeah, makes sense. There's a lot of nerves. There's a lot on the line for EGW right now. He's just on the cusp. He's right there. He's so close.
Yeah.
And then you also think about, you know, the extra pressure with like the situation with a Morin or Viper as well, not like kind of rooting against him. Like they do not want to see him winning this game, because if he does, if he continues on here, he's gonna be able to pass them in that point leaderboard and start knocking them down. So there's just a lot of pressure. There's a lot going on. If you're EGW, you just have to put that away. You have to take all of those emotions, all those thoughts, all that pressure, and you got to put it in your back pocket and save it for later. You have to focus on what you can control in the here and now. You have to set up this next deck, and you have to reverse sweep. It's a like big task ahead of you, but you got to take it one game at a time. Put together a solid deck that gives you a solid chance to win, and just show the people why you made it to this spot in this monthly final.
EGW needs to get in that 5-6 spot to clinch his World Finals berth, which feels like miles away at the moment, as you said, Juicy, with a reverse sweep on the docket here in the lower bracket. And, you know, at this moment, I think you just kind of lean on what's the strongest in the meta. I don't know if you go right to Pigs, because maybe that seems like the most obvious pick. But I do think you need to lean into the meta, lean into the E-Barbs. You know, like I said, maybe you go to Pigs, maybe you play Mortar. But I do think that now is not the time to innovate. Now is the time to lean on what's strongest and try to even things up in this set. Then you can get creative in game number 3.
Skelly's from Evolve. Will we see a Mother Witch of the Bridge from EGW? No. Doesn't mean he doesn't have it in the deck. Just means
she was everywhere yesterday.
Yeah, Mother Witch is very strong. I mean, when you talk about leaning on what's strong in the meta, I would be not very surprised to just see a Mother Witch, E-Barbs, some sort of deck variation for EGW. I think is what he's really strong with. And going against Hogs, so he's got Inferno Drag minions. Is he going to the skies here?
I was just gonna say, I mean, Inferno Drag already not super popular in the meta, and then you see the minions come out as well, and you know, I mean, it looks like it, right? It looks like he's got all the pieces so far. And Hero Tombstone, really interesting, Juicy. I've seen more and more people play it on ladder. I've seen it show up on the top spots on Royale API. What are your thoughts on? I thought he was going to activate it. What are your thoughts on the Hero Tombstone at the moment?
Hero Tombstone is really strong. It has this more health than a Lava Hound. And it just, if you get to the tower with it, it just does an insurmountable amount of damage. It's definitely kind of awkward to hit that ability at the right times.
Wow.
But, wow, big pressure here from EGW, dual lane pressure.
A Rune Giant Lava Hound deck here from EGW, as he does get that Valkyrie on tower for a couple swings.
Inferno Drag is well distracted by skeletons. Berserker's a little bit late. Furnace does stay alive. And a solid Tombstone from EGW. When I saw the Tesla plus Furnace combo, I honestly thought EGW was in a lot of trouble. But I like the plays he's making here. Valkyrie's a little close to the tower, though. I think, yeah, it's a double spirit connection. Really well played there to protect that furnace.
And that hog was halfway through its next swing. EGW so happy that that did not happen as another Lava Hound gets set up on the back right side of the board. Both the towers about the same health for Evolve here in 1964 and 2030. But EGW hurting on the bottom left-hand side with only 844 remaining.
This is EGW's big chance. Really nice Rune Giant to enchant the Lava Hound with an Evo Inferno Drag on the left. Fireball Vines in the first furnace, but look at this. Evo Tesla's in cycle. Evo Furnace did get taken out, but there's another furnace in hand as well. And EGW doesn't really have much to show for it.
Man, you know, I still kind of go back. I mean, you know, for a minute there with the dual lane pressure, the first dual lane push, I was like, okay, maybe EGW is just doing the right thing and leaning on what he knows and doing something a little off meta. But
I think
and the Inferno. Wow, he's breaking through, and you can see Evolve shaking his head as I was talking about that, looking at the Hog defense on the left-hand side, that Evo Valkyrie carrying a lot of weight defensively and able to turn that into a huge and insurmountable offensive push. And as I was about to go back on what I was saying about EGW and just leaning on what he knows, great showing there in game number 2 with Rune Giant, Lava, and we'll see if we can get a replay of that. Just those final 30 seconds would be great. But obviously, I know we're moving very quickly here. Juice, what happened?
So, there's so much to break down. I just saw the Hog Rider come in, and I just thought the game was over.
Yeah.
And then the Evo Valkyrie dropped down. And the Evo Valkyrie started pulling the Hog, but it's very inconsistent, right? And that's why Evolve said, okay, I think this game's over. All I need is one Hog hit. I can drop a Lightning and I'll win. So he goes for the Log onto the Valkyrie. And usually what happens there is the Log stuns the Valkyrie, and then it prevents the Valkyrie from continually pulling that Hog Rider. And you can see the moment in which the Valkyrie continued to pull the Hog Rider. I just remember looking at Evolve's face to see his reaction, and he just goes, huh? And then and then he just lost. Like, he spent all of his elixir on offense with the Hog Rider plus Log. The Rune Giant, random Rune Giant minions Inferno Dragon just breaks through on the right-hand lane. I think, yeah, he just threw all of his eggs in one basket there, and somehow that Valkyrie crushed them all.
Yeah, I see Caster Curse in the chat, which is, I could not agree more. That was the ultimate Caster Curse there. And yeah, I also felt the same way as you did, Juicy. Just like, okay, the Hog's coming in. How is he going to defend? I thought, and then the Log comes in, as you mentioned, and it's like, okay, that's it. There's no way this Valk is going to get the pull. Valkyrie, though, with that fast attack speed, able to pull the Hog back, and all the eggs in one basket, as you mentioned, on the right-hand lane, and no way to defend Evolve. I mean, that's kind of what we were talking about earlier is, you know, you have that big of a lead. That Log doesn't need to come out. I don't know if that changes things, that 2 elixir, but just going for the kill when you could just defend. You know, we saw earlier some beautiful double Tesla defenses, double Furnace defenses. You have such a substantial lead, and when you look at this deck, when you think about the Rune Giant plus the Inferno plus the minions, the amount of damage is insane. It is exponential. Yeah. Especially when the Evo Inferno Drag was in that conversation. Not even the case here, but just knowing and recognizing I have such a huge lead. I don't need to go for anything crazy. This Hog doesn't need to win the game now. Maybe I can sneak it through a little bit later. And that's, again, it's part of the pressure. I think it's part of being, you know, in your first monthly finals, and EGW just kind of, honestly, just sticking through it mental fortitude wise, because if I'm him, I'm feeling pretty defeated at like halfway through that game. You're just like, man, how on earth am I going to break through? And really, really nicely played there, as we won't have the replay, but Juicy and I, you know, talk through it quite a bit as the players have already locked their cards, so we're about to hop into the next game. So here we go. Our first, I think it's our first best of 3 of the day. Let's go. Yep.
Yeah, I'm not sure if we have a little bit of time before they're hopping in the game. Hopefully we have that soon. If not, we are going to check out these locked cards. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, these are currently best of 3 duels. When we get to the finals later, we're going to be doing best of 5 duels. All that means is that no card can be repeated a single time throughout any of the best of 3s or best of 5s. So looking at these cards that each player has played, EGW has used quite a lot of spells. with the Fireball, Vine, Zap, and Tornado, that's definitely one of the biggest things to look at is the spells, because that really kind of dictates on what win condition you can play as well. You talked about earlier the importance of lightning and how it's instantaneous breakthrough damage. There's some win conditions that need that, and there's some win conditions that just can't synergize well with a poison, for example, like those roll hogs, like the RG, like that hog rider. So in this situation, lightning is out for Evolve, Fireball is out for EGW. That's going to be the main thing that they are thinking about when it comes to what win condition could possibly be played here.
I love looking at EGW's used cards, and it's like every most popular win condition in the meta still available. I'm just going to run what I want here. I'm going to go Loon, Lava Hound, whereas Hog Rider and Mortar both out from Evolve, much more traditional at the top of your screen as we hop into game number 3 here. Both these guys still trying to clinch that World Finals berth. Evolve a lot farther behind than EGW, who, as you mentioned before, Juicy, has got to be feeling the pressure of recognizing the situation he is in.
Yeah. I think another thing to really note is that there's a lot of common counters to both Drill and to Roll Hogs, which are 2 very popular win conditions in this meta. So Evolve decides to not go for either of those, go for RG, knowing that it would be too predictable and too easy for EGW to put a Bowler or a Dark Prince into his deck in order to make some solid counters to something like that. On the other hand, EGW just putting together a solid Giant Skelly graveyard deck. So maybe he is just prepared for the Royal Giant in this situation.
And there's that Mother Witch showing up for the very first time
today.
Going to be able to pop some piggies on the board.
Wow. Yeah, Giant Skelly's close enough. It actually connects the tower. It did get nerfed, so it doesn't do like over 1,000 damage to the tower, but that's still a pretty solid start for EGW.
It felt like the game was over before if you let a Giant Skeleton connect ever. And obviously it is difficult to get that Giant Skeleton on tower, but the fact that I think it was a very necessary nerf because it was showing up. I can't remember which monthly finals it was, maybe like 4 months ago. It was just everywhere. Man,
Evolve's feeling the pressure here. Or really just one small mistake there on some impatience from the Bard Barrel. And all of a sudden this Furnace is baiting out an entire set of Skeleton Dragons. EGW is up a lot of Elixir now. He's probably going to be pretty happy to make a push. Problem is, Evolve does have the Mother Witch, so Evolve also kind of prepared here for the opposing win condition.
Yeah, I mean, and the name of the game is, can I get them to play the Mother Witch out of cycle to get that graveyard in? And on Evolve's side of it, it's, can I defend without ever having to play the Mother Witch? And then all of a sudden your opponent just finds themselves looking for damage as the game goes on. There is a lot of DPS, though, on EGW's side of the board. And here we go. Big push at the bridge. Nice fireball there. It does clean up that Evo Furnace. And look at this. Even though the Mother Witch is in play, so much damage coming in as that Giant Skeleton is just tanking for that graveyard. The piggies can be dealt with pretty easily on the other side of it. Another big head shake there from Evolve.
Yeah. Yeah, he just was leaking some elixir there. There's a little bit of... I can tell the nerves are getting to him here. And it makes sense. There's a lot on the line. And this Royal Giant as well. This is just not the greatest play.
Yeah.
The Mother Witch is going to be late once again. That's why the Skeletons are doing so much damage. They're just connecting before the Mother Witch has a chance. Poison's dropping down. And then an easy guards drop when the RG Evolve. Pretty much I don't know. This is a very difficult situation at this point in time.
Monk ability going to come in. Evo RG, you know that Goblin Hut's going to come out. There's the Goblin Hut. Berserker working on that Monk, and now the Evo RG still has a lot to work through and a lot of damage coming in. Should maybe get one shot at most, and there it is. One shot does come in, and it has to get the second one because I said at most. But 2 shots in, 21-25 to 244. EGW sitting pretty. We talked about it. Can he pull off the reverse sweep? And Evolve knows it's over. EGW locking in. Staying alive.
Wow.
And
unbelievable.
Is that his clinch? Does he clinch with that? Because I think he still needs to win one more.
Yeah, I don't know if it's top.
Yeah.
Because you said he needs to get to top 5 or top 6 in order to get enough points.
He's got to make it through one more round. So one step closer to the World Finals. Is EGW pulling off A reverse sweep in our first best of 3 going the distance today, and he does it by his own terms, Juicy, when you take a look at the decks.
Looking at the decks here, game 1. Honestly, game 1, it felt like it was kind of the situation where EGW was feeling some nerves, a couple small mistakes. But with a deck this expensive, a small mistake is a big mistake because you're spending a lot of elixir to not clean up something from Evolve. And Evolve with the Mortar deck really just rain it down. He applied enough pressure in the opposite lane. He forced EGW to switch lanes. He was then up enough damage at one point that, like you said, he just locked down with the Mortar. Game 2 was really the big mistake from Evolve. He's got a great matchup here. He's got a quick cycle, and he's got 2 very solid air defenses. And EGW doesn't have a very cheap way of taking out any of the air defenses either. Vines plus Fireball is a 7 elixir combo in order to take off a single furnace. And you saw in the middle game there where the defense was just so strong from Evolve. He thought he won the game. He got a little bit too aggressive with the Hog Log. EGW with a really perfect Valkyrie placement ended up clinching it by taking full advantage of the overcommit from Evolve. And then final game, you know, it makes sense. He doesn't want to play predictable, but this Royal Giant deck just had no chance versus the lockdown defense of Graveyard.
So as you can see in the lower bracket here, 3 of our players that are still hoping to make it: Coco, EGW, and Dominic. Coco obviously with a tougher matchup here going up against Mo Light. Dominic and EGW, though, will face off in our lower bracket 3rd round as we move to the upper bracket, where we see Mugi, Sub, Pedro, and Adriel, names that I'm sure you've all become very familiar with over the last few years. 2 of those guys, our former world number 2, Adriel, just showing that he is as good on stage as he is online. And of course, our 2-time world champion in Mugi. We're about to have some insane matches coming your day. Mugi and Sub, only 1 loss yesterday between the 2 of them. Mugi going perfect on the day, 2-0 over Clown, and then 2-0 over Coco. As we get a look here at our leaderboard once again, Juicy talking about EGW. He's still alive. He's still moving up. Viper and Morton feeling the heat.
All right, so the biggest things to look out here is now Coco is guaranteed at least a possibility for last chance qualifier as he has accumulated a couple more points. Dominic is guaranteed at least last chance qualifier as well. Unfortunately, Evolve is no longer able to qualify for World Finals or last chance qualifier after this last loss. And like you said, EGW continues to accumulate some points. If he gets eliminated right now, he gets plus 225 points. He needs 1 more win to really start to solidify himself, to start pushing Morton out of that top 12. And then at that point, Morton's going to need someone who doesn't have a golden ticket already to in the top 12 to get himself back into that points range.
And when you look at the players that are still remaining, that is a tough task at hand, considering the amount of talent we have in our upper bracket. As I just mentioned, we're actually going to stay in the lower bracket here with Coco and Mo Light. But just to finish my thought there, when you look at Adriel and Pedro, both of them only hitting 1 loss, or 2 losses each on the day. So when you look at how well they played, you know, that is a tough upper bracket to go through. And back down to the lower bracket, Mo Light and Coco. This is going to be an interesting one here. Mo Light incredibly dominant in his set against Grieco, but also Coco to start our day. Played very, very well against Riley, going 2-0 against Riley. Riley is obviously an exceptional player, but Mo Light is definitely a different tier when you talk about CRL. So we'll see if Coco can keep things running as we take a look at some of the stuff that Coco has leaned on this weekend. He's played some Hog, he's played some Piggies, he's played a little bit of Marcher Bait with Marcher Hyper Bait, a little bit of Royal Giant. He's won with all of those win conditions. Struggled a bit with Mortar. He played that Hog Wizard deck with guards that had trouble keeping up. And then no success with Drill for Coco.
Good lucks from both players. Mighty Mine in the back for Coco. Most likely going to be Hog. Ghost. Most likely going to be the Piggies Furnace Goblin Hut deck that is starting to solidify itself as just, I don't know, I want to say an evergreen deck. This kind of Ghost Piggies idea started, I want to say, a couple seasons ago, or whenever the Evo Ghost was added to the game, really. But even after the ghost nerfs, it seems like it's still such a solid combo with a large amount of synergy.
I know, it feels like it's just gotten stronger over time, honestly.
Yeah. Yeah.
And no King Tower activation there for Mo.
Yeah, I think part of the reason there is, well, there's two ideas, right? The first is the fact that Goblin Hut is a little bit of a larger hitbox than a active building like a cannon, for example. But it's also just the fact that it's spawning that one spear goblin. So Firecracker just targeting that one spear gob instead of the Goblin Hut itself, kind of preventing that king activation. You could play your Goblin Hut one more tile down to guarantee the king activation, but then you get in a situation where that Hog Rider's not going to get pulled. So I like the patience from Mo. He's thinking, you know, I can get this king activation later. Let's just make sure the Hog is not getting to my tower right now.
And another Hog comes in, but easily defended as Mo Light himself gets on offense, and now doing what you're talking about, Juicy, getting that king up right on cue. And these piggies should get a little bit of damage on that right-hand side as a Hog comes down on the right-hand side as well, thinking of going same lane as the Hog does get a hit.
And ladies and gentlemen, this is the importance of cycling to your Evos in Clash Royale. He gets out-cycled, he's in a tough position after spending a lot of elixir for a king activation, but he has the Evo Ghost in cycle. So all of a sudden, you know, you go from taking 2-3 Hog hits with your Ghost to taking only one with the help of those ghouls.
That's a great call. Yeah, I mean, I always hear it on your streams, and we always see it on the biggest stages, is just get to your Evos. Get to your Evos as soon as possible. It's changed a lot of the way that the game is played in single elixir in terms of cards that are cycled. You know, RG is a big standout to me, the Royal Giant, when you think about how it used to almost never get played in single, and now it's almost always played in single with the Evo in the mix.
Big push coming in from Mo. Solid defense from Coco. He's used his Mighty Miner abilities well. Furnace still gets one hit on the left-hand lane, so Mo continues to kind of press the advantage here. Really like this bar barrel placement as well. Mo's just micros just on point, making sure to push that Firecracker towards the Mighty Miner for allowing that Fire Spirit splash.
The only one ability on the Archer Queen and the Mighty Miner and the Golden Knight, honestly, I think just because they've been around for so much longer, still feels very odd to me. I'm always like, oh man, I forgot. I mean, not forgot, but I'm like, I only have one.
Yeah.
And as you mentioned, Coco using that one ability very, very well so far. 1917 to 2588, Mo in the lead. Trying to protect that Firecracker is Coco, but just a second late there on the E-Spirit.
Yeah, I think that's like the biggest mistake that I've seen from Coco. There's actually been 2 times now. The last 2 times he's played the Evo Firecracker, he's let the Furnace get one little snipe shot onto it. And that is the difference maker between a bar barrel being able to one-shot or not. And in this high level of a game, it matters so much because you're then not able to protect your Evo Firecracker from a bar barrel. So that's like the big thing he needs to clean up in this last 60 seconds if he wants any chance to come back.
Yeah, and obviously the damage from the Evo Firecracker is a great piece to have, but it's really more about the elixir that is spent to get that Evo Firecracker off the board, just spending more and more to make sure it doesn't get too much value. So yeah, I think that's a great call there, Juice. Just, it might seem very small, like a very small mistake, but when you talk about the long game, or as it kind of unravels over time, it really, and there we go. That's this time the E-Spirit is there. Evo Firecracker still gets taken off the board.
Wow, the Fire Spirit once again from the Furnace. Just 1 second late is Coco with his barbell taking out the Fire Spirit. And that, once again, is just another missed opportunity with the Evo Firecracker. And those 3 missed opportunities with his Evo Firecracker is just slowly accumulating to a point where he cannot catch up on damage as Mo continues to chip away with the Evo Piggies.
Because then if that Evo Firecracker stays on the board, Mo has to spend just a little bit more elixir trying to take care of it, but instead is then able to defend easily and then get back on offense. And Piggy's, you know, obviously costing more than Hog. That deck's slower than the one that Coco's running.
Yep.
Mo Light playing that really, really well. It's just a Fire Spirit here, a Fire Spirit there, taking that Firecracker out, and all of a sudden Mo doesn't feel the pressure that you want to create with those Firecrackers. Well done. I mean, Mo looking like Mo here in day 2.
Yeah. Now the micro from Mo was great. Perfect Goblin Huts, really nice bar barrels on the back end of the Firecracker. Yes, the skeletons are able to block, but then you're pushing that firecracker towards the opposition's mighty miner, allowing for either fire spirit or electric spirit to splash and get that full takeout of the firecracker. And Coco, on the other hand, once again, and I think you mentioned it already, it's like, yes, if you're able to fully protect your firecracker, since you have a quicker cycle, because that's probably like the biggest downfall, or the biggest like reason why this Piggy's deck isn't just absolutely perfect, is the fact that it has a slightly slower cycle compared to other cycle decks. So that's like the advantage that you have to press if you're playing Hog here, because yes, the Hog is not going to get to the tower as consistently as those Piggies, but if you can ever get your situation where you're out cycling your opponent's Goblin Hut, then you are in that situation you get damage. And we saw that in single elixir. Fortunately for Mo, he had his Evo Ghost in cycle to really lock that down and not allow too much. But you're so right. If you're able to protect those firecrackers, there's all of a sudden a situation where you're not putting just one, but two Hog Riders in front of that firecracker and really starting to apply a lot of pressure to your opponent.
Yeah, Mo just really on top of what his biggest threat was and dealt with it very adequately.
Yeah.
And Mo looking a lot like Pedro from a few years ago, running Minor Poison or Mortar, where it was like, you know he's going to play it. He's just going to keep playing it over and over, and that's Mo with Piggies right now. Mo just, like, he's now leaned on a Royal Hogs, Royal Ghost iteration 6 or 7 times over the last 2 days, and he has gone essentially perfect, only losing one game with Royal Hogs, but that version did not have the Royal Ghost / Furnace in it. So Mo right now just going, you know what the strongest thing in the meta is? The Royal Hogs. And you know what the strongest deck that I'm playing is Royal Hogs. And I'm just going to keep going back to the well. I don't care if it's game 1 over and over and over. You know it's coming. You cannot stop me.
Yeah, well said. Because, I mean, the only thing that we've seen that consistently is able to stop it is Mo Light himself running the Minor Rocket Dark Prince deck, or not even Minor. Like, Minor's not even the deck anymore. It's just Princess Rocket. And I feel like that's something where it takes, yeah, it takes a lot of courage, I'll say. It takes a lot of courage to actually run a deck like that at the highest level. So, yeah, I don't know. It's like he's just calling the opponent's bluff. It's like, yeah, you're not going to run that deck. I'm just running Piggies.
And Firecracker comes out to deal with that drill as the Marcher lines up on the left-hand side, giving Coco an early lead. And Mo sends in a Hog behind this push. This is a big push, Juicy. That Hog is completely untouched at the moment. And he's got the Rhino on tower. And that is just insane start for Mohamed Light.
Oh, man. That Hog Rider did not have to get that last hit. That just felt like the final nail in the coffin right there with that last hit there. Really nice Ice Spirit. Will this jump? It does not quite jump with the skeleton tanking. So, wild situation. Coco's got kind of an old meta drill deck. Maybe trying to make this drill work in other ways. Seeing how drill has just really kind of failed its job today, it seems like. But then at the same point there, you're just going against Hog Rider now without a building. And
okay, Golden Knight though.
Yeah, Golden Knight connects, and also the Mega Knight is surprising. I didn't realize he would be running Mega Knight. I think that gives him a small chance to maybe win this game if he can lock down defense on this left lane.
Yeah, really interesting decks from both these guys, honestly.
True. Interesting snowball. Dark Prince does have to come down with a Tesla underground. Mo is exclaiming because of something, not sure what. Oof.
Mo only ran Hog once yesterday. It was a Hog Mighty Miner Wizard deck as this Firecracker chipping away at the tower, but a lot to deal with as a delivery should be coming down soon. There it is. Delivery placed in the perfect spot so the Marcher can't line up. Dark Prince to clean up that drill. And some great damage here from Coco.
Play this well, but we saw this in single elixir. Overextending means Hog Rider and potentially a Dark Prince ability if he gets it off. He decides not to. Firecracker instead. But the Hog gets a shot, and you see Mo absolutely ecstatic after getting what seemed like an impossible connection. He drops the lightning down, and another clean 2-0 sweep from our world champion.
Yeah, Mo's got a schedule to keep today, apparently, Juice. He is just moving through these matches. 2-0, twice on the day, doing it with Hog Rider here in game number 2. Leaning on the Hogs, Royal and Regular, is the goated one. Great plays there, and that match was blown wide open with Mo Light's very first offensive push. The fact that that Hog got as many hits as it did, the Rhino coming in, adding insult to injury, and Mo Light looking real clean here on day 2.
Looking at the decks here, game 1. I'm not going to lie, Coco can win this matchup. I'll be straight up. This is not an impossible matchup to win. The Firecracker can be very valuable since there's no arrows, there's no vines. You know, Fireball is always a little too expensive, and Barb Barrel can be protected against. And then the Evo Cannon as well is just kind of known to be a very solid counter to Evo Piggies. But Mo just played it so well, and Coco really didn't find a way to outcycle because of Mo just constantly interrupting his pressure with his own. And then game 2 here, it seems like Mo is just prepared for this situation. He has a lot of pressure. The Lightning is extremely valuable versus Electrowiz and Magic Archers, as well as a quicker cycle. And then the Dark Prince to boot, just having a Dark Prince ready to go for the Goblin Drill, just put Coco in a really tough position.
Yeah, I mean, not really any good way to get on top of that Tesla. And there's pieces of that deck from Coco where you think, okay, he's got Snowball. He's got NATO to bring Hog to King Tower. You know, Mega Knight, Evo Mega Knight to knock that Hog back. So many of the pieces that you would look at and go, okay, I'm in a decent spot. Mo Light shuts all of that down without batting an eye as he continues to move into our 4th round of the lower bracket. Next up, we have EGW going up against Dominic. It's good to see Dominic back in the mix. Obviously, a guy that has moved to that caster's chair over the last few years, and that's as we know here in the U.S. or in the English-speaking side, having former pros in the booth is invaluable.
Yeah.
You know, when it comes to the knowledge of the game. But Dominic putting that CRL cap back on and battling things out. Here we go, taking our leaderboard one more time just to remind you guys of the stakes here for EGW. He needs a win here, and he can clinch that World Finals berth, but obviously not an easy person to go through. But I bet he is feeling much better about going up against Dominic than Mo. You know, if him and Coco had swapped spots here, it's a much tougher task to get through. Not to say that Dominic isn't a great player, but you know, when you look at their resumes, Dominic and Mo's looks very different.
Yeah, so Coco, after this loss, is locked into the LCQ, so he will have one last chance. Next month, this is the last monthly finals, everyone, but next month is our last month where we're going to give anyone who did not qualify for World Finals via points, the top 16 who didn't qualify for World Finals via points will be able to do one last chance for a golden ticket. The other thing to really think about here is EGW, because EGW, if he does get into that top 12, Morton still has a chance if someone who doesn't, or that is in the top 12, wins that golden ticket. But then if Viper is, I think Viper is actually confirmed to be out if EGW continues on and wins this game and beats Dominic, because there's not two people that can win a golden ticket that can bump Viper up. It's just not going to happen.
And the last thing you want is to be in that LCQ spot, honestly.
Yeah.
It's just so much pressure. You talk about the pressure of today. You know, even if you don't have the World Finals ticket today, you still in your mind go, I've got one more chance. The LCQ, it's got that name for a reason. As Dominic, good to see his face back on the CRL screen, top of your screen there. And EGW at the bottom.
Okay, looks like we're just heading into a Mortar Mirror matchup.
Yeah.
Makes sense. Super strong deck. EGW with a slightly different variation, as in EGW style, with the Evo Furnace.
I got to admit, I like seeing, you know, just a little twist on everything in the meta from from EGW. It keeps things fresh.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I wonder, like, I actually genuinely wonder how he practices, because he's obviously not trying to like perfect the little things in every single deck, but rather focusing on more about like individual cards and the value that they hold, and then being able to put those together in a high synergy, I don't know. It's kind of it takes a different type of practice and different type of genius.
Yeah, and that's a great point that you make. I was going to say, like, the fact that it still synergizes well. And, you know, you think about dual mode at CRL, that's actually a really, really valuable skill to have, just because, you know, not to go straight down the line of the meta usually opens up those cards later on in your set. You know, in this deck, This is, as you said, Juicy, just a little bit different than what we're used to seeing. And maybe EGW has a plan in Game 2 or Game 3 to fill that spot.
So looking at the differences here, we have an Evo Furnace, but Dominic does actually have the poison for it. Dominic also has Evo E-Barbs, but we know Rascals and Goblinstein are probably the two best counters to those Evo Barbs in the game. So EGW is pretty prepared here. Dominic is as well. The question is, how do you connect? I think that the most valuable card in this matchup is honestly probably the cannon card. So it's going to come down to who can protect their cannon card, as well as the mortar, the Evo mortar. Who can protect their Evo mortar more effectively?
Yeah, I will say, you know, this Evo E-Barbs Goblinstein mortar deck, super strong in the meta, but the Rascals is a tough matchup to run into. The Rascals plus the cannon cart is something that I've struggled with a lot, which is kind of the old, most popular version of this deck. So we'll see if Dominic has any plans, as he is down by just a little bit, and I think all the things that you say stand true, Juice, and, you know, how is he going to get on tower?
Like the defensive mortar option from Doom. I think that the difference between Fireball and Poison is interesting. Fireball does do more damage to towers, but Poison does more damage to troops. So being able to drop those defensive mortars, kind of make your opponent have to play into you, and then look for poison values, is a decent idea from Doom.
And I like the pile up here on the left side from EGW. He sees that poison go out on the right side from Dominic, and now he's got a massive push. That Goblinstein not getting quite far enough. The mortar does connect, and EGW in a great spot here. Ooh. This is not what you want to see in this mirror matchup, or this, you know, at least win condition matchup. And then, yeah, that mortar shot getting on tower and cleaning up the doctor.
Wait, this is Dominic's chance. He says, okay, I can't defend. I will try to attack. Evo Mortar plus Evo E-Barbs at the bridge. Mortar on the left from EGW is doing lots of value, but can Doom protect his Evo Mortar well enough? Will it get a shot? It does get the shot with the Goblinstein tanking. Goblinstein ability hits as well, and all of a sudden, we're pretty much tied up.
Yeah, that was a great response there from Dominic. Able to take that damage on the left-hand side, stay alive, and then just sell out on the right. Both Evos in cycle. Huge push in, and the Goblinstein getting on top of tower, absolutely massive, able to tank for that one Goblin that came in at the end. 13-15, 12-49, 30 seconds remain.
Goblinstein at the bridge from both players. One defensive, one offensive. This Furnace plus Cannon Cart combo is definitely difficult to deal with. E-Barbs are forced to drop down. Poison Cycle from Doom is getting some damage. EGW needs to react with his own Fireball on offense. Yeah. There it is. But is it too late? Because now Doom is back to another Poison.
I was just going to say he needs to cycle a couple Fireballs, and that first one comes out way too late. 1077, 985, and Dominic with the turnaround victory there. It felt like he was kind of dead in the water for a moment with that massive push on the left-hand side. EGW did a great job capitalizing on the poison coming out on the right. But again, this goes back to what we were talking about at the top of that game was, you know, when you're playing a little bit of an off-meta situation, your opponent makes these decisions. He's got to poison that Furnace. Furnace just clogs up the lane. So much defensive and offensive capability there. He gets the poison out. Doom kind of bites the bait, goes after it, and then he sells out on the left-hand side. But then maybe EGW just overextends a little bit offensively, thinking he can just kind of take that tower. And I love what Dominic did. He goes, all right, Evo Mortar, Evo E-Barbs, and let's just see what happens. And he is able to come out on top by just a little bit.
Man, we talked about yesterday about how certain decks translate different skills towards other decks and how it's more difficult for beatdown players to transfer their skills to meta decks like Mortar Cycle and Hog Cycle and Pig Cycle. But I think Doom did a perfect job of doing that in this last game. This is how Lava Hound works. You take some damage and you make a big push and you break through and you win the game. And it's kind of unorthodox to do something like that with a mortar deck, but it just works out with the Evo E-Barbs. He got in a situation where, yes, he takes a lot of damage from some maybe over defensive play originally, but then he actually creates that damage into an opportunity where he's up elixir to go ahead and go drop the double Evos of the bridge, Evo E-Barbs, basically predicting EGW's defensive cannon cart. He doesn't actually tie it up in that situation though. EGW is still up about 100, 150 damage at that point. So it's also Dominic's tenacity that was able to pull through in this situation with continued pressure. I think he realized that he was too defensive earlier in the game, and a mirror matchup, a lot of the time, the more aggressive player will end up winning. So he keeps up the pressure, he gets the poison out, and from EGW side, it was simply the fact that you have to drop a fireball on that tower as soon as Dominic drops that poison on yours, because the fireball's quicker and your cycle isn't that much slower. If he gets 2 fireballs out to match Dominic's 2 poisons, I think EGW just wins that game.
Yeah, I'm still stuck on the point that you guys made about, translating skills. I think that is such a great thing to focus on. And yeah, like you said, Lava Hound, that's the name of the game. You have to know when to sack a tower, when to take 2,000 damage, just so you can get that push going. And that's exactly what Dominic did. I think he was sitting there going, all right, I've got my E-Barbs and I've got my mortar and cycle. Go ahead, go for it. I can take this damage. I can defend just well enough, but you're not going to be able to deal with what I have coming your way. And now Dominic, perfect with mortar on the weekend. A clean 4-0 in the games that he's played with his variations of mortar. The only thing changing really is, the small spell and a couple support cards, but that Evo E-Barbs plus Gobstein Evo mortar combo has been running it for him, and he's been poison with it every single time.
As we head into this game too, I have some information that I can share with you guys. Huge shout out to Jury, an analyst that's been helping us with a lot of this information recently. But if EGW wins this game, or if Viper is mathematically out of World Finals and locked into having to play the LCQ, Morton still has a chance if someone else wins. And EGW, if he wins this game, is fully locked in for World Finals via points. So EGW has a lot of pressure here, not only to win this game, but also the match to hit a reverse sweep and come back here.
If I'm EGW, I don't want to know that information. And you know what I mean? Like, don't tell me. Don't tell me at all. But this balloon going to get a couple shots in. You can see Dominic shaking his head there. EGW recognizing, all right, Vines is gone. Zappies are gone. What else do you have to defend in the skies? And a Mother Witch is not enough, as we already see 1376 standing on that top left tower here for Dom.
EGW just going to comfort. I like it. I understand it. It makes sense. And it's working out for him. Dominic, a little bit too... I don't know. Just a little bit too flimsy with his air defenses. Knowing that EGW has the potential to play this deck, you can't just play your Wizard, your Vines, and your Zappies in that situation. Still, this being said, the fact that he has all those air defenses still gives Dominic a chance to come back.
I was going to say, I think Dominic really needs to lean on stacking as many Zappies as he can on the board. That's going to be, I think, the biggest X factor for him in slowing down that balloon and clogging up the lane. The Zappies are going to be very difficult to get to if EGW is running any of the variations he has in the past in terms of not having a big spell.
Giant Scaling in the back. Dominic playing, honestly, really patient here, and I like that. Obviously, you have to get some aggression in at some point, but a lot of the time with these types of decks, for both players, honestly, you have to wait for that moment, and Doom thinks he has it now.
Wizard going to be a great card as this game moves on as well, and that is a big connection from Dominic on the right-hand side, and the Giant Skeleton and the Wizard connecting on the left-hand side. EGW just completely falling apart. We lost his cam. I don't know if he's lagging or what's going on here, but EGW feeling the heat.
Oh my goodness, what a dual lane pressure from Doom there. A little bit too aggressive, though, is right now with the Executioner surviving at literally 1 HP. Maybe this is the opportunity EGW has to make something happen. He decides to keep setting up defense, though. I guess.
I was going to say, is he just going to go Loon in the left-hand side? But yeah, Juice, he just goes defensive.
Wait, and this is not going to pull. This is a bad Giant Skelly placement. He has to tornado. Oh, man, I'm at the edge of my seat right now. If I'm EGW, I'm shaking my boots right now.
Yeah, EGW just hanging on by a thread. Only down a few hundred damage, though, in spite of some very questionable plays. We'll say 1328, 968, 75 seconds remain. EGW's life on the line. World Finals on the line.
Wizard over the river. Primed for an ability, if necessary. Evo Battery and Bridge. Will he pair it with the Vines? No, he's happy to save the Vines defensively, knowing he's up an elixir, or up damage right now, I should say.
That miner barely comes down, but what does he have for the Wizard in the opposite lane? A late Executioner. And now we see a push coming in.
Wizard ability is going to pull, plus Vines. Absolutely takes out everything. Exy did get one shot on tower, though.
Yeah.
40 seconds left, Andrew.
2 HP remaining, 40 seconds on the clock. But the left-hand side is actually the weaker tower. Excuse me, 765 to 970. This battle will be won on the left side.
Wizard.
For EGW, but Dominic can go on the right. Here we go. Wizard over the middle. Gets on top of that bomb tower.
EGW thinks he has a chance now with the Wizard ability used. Will we see the ability? Vines on defense for the Balloon.
Oh my gosh, that tower on the right. The NATO has to come in.
Huge NATO plus Giant Skelly combo. Balloon death damage.
Oh my gosh.
6 seconds left.
The NATO plus the Giant Skeleton bomb just put 10 elixir in the ground for Dominic. That was an absolutely picture-perfect defense at the end. Sneaks in the offense at the end of that on the left-hand side. EGW playing out of his mind in those final 30 seconds.
And he stays alive. He stays alive.
I know.
This is huge for EGW. If he's able to finish out this best of 3, he cements himself as a world finalist via points. If he doesn't win, he has to go through a grueling attempt next month in the last chance qualifier. That's not a position anyone wants to be in. This is his moment. What an insane comeback. What an insane play to end that match. Maybe we can get a replay for you all if there's time, but unbelievable stuff. EGW, wow, he has mental fortitude right there to be able to make that happen.
I mean, chat absolutely losing their mind. There's 14 seconds on the clock, Juicy, and there is a battle ram with like a sliver of HP alive, a fully healthy Wizard, one fully healthy Zappy, and the other 2 Zappy. Here we go. All right, Juice, take it.
Okay,
take
20 seconds left. Big push in left-hand lane. He thinks he has the opportunity because of the Giant Skelly here on the right. He zaps to stop the Battle Ram charge, and then he tornadoes everything back just as the Battle Ram dies. And the Giant Skeleton, it got nerfed for tower damage, but buffed for troop damage. And we're going to see that right here show up in a huge way, taking everything on the map with just enough damage left-hand side by barely getting the balloon death damage to connect there. With the final seconds clicking off the clock, he's able to clinch the dub.
That might be the greatest defensive Giant Skeleton NATO combo I have seen. Maybe ever, but definitely in a very long time. There is so much on the board there that in my mind, I'm going, there's just no way. There's no way. Like, yes, maybe he can break through. Maybe that miner will get some damage in. Maybe the balloon death damage will come through. But the battle ram gets taken off of its wheels just in time, and then the bomb goes off, and everything is cleaned off the board. The only thing that comes through from that, like I said, like 12 elixir worth of damage is one Wizard shot. EGW with some clutch defense to keep his World Finals chances alive. Whew, that was incredible.
Chances are alive, but job's not done. There's still one game left of this best of 3, and EGW, I mean, the pressure's got to continue to mount, right? Like, there's no relief yet. And looking at the locked card, all right, tell me.
I was just going to say, I just felt like in the middle of that game, I don't know if it was lag or nerves, but it felt like EGW was completely falling apart.
Yeah.
He's able to get that insane win in those final seconds,
right.
And now Dominic is going to feel the pressure, but obviously, yes, much more at stake in this moment for EGW. Go ahead, Juice.
I was just looking at his locked cards here. EGW, I mean, he's kind of, I don't know, he's kind of the main character right now, it feels like. What does he have available for himself? He's got Lightning, and he's got Poison available for the solid spells. Win conditions that could go with that are Golem, Royal Hogs, and Hog Rider, and potentially Graveyard. We've seen EGW have success with Graveyard already today in his previous best of 3, and then Royal Hogs are probably a solid option. Doom, on the other hand, has Fireball and Lightning, so that's going to give him more options for Royal Hogs, but also potentially Royal Giant. Doom, known to be a very strong Royal Giant player as well.
Yeah, EGW has leaned on, you know, Graveyard plus Poison plus Snowball a couple times over this weekend, and I wonder if he goes back to the well, as he has found pretty good success. He's played some variation of Graveyard, Poison plus Goblin Hut and Snowball. It looks like 5 separate times. He's gone 3 and 2 with that, so we'll see if that's something he wants to go back to, but obviously with EGW, anything is up for grabs. We saw that crazy Lava Hound Rune Giant deck earlier. I can't imagine we'll see that again. Here we go, game number 3. If EGW wins, he goes to World Finals. The ticket is punched. Dominic still trying to keep his World Finals chances alive. EGW loses this game, he's got to go through the LCQ. That is not where you want to be. Anything can happen on any given Sunday, and we'll see if today is that day for EGW. As the E-Barbs already doing him dirty. They go both to the right-hand side. Piggy's completely uncontested on the left, and he does go back to the Rune Giant. Excuse me.
Wow, Rune Giant Evo E-Barbs. I don't know about this. This is...
I don't either.
This just seems like... I want to try to cheese a win type of deck, and this just doesn't seem like I want to try a cheese a win type of situation.
Very well said. Yeah, I mean, and then the Little Prince comes out. This is a wild deck that EGW has put together. Obviously, the E-Barbs going to the right-hand lane, that's just incredibly unfortunate, but now when we look at what he's bringing to the table in game number 3, I'm with you, Juice. As AC would say, this feels a little too cute.
Yeah, and then Dominic, on the other hand, also just seems prepared for this. The Goblin Hut Furnace, really solid, especially since EGW most likely has arrows and not a big spell. So these Goblin Huts are going to be annoying, but the Furnace is going to be even better defensively here.
And now the Evo E-Barbs decide to split when EGW doesn't want them to.
Right.
And then a very clean up there. I mean, that's one of the things about this Hero Berserker. Feels like the Hero Berserker, Hero Valkyrie, who we haven't seen yet today, and the Evo E-Barbs all came into the game at the same time. And the Hero Berserker just goes, for 5 Elixir, I counter both of you. Berserker just such a good counter to the Evo E-Barbs and the Hero Valk.
Yeah, that's a great call, actually. So he's got the Furnace... He's got the Gob Hut for solid defense, and then the Berserker on top of that. And then on the other hand, Dominic, I mean, you can already see the strength of his offense in these Royal Hogs with the left side tower down to 1840 as we head into double Elixir.
Yeah, and that lightning just hurts if you're EGW. That lightning, as we just saw right there, cleaning up the Little Prince, the Inferno, and putting a lot of damage on that Rune Giant.
Yeah.
Yeah, Phoenix, I don't know, man. This deck just feels like you are hoping for... I mean, you know, if there's one thing we've seen before is that everything can come together in one push, and that is exactly what EGW is praying for with this deck that he's brought to this matchup.
Will Berserker ability pop here? No, but instead Evo Piggies. Freeze as well from EGW.
Juicy, what on earth am I looking at?
Yeah, it's very similar actually to a deck that's been used on ladder recently. But instead of Goblin Demolisher, we're seeing a Phoenix. A Goblin Demolisher would have been amazing in this situation. But at this point, like, the Lightning's too valuable. Dominic has the log for the Goblin Hut. The Furnace is locking down the lane. And the Freeze is not very valuable versus any of these cards. I don't know. I don't know if EGW is going to make this happen.
Yeah, I ran into that deck that you're talking about. The first time I ran into it, I was like, what on earth is this cheese? I'm about to destroy this player, and I was sorely mistaken.
Same. Piggies, Goblins, other lane, and you just don't have any crowd control that can take this out. Goodness. Freeze doesn't one-shot. Rage doesn't one-shot. It's a solid defense with his Little Prince. Surprise, Dominic doesn't go for the Lightning. I mean, we've seen EGW in a situation like this before where we just thought it was over in his previous best of 3. Rune Giant, Evo, Inferno Dragon ended up having a different idea. Maybe there's a chance in triple Elixir, but I just don't know versus Evo Furnace.
Yeah, I actually really like that Dominic holds on that Lightning. I think it's such a great call. You know, he's got 0 tower damage. Well, actually, he just took his first lick of tower damage, and that Lightning could have been a slight overextension. Who knows? but instead opts to hold it there, and there you go. EGW, we'll see you next month, brother. Dominic, staying alive, still has hopes for his World Finals chances. You can see him celebrating, and EGW's Cinderella run comes to an end here in the lower bracket by our former CRL World Finalist in Dominic, and of course, our caster, our fellow caster on the German side. Great plays there from both of these guys. What a thrilling best of 3.
Wow. All right, so what has this changed? Dominic is now locked in for the last chance qualifier. At the very least, he has that. Morton is now guaranteed to be in the World Finals as EGW is forced out to go to the LCQ. And then also, Viper has a chance to make it to World Finals via his points if someone wins the golden ticket who is already in the top 12 currently. Doom also continues his chance to make it to World Finals right now, right here, right now, if he wins this golden ticket as well. So a lot of moving parts. Looking at this deck, huge best of 3 that we've just watched. First match of this game, this was insane. EGW, it really felt like this was the game where EGW missed his win. Just a little bit nervous. It seems like he always starts off his best of 3s a little bit nervous, makes one mistake, and that's all it takes to lose a game of Clash Royale, not going with these fireball cycles when it gets to that last 30 seconds of the game. Game 2, Dominic, he has a lot of air defense. He has a lot of counters. EGW, this is where he really starts to put on the gas. He starts to lose those nerves and really play out of his mind. He had an insane Zap, Tornado plus Giant Skeleton Bomb defense to take out seemingly Dominic's entire deck, allowing his Balloon Death Damage connection to win him that game. And then the final match, I just don't know, man. I don't think this is the deck that you bring when your World Finals qualification is on the line. I think you got to bring something a little bit standard. You got to give yourself a chance no matter what Dominic brings. I think that going for a solid straight up snipe on whoever you're trying to snipe here is just not the play.
Man, and how poetic that Morton is sent to World Finals by his countrymen in Dominic. He owes him a lot of dinners out there in the future. 500 subs sent to his channel. Morty boy making an appearance at World Finals once again. You love to see it. It was honestly in the conversation all year long, as it felt like Morton had kind of come alive again at the competitive level in 2026. But as you guys can see, 12 players locked in, still a few spots available, as we'll see how the rest of today shakes out. And obviously we have our 2 Chinese players that are going to be joining those 12 and our last chance qualifier. And of course, who is decided at the end of the day to fill out those top 16 spots to go to Shanghai at the beginning of November. What a... I mean, look at that lineup we have, Juice. That is an absolutely insane lineup of players that we already have locked in. Really, Asaf is the only newcomer.
Yeah, this is intense. It's going to be a great World Finals. Love the fact that we have 16 players making it again this year as well.
Yeah.
So much in this last game. Hopefully we can take a quick look at the bracket, see our upcoming matches, and see how this lower bracket is shaping up. Intense stuff, honestly. Loving the gameplay. I mean, casting on a Sunday is always great, just to actually see the grand finals of these matches. And it's only going to get better from here. We got Mugi versus Sub coming up right away for you all. This is Sub, a number 2 finish at the World Finals last year, going up against, once again, one of your favorites, Andrew, Mugi, one of our 2 Clash Royale World Champions.
I love Mugi, man. I just love the way he plays the game. When he is dialed in, he is unbeatable. He really, really is. Like, you talk about a best of 7 between Mugi and Mo at the top of their game. That would be like the most peak Clash Royale thing I've ever seen. And Sub, you said it yesterday, Juice, can he go from the king of consistency to the king of Clash Royale? Yeah. And it seems like in 2026, it could be his time. He has been right there on the cusp for years, and he has just gotten better and better and better, not losing a step as he plays from his soundproof room. And Mugi's sitting right next to it. You see there one of his 2 World Championship trophies. This is going to be one for the books. Let's go.
Okay, so Mugi bringing out a Bay deck. We did see actually some success. I believe it was from Sub. I don't remember who it was, but we actually did see success from a hybrid bait despite the spirit nerfs yesterday. This variation specifically should actually be, instead of double spirits hypno bait, this is going to be that Evo Skeleton Army variation that Mugi's running. Sub, on the other hand, just going with the Piggy's deck. And he's got a slightly quicker cycle variation as well, which is definitely going to be important for dealing versus these quick cycle Goblin Barrels.
Yeah, I believe it was Sub versus Mo Light yesterday, and Sub's Hero Valkyrie was just a menace to deal with.
Yeah, Hero Valkyrie, it's really interesting. Like, the ability does cost a lot of elixir. It's very balanced in that way, but at the same time can be very strong in interesting situations. Really nice block at the bridge from Sub, though, in this situation. Realizing that Valkyrie could be tanking for the Evo Barrel, and not only that, but also countering the entire ability mode from that Hero Valk.
And that Dark Goblin just putting in so much work for Mugi. And yeah, we saw that yesterday again, just Sub using that Hero Valkyrie ability to surge across the bridge to tank for the Goblins time and time again. But Sub goes, look, man, I'm the one that brought this to the CRL stage. I know exactly what you're sending my way. Great block there. Very little damage done in both lanes, on both sides.
Piggy's dropping down. Very common idea to play the Princess in this scenario. Skeleton Army also very strong. Gotta mention it. Yeah. The Skeleton Army doesn't have, like, Sub just doesn't have a very strong way of taking Skeleton Army off of the board with that Barbarian Barrel specifically. The Bar Barrel just doesn't reach far enough, and that's why Mugi continues to play Princesses far back and Skeleton Armies far back, knowing that Sub's last card is Lightning. These cards are going to continue to get a lot of value.
And Mugi's Dark Goblin play has just been exceptional. That Hero Valkyrie, though, nope, the ability does not last long enough. Not going to get to tower, as one of those piggies does get a little nibble on that left-hand side. 2720, the lowest tower for Sub. 2890, the lowest tower for Mugi, as we are basically in a locked-up game at the moment.
So we talked about the value in Mugi's cards here with the Valkyrie, with the Princess, the Dark Goblin, also the Evo Skeleton Army. Sub, on the other hand, his value is getting Evo Pigs in cycle and in spamming those furnaces. Other than that, you have to have perfect Berserker plus abilities to counter the Valkyrie plus abilities. So it's not impossible for Sub to win this game either, especially with how tight the game is currently, with Sub being the only one with a big spell in this situation.
I love that play right there. Mugi goes aggressive Hero Valkyrie, knowing that Sub's going to block, so he doesn't use the ability, and then he baits the ability out of the Hero Berserker, and that takes the Hero Valkyrie out of play. A great little back and forth between these two legends.
Berserker plus ability, knowing the Valkyrie plus ability is probably going to drop down. Furnace does go down. This Princess continues to be a thorn in Sub's side as he continues to attempt to defend.
I mean, Mugi's micro has just been so clean throughout this game, and his usage of those 3 Elixir Glass Cannons in the Dark Goblin and the Princess have been perfect. Dark Goblin does not connect, as we finally see some Goblins connect on that right-hand side. Sub finally getting a little bit overwhelmed by this hyper bait version that Mugi is running. Now a Lightning comes down, 2544, 2279. Did Sub recognize that the only way for him to win this game is to Lightning cycle a little bit too late? We'll find out. 30 seconds remain.
Bad wall breakers, Fire Spirit connected, just an E-Spirit needed on defense. You have a nice anti-lightning cannon placement, but lightning's gonna drop down the left side now with the extra damage from the furnace happening left side. But like you said, there's only 17 seconds left, and it's Mugi's turn to attack, and look at this Hero Valk.
Yep. That honestly should do it. Hero Valkyrie gets on top of tower again. Lightning not gonna be enough. And the pressure stays up for Mugi, recognizing I don't even want you to get close. And Sub sees it right there. Lightning comes down, 2062, 1882, a masterclass between both of these guys. That was some absolute, I mean, that's World Finals gameplay right there.
That is truly World Finals gameplay right there. Like, it looked like Mugi was in control, but Sub had a great job, doing a great job defending, getting some lightnings down, abusing the Evo Furnace left side. I mean, it's so close to the point where if Mugi doesn't get that last 1 millisecond Hero Valkyrie connection, plus that last 1 Goblin hit, I think Sub actually had the game with the final Lightning in there. But every single card that Mugi played, every single timing on his ability, every single out cycle, 1 Goblin hit was simply so important there. And Mugi's somehow able to just stay in that damage lead even without a big spell in those final moments.
two of the most brilliant players to ever do it. And when you watch them play, every single interaction that happened throughout that game, they learned something. There was never an interaction that happened where they were like, okay, that happened. Let's try it again later. It was just every little step was an evolution of what they'd seen in the past. And, you know, I really love that moment of the Hero Valkyrie at the bridge again, the block again from Sub with the Hero Berserker, and then Mugi holding that Hero Valk ability, making Sub have to use that Hero Berserker ability. It was just that you're looking at that and you're like, oh man, these guys are playing 3D chess right now. And as that game goes on, you see Sub recognize, okay, I can't break through. I need to get lightnings in. And then Mugi goes, all right, he can't break through. He's going to try to win by lightning. I need to keep the pressure up. Just absolutely phenomenal stuff from both of these guys. And that's exactly what you want to see.
Both players taking a breath. They have a couple minutes to put together their decks with their coaches, as we are almost going to be hopping into this second game. Both of these players are qualified for World Finals via points, and I believe Sub also has won a golden ticket. I could be wrong on that. And then the other thing to think about, though, is still there is $50,000 on the line here. Every time you win a game, you're going to be getting a bigger chunk of that prize pool. But also the seeding. I mean, we have to talk about seeding.
Yeah.
You know, Mugi, especially with the 12th ranked seeding, I'm sure he would love to continue to grow into that and get a better position for those World Finals here in November.
Yeah, that seeding is just so important when you talk about that biggest stage, and you know the position it puts you in, the competitor you have to go up against. And both these guys obviously still with a life to give as we are in the upper bracket. And I cannot wait for game number 2. Man, I've been, Juicy, this is my 9th season casting for CRL, and I got to tell you, I still love it just as much as I did in the beginning. You know, the game has evolved so much, but then the change of players and the way that they play, seeing new names come in, man, it just gets me so hyped up every month, every World Finals. And I again, just like what we saw, that's the old guard and the new guard. I know that Sub's been around for a minute now, but Mugi was our guy. He was the guy that kind of set the standard, him and Mo Light. And, you know, as you know, so much can change just in a couple years in terms of the player pool, right? It can completely shift from, you know, these are the top 30 players that we're always seeing to over half of them being gone the next year. You know, and now we're looking at this again of just 2 of the absolute best to do it. I cannot wait for game number 2. This is going to be so great. And I also really like that these guys went to, you know, these decks that, I mean, yes, Sub does go with the Royal Hogs, but I guess it's more so talking about Mugi going into, you know, I saw that deck yesterday and it was really good. And he just brings it out against the guy that brought it to the table and takes a W off of him. Just immaculate gameplay from our 2-time world champion. Here we go. Game number 2 coming your way. Sub at the top, Mugi at the bottom. Mugi goes, all right, I'm going to go back to the well here. This has been working for everyone except for Sub last game. I'm going to try it, and a nice King Tower activation to start things out. Looking like Royal Giant, huh?
Yeah, what an insane placement. What a great interaction. And that just comes from lots of practice, lots of experience. And yes, I believe you're right. I believe this is going to be a Royal Giant deck. And then Mugi just going to the piggies, just the piggies, the Goblin Hut, the Evo Ghost. We've seen this deck quite a few times already today. And then the Wizard as well. Okay, so really interesting. We saw actually a very similar matchup yesterday where both of these players are going to really struggle to break through. But the difference maker here for Sub is the fact he's got King activation off the rip. That is going to actually be a huge difference maker in fireballs being able to fully counter some of these Royal Hogs.
Yeah, and those guards are going to do well against the Royal Ghost. They're going to do well against the Hero Berserker. So nice pull there. You know, Monk is really interesting. Monk's ability used to be a lot more, I feel like, of the conversation of the Monk, especially back when it used to deflect the physical damage, or not deflect the physical damage, but basically took 0 physical damage, it felt, when the ability was active. But now it feels like so much more of that conversation has to do with the Monk getting in front and protecting the Royal Giant. But that's a lot of damage to take. I mean, Sub, though, with this deck, knowing that he just needs to get through single elixir by taking as little damage as possible, he goes for the Wizard. And those evil Royal Hogs, once again, bringing that tower down to 2170. Mugi basically untouched as we get into double elixir.
Yeah, and Sub's already shaking his head a little bit. He does go for the RG in the back, which is definitely the correct play. Mugi decides to pressure a little bit with the Evo Ghost plus Furnace combo, which I think is smart because you don't want to go too far in, because then what's going to happen is just going to be a Wizard going to drop on defense. You're going to see some extra cards and cycle cards played on defense, and then that's where you get that double RG push situation. Instead, Mugi, he knows this. Like, he's an RG player. He knows how this works. He's just playing a little bit of pressure, and he gets damage from that, and then he just sets up really solid defense, and then he converts that defense into the counter push that we're seeing here.
And this is going to be good damage on the left-hand side. That Furnace now needs to be paid attention to. And yeah, the other part of it too, Juice, is when you go Royal Ghost up high like that with the Furnace behind, all of a sudden you need to spend a little bit more than just the guards. So we saw an Ice Spirit come out to kind of help assist those guards in cleaning up the Royal Ghost and then deal with the Furnace, but still Royal Ghost shots came in, and that got Mugi another shake of the head and a few hundred damage from Sub.
Right. Monk ability going to drop down here. Doesn't deflect any Spear Gobs, though. Furnace gets deflected a little bit, but Furnace is really strong versus Monk, and you can see why right here. Because of that slow attack speed, what usually is a weakness becomes a strength.
Yeah, that's a great call. And then the Fire Spirits coming in, they obviously aren't reflected, so it's a really, really great point you make about that Furnace plus Monk interaction. And then we see another shake of the head as that Monk gets pushed behind this Royal Giant, which is basically a, I don't want to say a wasted Royal Giant because he is now back to an evil Royal Giant, but just didn't get out of it what he wanted.
I think he's from Mugi. Guards, nice surround plus a log, but that's not enough to prevent this damage. Piggies
and he can't fireball it.
Yeah.
He needs to just hold, I mean, he needs to build up some elixir here, so he has to eat some more damage, which is the last thing he wants to do right now.
You're so right. Yeah, fireballing there is just never the option, especially with RG. You need to prioritize getting troops on the board, but then the Ghost, like you said, it's just not getting pulled. Guards are forced out, and it just seems like Sub cannot put a push together that he needs in order to get any sort of breakthrough.
Here we go. Evo RG at the bridge. Can Sub make anything happen with it? Goblin Hut goes down. Log comes in. Second Goblin Hut is in as the Piggies are on that right-hand side. And now Mugi just needs to get a spell in on that right-hand side to close things out as he's playing a little bit of cleanup defense here on the left. Sub making something happen. Fireball is in. And this is not the version of Mugi you want to run into in the battlefield.
You're so right. He is so dialed right now. I mean, oh my goodness. I'm just thinking about that last defense, right? Like, Sub honestly did everything he could. Like, Evo Piggies came in. He knows he can't fireball. He knows that this push on left-hand lane is all he has left in order to make something happen. He gets his second Monk down. He gets the Evo RG with the Furnace. He hits the Monk ability super late to prevent the Bard Bro for as long as humanly possible. Mugi, knowing that this push is a threat, goes for the pressure in the right lane to try and force out a defensive fireball. Sub continues to make the right play to actually let even more damage come through, but the thing that Mugi did perfectly was his Barbarian Barrel timing. Like, if the Barbarian Barrel timing was literally a millisecond quicker, the Monk would have deflected it, and Sub probably wins that game. But Mugi just super calm, makes the correct play, and yeah, we're just looking at the decks here. I mean, we talked about this second game quite a lot, but back to this first one, it just comes down to the value of Princess, Dark Gob, and Skeleton Army when your opponent doesn't have a spell that can reach past the first couple tiles of your side of the arena.
Yeah, exactly. And then just placing them in awkward positions so that you're never getting good lightning value. We never saw a lightning that cleaned up a Dark Goblin plus a Princess, and obviously easier said than done, and on paper that's what you need to do 9 times out of 10, but Mugi just doing it absolutely perfectly. And then in game number 2, you know, we've had this conversation for a long time about playing, you know, the deck that a player is known for against them. We saw that with Riley at World Finals in the past, where it's like, well, you're really going to play log bait against me? But, you know, Sub, a great Royal Giant player, it really does lean into his style of play because he is such a methodical and intelligent player. But on the other side of that conversation is the fact that I still to this day believe that Mugi is the best Royal Giant player I've ever seen, because I've seen him do it on the world final stage time and time again. I've seen him do it against the best players in the world time and time again. And you saw that whole game, just how uncomfortable Sub was throughout. He knew exactly how much pressure to put in the right-hand lane to make it so that Sub could not build the push that he wanted throughout that game. And I think so much of that comes from how many times, the thousands of games that Mugi has played with RG and gone through and gone, what is the most annoying thing to do right now? And I'm going to do it. So there we go. Mugi into our finals. That feels good to say. That feels good to say, man.
Yeah.
Mugi into our finals. Molite, Sub, Dominic still alive here. And this is going to be a very, very exciting close out of our day. Dominic now has a big task ahead of him going up against Sub.
Yeah, and the next match is going to be Adriel versus Pedro. Another powerhouse matchup. I mean, talk about two really good Royal Giant players. And then the winner of that is going to go up to play against Mugi in the upper bracket final. And then the loser of Adriel and Pedro is going to be dropping down to play against Mo. And that's not something you want to do. So there's even more stakes on that where, I mean, either way, you're going to play against a world champ, though, right? Whether you win or lose, you might as well.
That's a good way to put it.
You might as well stay in the upper bracket and give yourself a better chance. Pedro versus Adriel, this is a tough one. I mean, both of these players, I feel like their play styles are honestly kind of contrary. It seems like Pedro takes the more aggressive style in a lot of situations. He's very aggressive and backs it up with solid defense. It seems like Adriel kind of really locks down really calm defense and then converts those to counter pushes. And we're just straight into the match. We're kind of missing the first 30 seconds ish, but nothing's happened so far. Just a Princess and a Valkyrie. Maybe Pedro, seeing the strength of the bait deck in the previous best of 3, wants to give it a try.
Yeah, that Hero Valk going to do great work against that Goblinstein overtime. And I misspoke earlier. Adriel had taken 2 losses on the day yesterday. Pedro had only lost once. Pedro playing some Graveyard, some Royal Giant, some Hog Rider, some Mortar. He was perfect with those win conditions as that Wallbreaker connects. And he lost one game with a Royal Giant double Spirit deck, which I remember watching as well. Adriel on the other side of it, some Mortars, some Loons, some Hog, and some Battle Rams. So kind of all over the board, a little bit heavier all the way across the board, other than that 2.6 Hog Rider deck. And then the 2 games that he lost with were Hog, Wizard, Mighty Miner, and the Royal Giant, Hero Valkyrie, Hero Berserker deck. Kind of an interesting makeup there.
Wow, huge misclick from Adriel. Probably meant to play a Bar Barrel, played Lightning instead. That is the most emotion I've seen in Adriel's face in probably 5 years.
2 eyebrow raises.
2 of them. Not 1, 2.
Yeah. Still somehow has a smile on his face while I would be sweating bullets after that happened. And, you know, Pedro pretty happy about that misclick. Here we go. We'll see. I mean, he might have just had nothing. I mean, I think he was definitely back to Bar Barrel. Yeah, that's just a oops.
Yeah. We are heading into Double Elixir. It's not over. This is what I love about Adriel. I think there's so many players that can learn from Adriel's demeanor right now. He just wasted 6 Elixir basically onto a Goblin Barrel, but then continues solid defense. He doesn't let that mistake lead to another one. He stays calm and he clashes on. Compared to like maybe just even Sub in the previous game, like the continued shakes of the heads over and over and just the pessimistic kind of attitude, it leads to nothing. There's just nothing to be gained from that. So yes, Adriel's in a tough position. Is it still winnable? Absolutely.
Yeah, Adriel's always shown that he is just unflappable no matter what happens. He could have just won a match at World Finals, or he could have just lost a match at Monthly Finals, and you would just never even know what's going on as he gets a good connection here on the right-hand side, pulls that Hero Valk ability out, and now the double barrel comes in. He has to go to the right where the real goblins are. Left side, very little damage, as that Princess does get some splash on tower. 1982 to 2514. Adriel could be in a much worse spot, but we're all right.
Archer's going to drop down, trying to these princesses. It just goes back. It just goes to show how dangerous these princesses and these dark goblins are when you do not have a spell to reach far enough on your opponent's side. Hero Valkyrie continues to protect the princess as well. Adriel's finally got a situation where he's got those Evo Archers cycle, snipes the princess, snipes the cannon, goes for the piggies. Gobstein ability barely cleans that skeleton army. And all of a sudden, you know, there's a little bit of light on the end of the tunnel here for Adriel.
Yeah, it's so interesting seeing the Princess kind of work her way back into the meta just because of how popular Lightning has become. And I'm sure part of that is also like why we see, you know, Hog, EQ, Firecracker working out so well. And also the fast cycle that goes with it. But it's nice to see Princess back in the mix. I think, you know, for a moment there we thought she might show up more when she got the Evo form. But as you guys have seen today, none of the Evo Princesses have been used. That's the Hero Valk ability right there. And the Goblin Stein gets just far enough away, which I think is very fortunate for Adriel. I think maybe just one tile closer, and that would have been a ricochet all the way around onto that right-hand tower.
But this is what I was talking about. This is Adriel's playstyle. He's just solid defense. He's unfazed, and he finds an opportunity to convert one small mistake into a huge push and capitalize. And with 23 seconds left, he's actually taking the damage lead for the first time.
I was just going to say, Juice, just like that, he somehow gets into the lead. And now there's so much pressure on Pedro's shoulders because you know Adriel's going to be able to get back to one more Lightning. Pedro has to figure out a way to get some damage in, and I don't know how he's going to do it. There's the Lightning. Down. There's the barrel.
Hero Valkyrie ability. It doesn't go to the Barbarian.
The Hero Valk!
Hero Valk! What?
Oh my gosh!
It doesn't connect, but it doesn't matter. Hero Valkyrie goes from the bomb tower to the barb that was used to defend the Goblin Barrel.
Oh my goodness.
And Pedro clinches the game 1 win.
And that might have been the most emotion I've seen out of Adriel at the end of that game. He looked so frustrated. The synergy of the hero of the wall breakers baiting out the bomb tower, or even just knowing the bomb tower is on the board, to then sending in a goblin barrel to bait out the barb barrel, and now all of a sudden there's the chain for that Hero Valkyrie. The range obviously a little bit bigger than the Golden Knight's dash range in terms of like targeting that next unit. That barb barrel just far enough up, and Adriel could not believe it. He had it locked. He goes, no problem. Bomb tower early. I have my archers. Lightning in. Barb barrel ready to go. Perfectly placed on the off-place Goblin Barrel. And Pedro just getting a... I mean, it feels like getting away with one. But that synergy is there for a reason, of knowing that the Barb Barrel is going to come out, and you all of a sudden have a unit in front of the tower. That Hero Valk ability, man, it's just so effective when it connects.
Yeah, I think that, I mean, you mentioned all the amazing things that Pedro does, and I hate to be this guy, but I have to point out the one mistake from Adriel here at the end of this game. I think that there's just a slight sequencing error in his cards played. I think that, you know, I believe there's still about 7 seconds left in the game where this attack happened, and he plays the Lightning early. A lot of the time, what you want to do, especially with Lightning being an instantaneous spell, you want to make sure you lock down this final defense first, and then you play the Lightning with 1-2 seconds left in the game, especially with how expensive a spell it truly is. And I think, if you save the elixir, if you wait to play the Lightning, that's where you have a little bit more elixir to actually kite this Valkyrie away from your tower with archers, a Gobstein, or whatever it may be. But the fact of the matter was, he plays the Lightning first. He has enough elixir to defend with the Barbarian Barrel versus the Goblin Barrel. Like, in this situation, if Hero Valkyrie's not in the game yet, that's just a win. But Hero Valkyrie is just the card that Pedro needed in this situation to abuse the fact that Adriel was down 6 elixir in the final seconds of the match.
No, I mean, don't hate to be that guy. That's your job, and I think that's a perfect call. You know, you can use that elixir elsewhere. Yeah, I mean, just sacrifice archers up high then. You know, like you said, play a Goblin Stein. Do anything you can to change the trajectory of that Hero Valk. And I thought the same thing, actually, at least in terms of the Lightning coming out early. I was a little surprised that it came down when it did. It's obviously back in hand. You know that it's there. He doesn't have a good way to block it. I thought, like you're saying, Juice, it would come down in the final 2 seconds of the game. But, you know, he decides to just throw it in early, and then all of a sudden he's looking to find a better way to defend this Hero Valk. And you saw the elation on Pedro's face. You saw the frustration on Adriel's. You know, both these guys already locked in to our World Finals. Adriel in that number 6 spot, Pedro in the number 3 with a golden ticket. And this is a great moment. This is a great learning moment. This is a great practice moment for Adriel to just lock back in. We were commending him for how kind of emotionless he is as he plays, for how, you know, dialed he is on the biggest stage, or even at a monthly final, or even on ladder, I'm sure. This is the kind of practice that you can't really replicate is a super frustrating last-second loss on the monthly finals stage when you're trying to stay alive, trying to move into that finals against Mugi, and the reset. The reset has to come through. It's so important in Clash Royale to be able to reset from game 1 to game 2 and game 2 to game 3.
Wow. Thanks for breaking that down, Andrew. As the players prepare for this next match, Adriel, once again, he's just in good spirits. I love to see that. I think a lot of people would look very depressed right about now after the last game, but he's got a good head on his shoulders. He's focused up. Looking at the rankings here, we have number 4, number 6 for Pedro and Adriel. There's still a little bit of, I believe there's still a little bit of placement or seeding opportunity here, but probably more important than that is the thousands of dollars on the line this match. So keep that in mind as we head into game 2 of this very impactful best of 3.
Honestly, 2 of the most likable guys too. Like,
true.
Meeting them in person, they're both just so humble, really great dudes. You know, always got a smile on their face when you see them in person. Can't wait to see them again this year.
Adriel with a little high raise once again off the hero bar barrel, which honestly, I get it. It's a really, I don't know, if you're gonna fireball the furnace, like, is that necessary? And then a little bit late on the snowball as well. There's actually an interesting idea. If you slow down the tower, you can get that fire spirit to connect. But, you know, both players just feeling each other out right now, trying to figure out, you know, what each other is playing. I want to say that Adriel's got the graveyard, and then Pedro's probably running Royal Giant. I guess technically, yeah, it is going to be Royal Giant after seeing the double spirit.
Yeah, that double spirit Royal Giant deck he ran yesterday against Mo, I believe, and I think it was Mo. And he did not pick up a win with it, so he's going back to the well. Was it Mo? I can't remember.
I can't remember either.
Might have been actually, I think it was a Soph.
You're right. Yeah, we saw this deck, this RG deck, quite a lot towards the beginning of the day yesterday, and I don't think it picked up a single win, if I remember correctly. It was definitely difficult, and I think the problem is it's difficult to break through these Goblin Hut decks. And we're going to see that right now.
Adriel did not play any graveyard yesterday, and happy to keep his opponents guessing here in game number 2 of this upper bracket semifinal.
What a heads-up play there from Pedro. Like, I think his cycle was honestly very awkward without having a good way to deal with the Dark Prince. Instead, he just drops the Fireball. Very odd play. It's not ideal, but you're able to take the Dark Prince off the board instantaneously and allow your tower to start dealing with those graveyard skellies.
Fireball there, getting some nice value, cleaning up that furnace, the Evo furnace, and taking the shield off of the Dark Prince. And trying to maybe protect that Dark Prince with the Berserker, but just a step late. Ability, yeah, we need something to come out.
Wow, and it does take the cage
and that,
instantly and locks on tower, wow.
Yeah, close enough to the tower.
And the Phoenix respawns too. So that's going to give Pedro a little bit of life here as he splits these Evo E-barbs. Not enough elixir for Royal Giant in front, goes in behind instead.
And an immediate Hero Berserker ability plus the Evo Snowball, and that is a really nice defense, although the E-barb is going to connect on the left-hand side here for 2, not 3. I know, dude, they're so strong. It is crazy.
Yeah, I was full focus on the right side because I thought Adriel's defense was already completed on the left. And I looked back over there as you were saying it. It's like there's just an E-barb on the tower. And all of a sudden, Adriel's just at a pretty significant damage deficit that he has to come back from.
Yeah, the ability to get some range on the E-barbs is such a fascinating change of mechanics with the Evo E-barbs. Definitely the strongest, I feel like, addition to the game when we had those 3 come in at the same time.
Will this RG get a hit? Yes, it does. That's going to continue the damage advantage. Graveyard from Adriel, knowing that he's in a situation where he needs damage. Fortunately for Pedro, Electro Spirit is simply one of the best graveyard counters in the game, as we're seeing right now.
Perfect E-Spirit, then the Heal Spirit with the Bar Barrel. That's still a +1 trade for Pedro, taking very, very little damage.
Right.
And just moving his cycle around to however he wants.
Really nice Furnace Protection. Pedro should have a Fireball, but the cage is misplaced, so the... wow, and then the Evo Snowball, the Bar Barrel's not cycle for these Furnaces. The Cage is doing a decent job. Does he have enough elixir for the Furnace defense? Berserker ability's going to pop.
Good damage in. Now the lead has gone to Pedro with 30 seconds remaining. This has been an insane set from both of these guys. Fireball in on the tower, 1461, 1495. You assume Pedro has that fire poison.
Yeah.
Can he get another Graveyard down?
Graveyard's down. Will the Berserker ability pop to tank?
Ability.
It does
There's
pop.
the ability.
It's going to do damage to the RG2. Graveyard's doing insurmountable amounts of damage. Yeah, that should be it, right?
RG not going to get a shot in, and that Hero Berserker so good at getting damage on that RG early before it had the chance to connect to anything to push the Hero Berserker away. Just melts through most of its HP, which is such... The synergy there is so great, too, because when you talk about defending previously with Graveyard, you'd have to spend a decent amount of elixir, but the Hero Berserker able to come down with 2 elixir, pop that, not have to spend another unit, get the Graveyard in time, all of that working together perfectly at the end of the game for Adriel. And, I mean, yeah, that's exactly what we're talking about, Juicy. An incredibly frustrating loss in game number 1 that comes in the final seconds. Adriel still stays dialed. He's down for most of game number 2, and he puts together a few perfect graveyards. As you know, being a great graveyard player yourself, you only need 1 or 2 good graveyards to win the game, and Adriel got them.
Yeah, let's go ahead and switch over to these lock cards here for this game 3. But as we do that, I'm gonna also just talk about like this very small mistake from Pedro at the end there, and it's just the cage placement. And part of it is the fact that the cage is a passive building, so it has a larger hitbox, but it just made it so both of those furnaces that just got fireballed were just barely out of range of the tower. And that Evo furnace staying alive is what gave Adriel the pressure to go ahead and just continue spamming graveyards as the furnaces continue to spawn insane amounts of fire spirits to connect the tower as well.
All right, so looking at what has been used and what is available, Pedro, any card that has a blue mark next to it has been used by Pedro. Any card with a red mark next to it has been used by Adriel. And looking through what's here, just trying to think about, you know, Hog is available for both of these guys. Pedro can still go to Royal Hogs. Mortar available for both into game number 3.
Yeah, Mortar's solid.
I mean, it feels like Drill, Juicy, we talked about at the top of the day. It was like, it feels like Drill should not be played, and we have seen very, very little Drill after the top 2 sets of the day. Mighty Miner also still available when you think about cards that can be coupled with that Hog, and when you think about cards that go with the Mortar as well. We see Minions available. We see... just trying to find everything here.
Yeah.
Cannon card available, Rascals available. The Evo E-Barbs should still be available for one of them.
Yeah, Adriel can play Evo E-Barbs. Pedro cannot. I mean, there's a lot of moving parts with the coach's stuff here, right? Like, there's so many different things that you have to think about all at once. Other thing is, like, Pigs and Royal Giant are kind of just getting cooked as well. Like, I think Pigs have had 3 losses on the day now. A couple wins as well, but the RG's really struggling, and then Drill's struggling. So, like, what's kind of left here? It seems like Logbait's kind of taking a little bit of a, you know, it's kind of shining a little bit more somehow, still, after all the nerfs. And then you also have Hog Rider coming in. Royal Hogs are still really strong. Pedro has the availability to play that. And
he
then
didn't play it at all yesterday. Neither of them actually played Royal Hogs yesterday, which is super interesting. And then looking at what Adriel has run, he did run that Mortar, Mother Witch, Goblinstein, Evo Minion Horde deck that could still be out there. They actually both ran a deck similar to that, so that would be kind of cool to see. A little bit of a... I saw Evo Minion Horde actually show up a lot yesterday, Juicy, and then it hasn't really shown up at all today, and I feel like it was actually pretty good in the matches that I saw.
Yeah, maybe Adriel runs that now because with Fireball out. I feel like Fireball and Roll Delivery, I guess, are 2 main options to deal with an Evo Minion Horde. Mainly because, I mean, anything else, it just goes into invisibility state. Like arrows, it's just going to go invisible plus invincible, and it's just super strong. But yeah, Adriel does have the option to play mini horde, but I guess Pedro still has delivery. But then it's just the mind game, right? Because if Pedro's going to play delivery instead of like a log in a hog deck, as an example, that just means that Adriel has the option to maybe bring out the log bait deck and try to outcycle that. So
right,
once again, yeah, we just talk about the the difference in for like the coaches. There's so much happening. All right, drill coming in. So looks like maybe it's a drill mirror. Adriel's got a fire spirit and a Mega Knight, so he's very prepared for drill. And we see a bomber from Pedro as well. So drill, snowball, probably gonna just be poison cannon. We know this deck, we've seen this deck. Berserker, wow, what an interesting magic archer lineup there. Perfect geometry. Snowball from Pedro to push that back to prevent any extra hits. And it's going to be a hog variation. He does get the king active. Adriel's not super happy with that. He's kind of just watching to see if this hog rider is able to break through. Not going to happen. And a Tesla dropping down here to deal with this berserker as well. No berserker ability is necessary right now. Pedro's going to keep that elixir advantage and most likely send in another drill. Wouldn't be surprised to see in the left lane now as well, because you go left side, you're able to force your opponent to basically switch lanes, which is kind of nice. It's not a huge difference maker since there's only been about 100 damage done in the right lane, but 100 damage is 100 damage, and we've seen games won or lost over less.
Yeah, many times in the past have we seen that difference be the difference maker. So very heavy against very fast, or not very heavy, but we'll say at least a very quick cycle here from Pedro to another Magic Archer lineup. 4 shots. Wow. Really nice.
Yeah. Only got 1 hit on that first Marcher lineup, but this is a big difference. And it's just crazy to me how much damage, like just a couple hits from the Magic Archer hitting, Berserker or whatever it was there. And it's just all of a sudden cementing Adriel into a very comfortable lead.
Yeah. Magic Archer is still one of the most fascinating and pace-changing cards in the game, and it's a card that you always have to be thinking about. I mean, obviously, at the highest level, you want to think about every card that they have in cycle, but the Marcher is just one of those things that you cannot ignore when it's back in cycle, and you always have to think about that lineup.
Interesting Evo Tesla there. The stun actually takes care of some of the skellies, allowing the Magic Archer to get 1 hit in the right lane. And then, yeah, I guess the other thing to mention is just this kind of like an old meta deck here. And I say old, it was just last season, but it's interesting to see that this is still viable. And I think it just comes down to, like you're saying, the consistency in damage, not only from the Hog Rider, but the Magic Archer as well.
And this Hog Rider needs some more attention, so a Bomber plus Skellies, and the shot comes in, and the Fireball comes down. Adriel with a lot of momentum behind him, up by 600-ish.
And then Adriel just dropping Teslas at the bridge, just blocking any sort of support for the drill, because he knows that he can defend the drill just fine. It's really a Bomber or Berserker making the tower. That is the main threat. And as he's defending, he's continuing to counter push as well.
And another Fireball cycle comes in. Magic Archer trying to line up. Does get 1, does get 2, does get 3 shots. Adriel, a sniper with the Magic Archer in this game number 3. And that hog got a hit, right?
I don't know. It might just be the Magic Archer doing insane amounts of damage. Either way, 5 seconds until triple elixir, and it's just going to get worse for Pedro right now.
It did not get a hit. It did not get a hit. I got excited. I got a little excited.
Drill poison. Mega Knight will drop down. Really perfect timing. This Magic Archer up high is really annoying to deal with, and wow, Adriel's just happy to continue to Fireball cycle at this point.
Yeah, and honestly, with 45 seconds left, he doesn't need to do any more offense. He can just create pressure offensively without actually looking for any damage, and then just spend everything else on defense with a 1,000 HP lead, now down to about 900 here. With 30 seconds remaining, Hog Rider in to create pressure, pull Elixir out. Now you don't have as much support for the drill. Poison goes in up high to try to get on top of that Tesla as well. And Juicy, as you said at the very beginning, that Mega Knight ready to go against those drills.
Man, drill just continues to show or just to prove itself that it's terrible, basically. Adriel's clapping. He's sending in some celebration with 5 seconds left. Another fireball cycle. Evo Drill's trying to make something happen, but without the spawn damage, it's not able to get the damage that it used to.
And a very frustrating start to the set for Adriel, but it's not about how you start, it's about how you finish. A Lightning and a Hero Valkyrie connection, a misplaced card in the Lightning from Adriel, and then a Hero Valk connection from Pedro takes game number 1 in the final moments. Maybe a premature Lightning from Adriel, so maybe Lightning doing Adriel dirty twice in that game 1. He's able to reset and retake this best of 3 with a back-to-back win, a reverse sweep against a former world number 2 in Pedro. Juicy, great plays from Adriel as we moved on through this set. He was so dialed in. He was able to make a lot of stuff happen. Those graveyards perfectly timed and placed at the end of that game. As you said, the pressure from the furnaces throughout, some good Hero Berserker abilities defensively and offensively. And then in game number 3, he just had Pedro's number. Perfect matchup here. Great Magic Archer placement. Aggressive high Teslas to keep things locked up at the bridge. And yeah, Drill just not doing it this weekend.
Yeah, I don't know. I think I have nothing else to put down for this game. You explained it perfectly. I think that, yeah, I mean, once again, it's just those Magic Archers. Like, I'm honestly, like, if there's anyone watching right now, go back and rewatch that game. That was a straight up Magic Archer masterclass. As we hop in and check at the bracket, we have some of our or I guess our next thing that's basically set in stone is that Pedro is going to be sent down to play against Mo after losing there. I'm not sure which one of these matchups we're doing first. I'm assuming we'll be doing Sub and Dominic next, just to give Pedro a break to kind of figure out and recoup and prepare for his match against Mo. So, yeah, Sub Dominic next match. I think the most important thing here to remember is that Dominic is the only player left in this monthly final that is not guaranteed to be at World Finals. So he is the only one really trying to get that golden ticket and keep his dreams alive.
Dominic started off 0-2 against Mo Light, being sent down to the lower bracket immediately. But since then, Juice, he's only lost 1 game. 2-0 over Saudi, 2-0 over Asaf with his bye, with Asaf's personal issues coming up today. And then Dominic goes 2-1 against EGW in a great set there. Mo Light on the other side of it, sent him down to the lower bracket, no problem. 2-0 over Greco, 2-0 over Coco. Pedro and Mo Light will be coming up next. Sub just recently being sent down to the lower bracket by Mugi. Mugi goes a perfect 2-0 over Sub, as you guys can see right there, after Sub takes the world champion down to the lower bracket. So Sub goes... Sub goes from 1 world champion and now the opportunity to play up against another one if he's able to stay alive against Dominic. But before we move on, we got a little video for you guys to get ready for what's coming down the lane in CRL 2026.
The great D-Roy. I think he just missed out on the LCQ this year. He's probably ranked 32 or something. But I think next year he'll make World Finals.
My father is always there, and my coach Jibus, he always tell me practice, practice. You need to practice. You need to be the best. So I take those words and put into myself.
Poderia estar 3 pessoas, mas eu vou estar uma. Acho que o Rosé, que eu comecei a trabalhar com o Rosé em 24. Então a gente está 3 anos, né? Tá indo para 3º ano e 3, a gente tá indo pro 3º mundial. Então acho que eu diria o Rosé.
La persona que yo creo que me sorprende bastante, le tengo muchas admiraciones y mucho respeto, es a Mohamed Like. Yo creo que Mohamed Like es una de las personas que más respeto le tengo y que admiro bastante, que me motiva a lograr lo que tal vez lo que él ha logrado es porque es el mejor del mundo y para mí el mejor de la historia. Y es la persona que yo creo que más impacto me ha llevado en Clash y más sorprendido, me ha dejado de todo lo que ha logrado en Clash Royale.
I'm buying a lot of Pokemon cards. I think the power of the green blob Pokemon, I don't know what it is, but this will take me to victory.
I use practice like 5, 6 hours a day. This week I'm practicing a lot much than the previous weeks. So I think that's the key.
Tô treinando,
Mhm.
terminando a entrevista aqui eu vou treinar, então acho que preciso me dedicar um pouquinho mais, que essa é a última semana, então treinar e depois me preparar para o Mundial.
Es jugar más, o sea, yo de por sí pues hago directos todos los días, entonces ahí aprovecho para entrenar, aparte también ando intentando entrenar, pero como yo digo, siempre es más que nada la mentalidad, el control de los nervios, las emociones, eso es yo creo que lo que define a un jugador bueno, como por ejemplo a Momo, a todos los que están en Wars, son personas que tienen bastante experiencia, por eso casi siempre son los mismos, porque dominan mucho los nervios, las emociones, son muy tranquilos y aparte tienen un talento increíble que pues junta todo eso y también son muy disciplinados.
Means a lot. The grinds paid off, obviously. So I'm very happy to be there and represent the Latin community.
Ah, é um sonho, que eu acho que no jogo isso daqui é a coisa que todos almejam, então, pô, um Mundial é um Mundial, independente do resultado. E, pô, significa muito, que significa que eu tenho um nível ainda decente, que eu posso competir com os melhores e sou um dos melhores, então significa muito.
Pues ojalá y Dios quiera pues meterle ganas. Yo sé que pues me han pasado muchas cosas pues malas aquí en la escena competitiva. Yo siempre pues aún así intento pues meterle muchas ganas y seriedad. Obviamente pues yo creo que no hay que hablar tanto de que dar resultados, pero pues si llego a clasificar, pues creo que todo lo que ha pasado, todo lo que he pasado, porque solo uno conoce lo que ha pasado y los problemas que uno tiene, creo que valdría la pena cada momento, cada esfuerzo que pues estoy dando.
Man, I don't know if it's just because I'm getting older, Juicy, but just feeling the feels after just seeing all these dudes going after their dreams and accomplishing it, and seeing the thousands and thousands of hours that go into this. You know this. You stream basically every day of the week. You were a pro player before that. Even when you're not streaming, even when you're not competing, you're competing in third-party events, things like that. You just see how much dedication it takes to be the best in the world at a game that millions of people play across the globe. And yeah, just feeling it, man. It's so cool to see these guys accomplish their dream one more time and to get to the top of that mountain that is World Finals.
Yeah, speaking about those dreams, a lot of these players, all of these players except for Dominic, has made that dream come true. They are qualified via golden tickets or via the guaranteed points mathematically. Dominic is the only one who has not gotten that yet. He's secured himself a spot in the last chance qualifier, but that's not what he wants. He's already made it this far in this final monthly final of August, and right now he's a big daunting task of beating Cal Sub in this match.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly what you have to be able to win at the highest levels. You got to go through guys like this to qualify. You got to be able to feel that pressure, and we saw the celebration from Dominic. Maybe some of that for his boy Morton, who secured World Finals, but obviously most of it for himself, showing that he's still got what it takes to be at the highest level in the game. And now can he do it against one of the best to ever do it in sub? We'll find out here at the end of this best of three, as that hog does connect on the left-hand side. Furnace going to be stopped. 3007 HP is the lowest tower for sub, as Dominic has already taken about 500 damage.
This is just the unspoken strength of Hog Rider. The fact that you can play it early in a game where Dominic doesn't have his Goblin Hut and cycle right away. He has to play the Ice Spirit first. And then all of a sudden, with the little bit late to get the Goblin Hut in hand, with the Earthquake dropping down, you're not getting, the Ops Lane Tower to help out. So you're just getting a solid 500 damage lead off rip with one Hog hit.
Poison coming down on that firecracker, as this push will take a little bit of attention, and we'll see a delivery.
Another Hog Rider
going right back on offense.
Yeah, really nice goblet placement now. So he's done a good job of kind of fixing his. Oh, that was not necessary. Yeah, I'm totally with you. Huge over defense, and not only does this over defense mean that he's going to be low in elixir, but it's probably going to mean that he's going to get out-cycled, and he's not going to have Evo Snowball for the next defense. So I don't know. This is a tough mistake. Definitely the nerves starting to show a little bit for Doom here.
And I love Sub goes, I know I have an elixir advantage. Let me just continue to control the board. Tesla out right away, trying to get to that Evo Tesla. You want to play in the left-hand lane? I will go to the right. Sub doing all the right things at the moment.
Interesting decision from Sub to not Earthquake here. Instead, go ahead and just set up defense with a Firecracker, but a perfect snowball from Doom. You know, maybe he's a genius, Andrew. Maybe he purposely wasted his Evo snowball so he could push the next Evo Firecracker into his push instead of away.
You know what? I'm with you. That's what it was. Because that is a very fascinating interaction that would not have been possible if that was not played. As we see the Graveyard come in, Delivery doing its work at the bridge again. Evo Tesla to clean up that Graveyard. Evo Tesla, one of the best counters in the game to that Graveyard.
And then just Earthquake cycle. I mean, it makes sense. After that solid defense with that Evo Tesla, you just drop another Earthquake on offense, and you continue this defense. And look at the delivery. He doesn't even need the Earthquake on defense. He's got delivery. He's got Skelly. He's got Electro Spirit. One Larry will make it for about one shot, but is that enough when you're down this much damage?
90 seconds remain, 500 HP between the two of them. Obviously, cycled EQs can still come in, but the one, I guess, silver lining that Dominic can take from this is knowing that Graveyard always wanting to play into the same lane, and Sub is now very committed to this left-hand side.
The other thing is this delivery is just so nice versus the Furnace. A lot of the time, the Furnace is the super valuable card for Graveyard in a matchup like this. And it just seems like this, man, just seems like this delivery is just locking down everything at the bridge here.
I really like that Firecracker placement with the E-Spirit to help retarget that Furnace. Furnace got one shot in, but not enough to take the Firecracker off the board. And now an Earthquake going to come down, and a lot of Earthquake value there, hitting about everything on the board. And Sub almost gets another shot in from the Hog. Snowball comes out last second. Firecracker again in a frustrating spot for Doom.
Early Earthquake, late Gob Hut. He's letting the Firecracker go in the other lane, and it's Doom's time to attack. The Mighty Miner ability did not hit the Evo Furnace either, but with Evo Snowball and another delivery in cycle, I just don't think it matters.
And Mighty Miner doing some good work on that right-hand side. Now the ability to go opposite lane, and Sub takes that opportunity. That is a great call here. You don't want to keep going in the same lane in these final moments, as that gives Dom the opportunity to get a counter push. And now you see he's caught defending on the right-hand side. Great plays from Sub all throughout. And Dominic maybe feeling the nerves just a little bit.
The nerves is one thing. The other thing is Evo Tesla, Electro Spirit, Earthquake for a Graveyard.
Yeah.
And then a Hog Rider with a quick cycle to break through some Gob Huts. I mean, the Earthquake really just MVP here. I feels like it's just super solid on defense. It's great on offense for breaking through the Hog. And then I guess the final thing that you already mentioned is just these Firecracker placements. They're really hard to deal with when your opponent you don't have a bar barrel. And then you play him in a spot where you can't really get poison value too. It just seemed like Sub had complete control over this match.
Yeah, you know, we talk a lot about the micro of the game, but the macro from Sub there, just recognizing how can I make this just the most frustrating game for Dominic to play. All of those things coming together perfectly for Sub, and a very easy game win in number one.
Well said. So now Doom's in a situation. If he wants to keep his World Finals dreams alive in this monthly final, he's going to have to beat the World Finals runner-up from last year in a reverse sweep best of 3. Is it possible? Sure. Is it probable? No. Sub, he's used the Hog Rider. Hog Rider is definitely one of Sub's stronger cards. Doom has yet to bring out the Lava Hound. We'll see if that's a possibility now that Tesla has been used. But I'm sure that there's going to be other options for Sub, like, for example, just Goblin Hut plus Furnace, Piggies. Just a great way to defend against these Lava Hound decks.
Yeah, Dominic played Lava Hound, I think, just once yesterday. It was a Lava Hound, Hero Dark Prince, Evo Inferno, Evo Zap version with Bomber and Skeleton Dragons and Void. Void, an interesting change to Void. I think it was definitely kind of a necessary buff, but Dominic, known as one of the best Lava players in the world, not able to pick up a win with that. And then Sub, on the other side of it, has just been very happy to kind of play all over the place. When you look at the decks that he's played, he's got a good amount of variability in there. Different Royal Giant decks, different Hog decks. He hasn't played any Graveyard. He played that Hyperbait deck with the Hero Valk that was really good, and now has become a little bit of some of the competitive meta, as we saw, I think, what was it, Pedro and Mugi use that recently. Only played Royal Hogs once, which I think is the most interesting thing, just because we've seen how much people have leaned on Royal Hogs throughout this entire weekend. So Sub now with the game in hand, we'll see where he wants to go, and Dominic trying to keep his World Finals hope. I mean, you obviously want to do it with a golden ticket. Juicy, I think you said he already clinched the LCQ, but there is a lot of heavy hitters in that LCQ.
I know. Yeah. And the LCQ, you know, it's not this situation where you can continue to accumulate points and try to get into the point leaderboard. It's just, you know, anyone who didn't make it to points, anyone who didn't qualify for Worlds via points just all gets shoved into this final, you know, gauntlet for one last golden ticket. It's just an absolutely brutal situation where there's only one person coming out with a qual there. It seems like Dominic's best chance is right here, right now versus Sub, a reverse sweep. Let's see what deck he's going to bring in order to make that happen.
Yeah, reverse sweep against Sub. That is a tough and tall task, and a good luck out from Dom. Sub says, I'm dialed, man. I don't want... I'll give you the good luck later. I'll give you the well played.
Evo Skeleton Army from Doom, splitting it to trying to deal with these Roll Hogs, and Sub does go to the Roll Hogs with the Gappa, with the Furnace most likely, in order to try and counter this balloon deck, but a Musketeer instead of Furnace, even more air defense.
Yeah, what a tough draw there for Dominic, but he does get his shot in.
Wow. I mean, that's a huge situation. And yeah, you're right. It really just comes down to that Skeleton Army, right? Distracting that Musketeer.
And does get the ability off in time, so now this Musketeer becomes a bit of a threat. Hero Berserker gets on top of tower and baits out those minions, which should be easy cleanup, and now we're basically back to even. Sub up by about half an elixir.
Let's see. I don't think Doom's playing lava here. I think he's gonna... Oh, I'm an idiot.
It's exactly the caster curse that we all love and adore.
Let's see. I guess the Skeleton Army probably drops here. What I was thinking is, like, I would like to get my Evo Skeleton Army cycle and before I go in for an attack, but Doom knows better than I. He wants to make this attack early in single elixir, most likely, and he does have the bomb to rely on defensively. Problem is, this Godpud plus Musketeer combo is so strong, and I think Doom tried to hit the balloon ability and it didn't go off. I could be wrong there. It looked like his elixir bar got drained and it just didn't go off.
Kind of exactly what we were talking about just like Doom maybe going to lava as his comfort, and then Sub maybe relying on some of the strongest things in the meta and those Royal Hogs that he has not really played this weekend. Just going with a different version of the Musketeer. And Juicy, I think that's because of his opponent. You know, you think about Dominic and you think about trying to cover your bases without changing the deck too much, and he just goes, all right, well, Musketeer is better than a lot of the other cards or the air units that come with this deck. And somehow still gets on tower there. Some of those Skellies locked behind, it looked like. And Hero Berserker gets some more damage in. This is kind of a do or die moment for Dominic with only 587 remaining. Hero Berserker there again.
Berserker gets one hit, no ability played. I'm sure we'll see a balloon ability. No, he does go for it, but doesn't really work the way he wants.
Wow.
With death damage, but the Musketeer is just alive, Andrew. The Musketeer just cleans everything up, and it's some damage, but I don't think it's enough.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, a lot closer than I thought he might be in this moment. 905 to 506, but this is where it becomes really difficult to get another Lava Hound on the board. You know, we were talking so much earlier about with that Lava Hound, you have to know when to take damage, and right now you can't really take much damage. Takes one Hoggy hit there, and Evo Inferno always scary as it shreds through that Berserker and the Ice Spirit. And Dominic can't believe it. The ability doesn't go off for the Hero Berserker. That's crazy.
Oh my goodness. I hope we can see a replay on that. But what a play from Doom. I mean, this is just what he does, man. This is how he plays constant Lava Hound on ladder. It doesn't matter which variation it is. He can use any set of 8 cards. As long as he has a Lava Hound in one of those slots, he is going to make some sort of ridiculous play. And I'm honestly speechless, but he keeps his dreams alive. He's forcing this to game 3.
And you could see the frustration on Sub's face the second he dropped. I mean, I've heard so many of you guys say it, streamers, content creators, top pros. The scariest card in the game is a charged up Inferno Dragon. The timing behind it, it's just the amount of damage that comes out is so exponential compared to any other card that the timing, you saw there, he drops that Hero Berserker. I guess at the end of the day, you have to say one tile too high, because you know the second he dropped it, he started spamming the ability button just to kite it away for a moment. But he doesn't get the ability off in time because it's one tile too high. Inferno locks on early, shreds through the Berserker, no time for the ability, shreds through the Ice Spirit, and immediately, as soon as that Berserker goes down, you can see Sub shaking his head, just going, what on earth just happened, as Dominic does it with his favorite win condition in the game. You love to go to comfort in game number 2 after a tough game number 1, and we are going to game number 3, Juice. As you said, World Finals golden ticket hopes still alive for the German.
Yeah. I guess another thing to think about is, I'm trying to think. So the current players left in the game, right? Or the left in this tournament. Maybe could we quickly like go to the bracket really quickly?
We have Sub and Dominic, Pedro and Mo Light, Mugi and Adriel.
Well, so which of these players do not have a golden ticket? So we have Sub, Dominic. Sub doesn't have a golden ticket.
An actual golden ticket.
Yeah, an actual golden ticket. So Sub doesn't
Mo
have one.
Light,
Adriel doesn't have one.
Yeah.
And
I was going to say
then-
Molite, Sandbox, Pedro, and Clown are the 4 with the golden tickets.
Okay. So if Sub is able to beat this, I guess there's still Pedro that could take a golden... No, Pedro has one. There's it's just Adriel. It's just Adriel.
Sub, Adriel, and Mugi all do not have golden tickets right now.
Oh, man. Okay, so never mind. It's not... It's just way more difficult than I thought it was. But yeah, I mean, if he's able to win this, like he's able to get in there. But the fact that Mugi and Adriel are in the upper bracket, like Dominic's gonna have to do this the old-fashioned way if he wants this ticket. But checking out this replay, it's kind of from the reverse angle. No, it is not. It's not from the reverse angle. But check out this Inferno Dragon. It locks on the Berserker, like you said. Insta takes it out. It insta takes out the Ice Spirit, and then the Bomber, meanwhile, the whole time is at 1 HP. It's taking out the Goblin Hut. And I think that Sub just needed to play a Lightning. I think that, like, as soon as you see the balloon, instead of trying to defend in other ways, you lightning the Inferno Dragon, you lightning the balloon, and then you're just chilling. You're in a good spot where you just have the win. But
and you get to reset the Inferno as well.
Yeah.
And a perfect Hero Balloon ability. Everything came together in a perfect sequence for Dominic to take that game, and the king of consistency in Sub just getting overrun there from the skies. And man, again, that Inferno Dragon, when it's Evo and charged up, is so scary. I agree, Juicy. You just got to go for the safe play there instead of maybe the play that gets you a little bit more elixir at the end of the day. Just drop that spell down, take care of those cards. That hero ability from the balloon also comes in and just cleans up the building just like that, you know, and it just is one of those things where we find Doom now pushing to a game number 3. Dude, I mean, he has been electric to watch today. It has been so fun to watch his games because so much is still on the line for him.
yeah, and you can see it like in his celebration after winning that game.
Yeah.
Just like seemed like an insurmountable task, but he makes it happen with this wild Inferno Dragon Bomber balloon push. And then, yeah, we're heading to game 3. So, I mean, I'm thinking about the cards that everyone's played so far. So, Sub has played Hog and a Piggy's deck. And then Doom has played Lava Hound. And then, what did he play in the first game? Anyway, either way,
let me see if I can pull it up here.
It's just like he's basically in a spot where he's used his best deck.
Oh, Graveyard.
So I guess like what Doom has left that he's really good at is Royal Giant. Is that too predictable?
Mortar, he's been 100% with Mortar this weekend.
Okay. So I mean, maybe we're gonna see a Mortar Mirror matchup. We already saw Doom clinch a Mortar Mirror matchup by like 2 HP. So maybe there's a future where that happens again.
He doesn't have to run into Hog EQ, which is interesting.
True.
Since that was played in game number 1. So, you know, it's tough because I'm sure Sub and his coach are thinking about how much Dominic has leaned on Mortar this weekend and maybe trying to get around that.
And then on the verse end, like, what if Doom just plays Hockey Q himself? Like, with Piggies out? Like, what could be Hockey Q here?
Yeah, Doom has not played Hoggy Q at all this weekend. Some of the other win conditions he's leaned on is Royal Hogs, Evo Battle Ram with the Vines and the Mother Witch. And then, yeah, like we already said, Graveyard there. He's played... Yeah, I mean, that honestly kind of covers it now that we've already seen what we've seen in this set. So interesting. If I'm sub, I am thinking Mortar coming from Dominic as the obvious play, but sometimes the obvious play is not what you want to do, but sometimes the obvious play is the kind of the will they won't they. Like, oh, they know that I've leaned on it all weekend, so they're going to try to counter it, but then they're going to think that I'm not going to play it, so then they play something else. Here we go. Game number 3. Cinderella story for Dom, still alive here. 1-1. Player that loses goes home. Sub already punched his ticket to World Finals. Can Dominic do it too?
All right, Gold Knight in the back. Okay. So not Hoggy Q. Going with something a little heavier, perhaps. What is...
Wow, an Archer Queen. Archer Queen probably maybe the most affected by that champion and hero nerf. I feel like Archer Queens, you would almost regularly get that second ability off.
Right.
And that was what made her so strong.
Yeah, that's well said. Very true. So Archer Queen, minor poison for sub. Not Hoggy Q, but Dominic does go for Hog, and the Mega Knight at 1 HP gets a jump. Doom's feeling pretty good about it. It's definitely not game over by any means, but what a solid start for the German player here.
Yeah, I wonder if Sub is just feeling a little bit tilted from that end of the second game. I don't know how you couldn't, but just to go back to what we were saying about Adriel against Pedro, is sometimes things happen in Clash Royale that you don't expect, or you make the smallest misplay and your opponent takes advantage of it. Sub's got to wash that from his mind. Memory of a goldfish here.
Allows the Gold Knight to attack first, then ability. Makes a lot of sense. Fisherman pre-plays to pull the miner away from tower here. Log trying to get this queen to break through, but a ghost is down, ready to go. So he's got a Evo Mega Knight, and he's got the Golden Knight for hero. I'm trying to figure out what this other Evo is going to end up being. It is the E-Barbs for Doom.
And that last push there was a moment that historically we probably would have seen that second Archer Queen ability come down.
That's such a good call. It's so important. His sub is just a little bit weaker with this Archer Queen. Little less value on the offensive side of things.
Yeah, it's so interesting that Sub goes to this deck. He's basically just like, I know that my micro is better than yours. I can outplay you. But as of right now, Dominic in the lead, and this Hog Rider is going to need some more attention.
And
as we see, oh wow, 4 elixir in the tank. So Guard's going to go up high here. Guard's a decent response to those Evo E-Barbs with the shields and the DPS.
And the Valkyrie turns around and comes back with a perfect miner placement. I mean, but then the bad micro, Sub's shaking his head, and he has to log. I mean, at least he had the log in hand there, but Doom is just applying so much pressure here.
That's crazy that Royal Ghost was not targeted, or did not target on top of that Hero Valk, and the Clash Royale gods just leaning on Dominic right now. And this is a scary Golden Knight. He gets that Fire Spirit up high.
The fact that he has to waste the Fire Spirit in order to counter the Golden Knight, though, means the Spear Empress continues to stay alive at 1 HP. A Ground Empress now in front, tanking for the Spear Empress, and he finally successfully defends, but now there's another Hog.
Cannon, there's the cannon up high, and Sub somehow gets out of that, still taking a good amount of damage, and the Hog hit comes in, and you can see every little thing Sub is responding to. He's emoting, whether it's a shake of the head, a tilt of the head. You can see that everything is getting to him right now, as we're only at 68 seconds remaining in overtime, and Sub is playing a minor poison control deck. That is not a good spot to be in.
Archer Queen of the bridge, guards of the bridge. He knows he needs damage, but this is not going to work versus this Golden Knight dash. And now it's just Dominic's turn to attack. Spirit Empress, no hog at the bridge.
And that hog, wow, every single, and look at Dominic as he knows he is still alive, and he is moving on to our lower bracket finals. Everything going wrong for Sub in game number 3.
Oh my goodness, Doom. The World Finals dreams are alive.
Wow.
He beats last year's second place World Finals finisher 2-1 in a best of 3. This is insane, Andrew. Like, what an insane showing.
Like, literally, what Sub did in that game was, I know I'm the better player right now. I'm going to play a very control-heavy deck.
Yeah.
I'm going to minor poison you out of this tournament. And Dominic just goes, no, sir. Every interaction for you micro-wise is going to go wrong. And it just kept going from bad to worse to horrible throughout that entire game. Dominic pulling off the reverse sweep, keeping that golden ticket as a possibility as he eliminates, as you said, Juice, our world number 2 in 2025.
All right, looking at the decks, game 1. This is what felt like the beginning of the end for Doom. Just hog EQ, standard stuff from Sub. He just played a perfect game and just completely locked Doom out, like you're saying, with just super solid micro. And then game number 2. This felt like, once again, it was over for Doom. I mean, we see the Goblin Hunt, we see Musketeer, a decently quick cycle, and then Doom just doesn't have much ground defense either to deal with Royal Ghost. But Doom made some magic happen with the deck that he is known for, and somehow, with an Evo Inferno Dragon Balloon Bomber push, breaks through to win the game. And then we make it to game 3, where Doom, he has a difficult task to beat Sub, where in a game 3 with a Hog Mega Knight, he's chosen to do Hog Mega Knight, but then the Evo E-Barbs, that is the X factor of this deck. But then on the other hand, you know, Sub, you talk about how with this deck, he just wants to minor poison him out. He wants to have superior micro, but these cards are just so weak. The guards, they're decent versus E-Barbs, but I mean, he has the Golden Knight to counter that. The Archer Queen after the nerf, it's terrible. And then on top of that, Dom has the Mega Knight and the Ghost, 2 insanely strong counters. And then finally, what it really comes down to is the fact that Sub just cannot get damage. And no matter how good your defense is, even if you have perfect defense, if this Fisherman continues to pull the miner away from tower every single time you go for it, you are just not going to get enough damage on the board to outpace this Mega Knight Spirit Empress combo.
That is such a great point that you make. And you look at Dominic's run in that lower bracket, only 2 losses on his tally. 2-0 over Saudi, 2-0 over Asaf, 2-1 over EGW, and now 2-1 over Sub as we see him down in that lower bracket, working his way through to the 5th round. Now, Pedro and Mo Light, a repeat from just a couple of years ago in our championship, as we take another updated look here at the leaderboard, Juice.
So at this point, the leaderboard points are pretty set in stone. Viper can no longer... Actually, wait. No, Viper actually still can qualify for Worlds. So at this point, if Mugi or if Sub or Adriel wins the golden ticket, Viper's going to get bumped back up. So Viper has a couple people to root for. Doom, you can see at number 22. He is guaranteed last chance qualifier, but he wants this golden ticket. He wants to make it to Worlds right now. Morton is now successfully locked in at that number 12 spot since EGW lost previously. And then other than that, we just have a bunch of money and some seeding points on the line here for the players that are still cooking up in this tourney.
Juicy, even if they're already qualified and they get a golden ticket, would that still keep Viper, though, out of the top 12 since they're already up in that top 12? Do you know what I'm saying?
I know what you're saying, but I believe that is not the case because there are there's always a certain number of people that can qualify via points.
Right. Okay. I see what you're saying. Yeah, right. Because then that point qualifying would move it down to Viper because it'd be a golden ticket instead. Thank you for clarifying. Yep. Only way that Viper does not make it to World Finals right now is if Doom gets a ticket, which is a crazy way to think about it. So now Viper rooting against Doom, which is, you know, honestly, when you look at who's in there, it is the person that probably has the lowest success rate, but not with the way he's playing today. Never give up until that timer hits 0, ladies and gentlemen watching at home. Anything can happen in the final seconds. Anything can happen in a best of 3. And here we go. Another great best of 3 coming your way between Pedro and Mo Light.
So focused on Doom and in this storyline that he's making for himself. I didn't even realize that we get to see such a powerhouse matchup next in this lower bracket. This is an elimination match between Pedro and Muhammad Light. This is a rematch of the 2023 World Finals Championship. Let's see what both these players are going to bring. It looks like it might be a Royal Hogs mirror matchup here, Andrew.
Yeah, just 2 different looks here. These are... Oh, no, excuse me. I didn't see the archers there from Mo. Yeah, I mean, this is the Royal Hogs deck at the moment. And Goblinstein has just become... It was one of those cards when we heard about the nerf that we were like, is Goblinstein going to be powerful or not? But now the synergy of a win condition plus the Goblinstein to kind of pull out the response and then just go Goblinstein at the bridge has just been working so well. And then that ability from the Goblin Doctor has been so powerful in the current meta.
So true. So in this mirror matchup, you guys might be wondering, like, okay, so how do you know who's going to win this mirror? Like, how does it work? And it really just comes down to who's going to cycle their evos quicker, who's going to make those breakthroughs with their lightnings effectively to get those piggies to pass that tower. And at this point, Mo's played his Evo piggies twice now, so he's going to have the Evo version in cycle here as we head into double elixir. I think Pedro's in a really tough spot, especially since he's already used the bomb tower. But a nice prediction Electro Spirit from Pedro is going to do his best to mitigate the damage as best as possible.
That E-Spirit did some overtime there, getting that connection, the jump between the 2 split piggies. And yeah, I mean, you guys have just kind of seen it in sequence here from Mo. It's Royal Hogs come out, Bomb Tower comes out, Bomb Tower's out, Goblinstein at the bridge. Goblinstein has pulled the Bomb Tower out again. Piggies once again, you know, and then that was how Pedro was kind of keeping up with that cycle, was a great E-Spirit plus archers. So here we go, 2608, untouched towers for Mo Light.
Yeah, I think another thing in mirror matchups is it's just about aggression as well. And you can see Mo doing just that right now. Gobstein ability, predicting the next bomb tower, and it's just forcing Pedro in a situation. Evo archers start to walk away. One does come back. That should be solid, but look at this damage. He's chipping away. Mo is chipping away. He's forcing out bomb towers with the Gobstein, like you said, and he's just going to keep the pressure. Meanwhile, look at Pedro. He's not played piggies a single time.
Yeah, that's crazy. Mo Light, I mean, this is such a great call by you, Juicy, when you talk about the aggression and how aggressive you need to be in this mirror matchup. But Pedro may be waiting till the right time. Those piggies on the right-hand side should give him the lead. And that is just such a great like display of patience from Pedro.
Evo piggies now for Mo. Pedro has the bomb tower and archers combo. With the pressure that Pedro is putting, Mo did not have enough elixir to hit the lightning, but maybe that wasn't his goal. Maybe he's just trying to make a Gobstein connection happen on this right-hand side with the bomb tower being baited out on the left.
And almost neck and neck in damage here is now a Gobstein at the bridge comes out from Pedro.
Lightning on the archers. Wow, what do you think about that play, Andrew?
I was just going to say, I don't know. Is that a bit of an overspend? And now we see the Pedro kind of baits out the response there. Early E-Spirit, no Bomb Tower and cycle. Now Evo Piggy, or excuse me, regular Piggies are going to come down here for Pedro. Bomb Tower back in for Mo. It's interesting because it feels like a bit of an overspend, but then when you think about the damage, he is in the lead. But now we'll see what he has for defense.
Yep, this is Mo's chance to convert that elixir advantage into a push. There's a Gobstein on either side. Evo Archers split over the middle. Pedro does have his Evo Archers on the left to help clean up. And then a Bomb Tower plus Bar Barrel plus E-Spirit right side does a pretty good job. And now he's back to Archers. This Gobstein might be making a tower, though.
Yeah, Gobstein gets the tower late. bomb tower there. I wasn't sure if he was going to maybe try to lightning that Gobstein, but now he needs the lightning to clear the path. Lightning going to come in, doesn't get on the bomb tower, goes to the archers again. 1813, 1896, 10 seconds remaining. Mo has the lightning. Pedro sends in the Evo Piggies to try to bait it out, and I think Mo is going to get by the skin of his teeth here with a lightning last second. Wait!
What? Okay.
Too much elixir?
To be fair, I don't even. I genuinely think what happened is Mo didn't even play the lightning because he knew that Pedro also had lightning back in cycle, and Pedro's tower, he just had more damage. So he just didn't even try to lightning. Like, he just gave up. He didn't even try to lightning because Pedro's lightning was gonna do more.
Wow. That was crazy. That was I mean, it felt like Mo was in the lead for so long, and then Pedro evened things up, and then it was just like a back and forth battle. I gotta say, the defense from Pedro in that game was unbelievable, otherworldly, over and over. Like, not getting overwhelmed by the amount of pressure. I mean, it would literally be Goblinstein left lane, Goblinstein right lane, Hog left lane, Hog's right lane, like just non-stop. And the bomb tower placement, the bar barrel usage, the archers, like the E-Spirit, everything from Pedro was like picture perfect throughout that game.
Man, those are the type of mirror matchups where if I played that, I would genuinely just fall apart. Like, I would not.
Yeah.
I would not know what to do. Like, there's just so much going on because you need the bomb tower for the Piggies and the Gobstein. You need to know when the right time to go the lightning on offense is. You want to hit the archers, but you also want to try and get your bomb tower off the board so you can break through. And, you know, it's like, when do you play the Gobstein ability? When do you save the elixir so you can get more Piggies and more lightning? There's just so many decisions that you have to be able to make at any given moment in such a quick fashion. And when it comes down to it, it's just literally tens of HP by the end, where, you know, if Mo drops that lightning, you know, Pedro just barely wins by like maybe 150, 100 damage. Like, this is like insane. But also huge props to Pedro for actually even being able to beat Mo in this mirror.
I couldn't even keep up casting the game.
Literally.
I can't even imagine what it would be like to play that game. What an incredible game number one here. The good luck out from Mo. Pedro and Mo now leaking a little bit of elixir here in game number two. Maybe trying to catch their breath after that insane finish in game one. That was wild.
Okay. Furnace in the back. Mo with a wizard. So, two different choices in the Evo glass cannon here. Poison from Pedro, looking like Graveyard.
Was that Hog and Graveyard?
Yeah. Pedro with Graveyard, most likely. Technically, it could be Drill with the poison. And then you're right about the Hog Rider. I think it makes a lot of sense. The big thing here is, like, why on the choice of the wizard. A lot of the time you choose this Evo wizard if you're expecting your opponent to go for some sort of heavy type of, like, bridge spam or beatdown deck. But in this situation, I think that Pedro is kind of at an advantage because of that. Because instead of a beatdown deck, he's just bringing a Graveyard Cycle. And not having to worry about a Firecracker is just going to put Pedro in a little bit of a better spot.
So the wizard does splash there. Only 3 elixir in the tank to deal with this Hog plus wizard push. That is not a lot. Snowball comes in, and now 1 elixir to deal with the wizard. Wizard should get 1 shot, and it does.
Snowball does a good job versus that Hog, but yeah, the wizard ends up being pretty strong there. Really just nice heads-up play from Mo. Kind of just using the fact that he has a 1-cycle Evo to get a slight advantage in the single elixir. That's only possible in single time. So really solid. Now Mo's going to set up some defense, and he's going to make sure this Evo Furnace is not a problem.
Yeah, that's a great call about just getting to that Evo in single to try to abuse your opponent and you know, get a little bit of damage where you can, wherever you can. Earthquake cycle in from Mo, doing the exact thing that I'm talking about, just getting damage when you can.
Really nice Monk once again. We don't see the ability. No, we do see the ability, but I just don't think it's going to work because the Berserker does literally so much damage. That 65% damage reduction from the Monk is just not enough.
And Pedro only down by about 500 HP. Happy to just kind of chill and see when he can get that first graveyard in, what he can get out of it. As we know, Pedro, very, very patient, very methodical, and as we saw in that last game, he hadn't played his Hogs by the time that Mo had already played like 2 sets of Evo Royal Hogs and still comes out with a W. That confidence in knowing what you can put together as the game goes on is just very impressive.
Interesting. Poison dropping down. Berserker ability is cleaning up pretty well. Oh, man, this is fascinating because the guards as well to deal with the Graveyard is also helping Mo out quite a lot defensively. So it's like both players shouldn't be able to break through each other very well, but Mo has been able to get 1 wizard shot plus some monk chip. So that's just like really the difference maker in the damage differential right now.
Yeah, and then I think, you know, you think about the poison value that Pedro's going to be looking for. I think Mo's going to lean on Pedro, having to poison that wizard time and time again. Is that Fire Spirit finally connects here on the right-hand side, so damage in both lanes. Another Fire Spirit connection on the right-hand side, and there you go, Graveyard. As soon as we get into triple elixir, Evo Tesla ready to go.
Evo Tesla, this is what it's made for. Deals with the skeletons and the Dark Prince. And then once again in the left-hand lane, it's literally just a monk chip, part 72.
And a Tesla here to look for that Goblin Hut. Dark Prince will still clean it up, though, and also going to kind of set the line here up at the bridge.
Dark Prince does not tank for the tower here at all with the Tesla and that high no man's land placement. And there's only 20 seconds left. Anti-Earthquake Goblin Hut. Monk gets chip yet again. Log's trying to come through, but with the Berserker Furnace defense, he should be all right. But the problem is he needs a bunch of damage in the last 8 seconds of this game.
Yeah, no way it's going to come through. Now we'll probably see some guards from Mo on that right-hand side. No, he goes with the Earthquake instead, cleans everything up, and we find ourselves with a pretty by-the-numbers game number 2 here. Pedro just not able to break through. Mo Light playing some really clean defense, always going to option number 2 and option number 3 defensively instead of going with, you know, guards right off the bat to get poisoned off the board. You know, that high Tesla pulls the Dark Prince to the middle so it doesn't tank for the Graveyard. No guards come down for the poison that Pedro drops. He late drops the Wizard, and that's you know what you have to do when you're playing against the best in the world. Is the first option is usually not the best option as you move deeper into the game.
So it's 1-1 best of 3, right? We're heading to game 3. So Mo versus Pedro. Hopefully we have a locked cards page for you guys so we can start to theorize what these players might be building. There's going to take a decent amount of time. It's a very important match. Thousands of dollars on the line. And it's an elimination match as well. We are not in the upper bracket right now. Both these players want to secure better seeding for World Finals as well. Yeah, and we're looking at the locked cards. Walk me through what you see here as on the screen.
Yeah, I mean, you see Bar Barrel out on both sides, Lightning out on both sides, Piggy's out on both sides because of that mirror matchup that we saw early on. Obviously, Mortar still available. Mo just using Hog there and playing a very, very clean game. When I look at what Mo has played this weekend so far and what he's been the most successful with, Mo Light has leaned on Piggies the most, as we already saw in game number 1. Pedro very happy to take that. But this is the other thing, is when you look at Mo's decks compared to everyone else's decks, he has so many different versions of the Hogs deck, and then he's also just played so many different win conditions. He's gone Mortar, he's gone with a Skeleton King bait deck with Evo Barrel and Skarmy. He's got that Princess Rocket deck that's really interesting. Right. And, you know, he's been playing that really well. And then, yeah, I mean, like I said, Mortar. So I'm not sure where Mo's going to go next. I mean, that Evo Tesla, though, right? He just played Tesla, and that Tesla is what he usually runs in that Princess Rocket deck. So maybe that's not as strong as it usually is for him when he runs it. Pedro on the other side of it, he's also got a pretty deep deck pool. He's played Royal Giant, but not to a lot of success. Graveyard there, not working out for him. We could see him maybe going to Hog Rider or Mortar. I think probably both these guys shy away from Drill. It just hasn't been very strong. I'd be curious and not surprised if we saw that Hero Valk Evo Skarmy bait deck that we've seen a few times pop up.
Yeah, it would make sense here with Log, Bar Barrel out. There's still delivery as an option, but that's not really what you want to deal with. Like, maybe it's sufficient for the Goblin Barrel, but then, you know, what about the Princess? What about the Evo Skarmy on your side of the map defensively? And then if you look at the Spirits too, Electro Spirits out for both players. So specifically for Pedro, the bait deck could be pretty strong since Mo has used both Barb and Bar Barrel and Log. Pedro does have the option to play that Log to have some sort of really solid counter, so it's not really an option for Mo in that way. Maybe that's just the only advantage Pedro needs in order to win this final game is something with that Log bait deck.
Yeah, and I could also see Mo going to Graveyard because no Poison, no Log, no Bar Barrel. Pedro going to Hog right off the bat. Mo going to Goblin Hut.
All right. Interesting. Yeah, so it makes sense. Just Fire Spirit, Hog Rider, Earthquake with a Log most likely. And then Mo, like you said, just kind of going in with the Graveyard deck. So is this just going to be a straight up reversal of the match that we just watched?
Be curious to see what Glass Cannon, although the Wizard doesn't feel super like a Glass Cannon. It's got a decent amount of HP, and there it is. And Juicy, I think we might be seeing it. We see a mirror matchup in game number 1, and then we see a reverse mirror matchup in game number 2 and 3.
Does he go for the ability? No, he's got drill instead of Graveyard. Man,
Fascinating.
I don't know if that's better though, because I mean, there's just Wizard, Log, Fire Spirit versus the Drill. Although I will say Pedro very aggressive in the early game here. Just kind of put himself in a an elixir deficit, and Mo takes full advantage of that and gets damage. The difference, right, was that Mo cycled the regular Wizard, got the Evo, and then made that early push to get his damage lead in the previous game. But now Pedro's doing it the reverse way. He's trying to be aggressive early. What? And there's a cat.
Mo is literally playing with his cat right now in the middle of an elimination game.
With thousands of dollars on the line. Grand prize is $14,000. I mean, I guess I don't know. This is just absurd.
That's wild work, honestly. Oh man, that's why he's Mo Light. Here we go. Hog Rider does not connect. Wizard though going to get some shots in. Gets 2 shots in.
I'm blaming the cat. If I'm him, I'm blaming the cat.
I mean, bro, yeah, look at him. I recognize that face on Mo, and he already is feeling very bad about his situation.
Andrew, I'm so confused. This feels like a fever dream, and the cat's covering the camera, bro. Dude.
Look at him. Look at it. You see that look at the cat? Not stoked.
The cat is getting locked outside of the room for the rest of his career at this point.
Cat is a paid actor by Pedro. That is insane.
What just happened? Just Evo Wizard just absolutely slams, like it just builds a push. Mo runs out of elixir, bad Fire Spirit. But now in this counter, like he's just gonna get some damage now. What's happening, Andrew? I don't know what's going on.
This game is just off the rails right now.
Yeah. Okay, we're into overtime. What's the situation? 600 damage lead for Pedro.
Yeah, not insurmountable.
Another Wizard in the back. Mo does have a poison for that. It would make a lot of sense for that to be dropped down.
Decides not to and just goes in with another drill.
Log early, guards late. Poison does get some solid value. It's not enough damage though, and the Wizard does survive, and that Wizard surviving is gonna be huge for Pedro.
Fire Spirit though, nice cleanup with the Fire Spirit. And then a drill defensively. EQ gonna come in, not gonna get a hog hit, but does get some more damage in. 842, 1667. That cat better be paying the bills this month.
I know. Furnace in the back, trying to block this lane with Fire Spirits. Dark Prince as well. I think that Mo does have to continue to go down the same lane. It's difficult, though, with the Monk blocking and this Wizard blocking. Can he get a drill to connect? It's tough versus the guards log Fire Spirit combo.
Yeah, exactly. I was thinking the same thing. When you see that Fire Spirit log, it's already a really good, cheap response, and then you throw the guards in there as well as a late drop.
Monk gets over the river successfully. You know what that means. More chip. No poison cycle for guards or cannon right now. Used on Wizard as well.
And Evo Furnace, though, doesn't take any damage from the EQ. We'll see if Mo can make anything happen with the Evo Furnace. Kind of feels like his last chance with 25 seconds remaining. There's the Evo Snowball, but there's the guards late. Even if the poison comes down to clean all this up, it's just not going to be enough.
Monk doesn't reflect the tower. There's, like you said, there's only 13 seconds left, though. Another Wizard is set up on defense for a solid drill counter. Wizard plus Fire Spirit really locked it down. And Pedro, a little small celebration. He takes the win. Does he know that he lost the game not to Mo, or that he won the game not to Mo, but to a cat?
Yeah, I mean, if I'm Dominic, I am elated right now. I mean, obviously, Pedro is maybe the second or third worst person that you could run into.
Right.
But the fact that you don't have to play Mo in that lower round there is huge. So Dominic and Pedro will be the next match up as Mugi and Adriel sit pretty looking down, knowing that they don't have to go up against the goated one. It's either going to be Dominic or Pedro at some point. Chance, obviously, of a rematch if Adriel or Mugi gets sent down to the lower bracket, wins that lower bracket final, and then goes back up to the championship. But Mo Light has been eliminated at the help, or from the help of his cat in game number 3. That was crazy. I mean, it went from a smile to the cat to utter frustration with the cat as it kept going on, and Mo took that huge amount of damage.
Yeah, I mean, if we have a lot of time between games, I would love to see the replay on the huge amount of damage that Pedro got towards like the beginning of that game. But I mean, looking at the decks here, like mirror matchup straight up, I mean, Pedro played amazing. Like to be able to win that mirror matchup versus Mo was very impressive. Game 2, it seemed really difficult task for Pedro to win this. Seemed like Mo just got an early damage lead and he just did Mo things. He just held on to that lead throughout the game, had solid defense. And then finally, game 3, it does seem like it's not exactly reversal of the last matchup, but it's very similar and maybe even worse for Mo here. So it's not all the cat. The deck pick there is definitely really difficult, right? Like, you know, you have the Wizard and the Log and the Fire Spear for drill, and then the Monk is getting constant chip. The Earthquake for the Goblet just is kind of, I mean, it's just really solid to get your Hog Riders through. But it just seemed like Pedro has just found an opportunity to really overwhelm towards the beginning of that game and get a nice connection.
Yeah, as much as we're joking around about the cat, which I'm sure had a little bit to do with it, that matchup was very, very not ideal for Mohamed Light. As you said, Juice, just so many responses to deal with that drill. And then on the other side of the board, when you talk about the Monk getting over the Wizard, all that just kind of going through the Goblin Hut, you know, even the Earthquake is a positive trade. So just a really nice pick there for Pedro. And there you guys see it. Pedro and Dominic will be in our lower bracket semifinals, as our upper bracket finals with Mugi and Adriel will be coming just in a little bit. One more match, and Pedro's got to go back-to-back from Mo to Dominic, and this should be a very, very interesting one, as you guys can see where all these points are getting these players. Pedro getting a little bit more there, already locked into that, or now locked into that number 3 spot. And with a win, I don't believe he passes Sandbox, so I think number 3 is where Pedro is going to end when we get to World Finals.
Right. Oh my goodness. Looking at the point leaderboard, there's not so much going on here anymore, but there's definitely a situation where Dominic, if he is able to win that golden ticket, Viper is not going to make it. That's the main thing that we're going to look out for as we continue on in today's matches. It's been a wild day so far for sure. When are we doing best of 5s, Andrew? Are we getting towards that?
Yeah, I believe it is after this next set. We will only be best of fives for the rest of the day. This lower bracket semi will be the last best of 3 of the day. Everything else will be best of 5. And you know Dominic wants to get back to that World Finals stage. He had a bit of an unfortunate situation in the 2022 World Finals. There was just something that happened in terms of the deck that he was running and it being kind of like a shock value deck, but then something happened on stage.
Right.
And if you guys know the lore of all of it, all that to be said, I'm sure Dominic would love to get back up there and give it a good go, because he is and always has been a great player. It almost seems like, I mean, just watching him this month, it seems like he's just as good as he was back in 2022, if not better, as obviously the game has evolved so much. I believe the thing that's shown up to me the most, or been the most impressive to me today with Dominic, is just the fact that he's a very emotional guy.
Yep.
If you guys know him or have seen him compete, he's just incredibly emotional. Obviously, you guys have seen a lot more celebration today, but I think his ability to bounce back from losses throughout the day, pull off those reverse sweeps, has just shown the maturity over the last few years.
So true. All right, we're heading in game 1. Dominic going straight in with the roll hogs. Pedro looks to be hog EQ, except with that delivery variation, which is just such a smart pick versus Doom, because you cover your bases versus lava, but then also it's just really valuable versus the mortar decks and the roll hogs decks that Doom is playing recently.
And even just getting on top of the Goblin Doctor when the Stein crosses the bridge. All those things, delivery, as you said, really, really great pick here as that Firecracker comes out, and trying to protect the Firecracker a little bit is Doom, is Pedro. And that's some conversation I'm sure we'll be having a lot as this game progresses.
True. Yeah, it's all about the Firecracker protection versus that Bar Barrel. Can you successfully keep it alive while also preventing the Electro Spirit from getting the final hit? Pedro attempting to actually king activation with the Firecracker there, but the E-Spirit takes a weird chain path.
I did see that double drop from Coco yesterday to activate King Tower, and while I don't know how often we'll see that play, because it is expensive, it was kind of cool to see just the level that these pro players are thinking.
Yeah, and that King activation can be super valuable and stuff in matchups like this. Just like these roll hogs are pretty valuable right now. Two of them. Wow. It's just such an awkward way to defend, right? It's such an awkward thing to defend when that cannon's pulling 2 and the other 2 are getting pulled. He does a decent job, but Doom's starting to kind of get back into the damage situation while also having his king active now.
Yeah, it's so interesting when you look at how buildings are placed, or how they should be placed when you're going up against those evil royal hogs. I mean, you really just got to place them high and inside to ensure that you are not worried about a couple of them sneaking on through, because all it takes is a couple. That's enough damage to make it worth it.
Delivery drops on the left. I think that's just a huge mistake. There's more roll hogs on the right and an evil archer. I guess he's more worried about the weaker lane tower. Honestly, much better than our defense than I originally thought it would end up being.
Yeah, ends up actually being pretty clean there, and obviously Pedro, one of the best defensive players in the game.
Definitely.
2152, the lowest for Dominic. 2053, the lowest for Pedro, and opposite sides of the board.
Really solid lightning. And that's like the big difference maker when it comes to the spells here, is just it's just a volatile spell. It's just, you never know when that thing's going to drop down instantly to not only get solid amounts of damage, but also get that instant breakthrough on buildings.
That was a great E-Spirit Barbell combo. Just expecting the Evo Firecracker to come out, chains on top of the Firecracker, so the Barbell is able to take it off the board. And I think because of that heads-up play, he now gets himself on top of the tower. Smart to not use the ability and go in with the piggies instead. And Dominic continues to show why he is here.
Oh my goodness, what a play. Like, a lot of the times in this situation, after that lightning, you just relax, you take your damage. But Doom says no, his cannon's out of cycle, his delivery, I heard it, it just got played down onto my Gobsine Scientist. I want to go ahead and send these piggies in, and then he just keeps up the pressure. He just takes this momentum and he keeps running with it, continuing to get lightning value and getting more values from his evolutions.
The E-Spirit chain plus the Bar Barrel has been exceptional from Dominic to bring that Firecracker completely out of the conversation.
So true. Firecracker, the only thing that maybe could get him some damage, but look at this surgical defense. Gobstein to tank, Archers to snipe, and then straight up with the Peggy's counter push.
And this is the placement I'm talking about with the building. You just got to go high and inside, which is always a little bit uncomfortable. Piggies still break on through for a little bit more damage. As you just said, Juicy, the surgical defense from Dominic continues.
Seems like Pedro finally realized that he needs to go opposite lane versus these lightnings. But at this point, it might be a little bit too late. I mean, I don't want to say that, though, because these firecrackers are starting to build up.
And Lightning defensively, Barb Barrel in, and I love this play from Dominic, just recognizing I don't need any more damage. I've got more than enough. I have the Lightning. Let me just defend out here. Firecrackers can't connect. Always have something ready to go against the Hog. And Dominic taking game number 1. Going from world number 2 to world number 2. Back to back.
Who is this guy, Andrew? Who is this guy?
It's crazy.
This is unbelievable.
Man. It's, you know, you think that maybe he's just kind of like a one trick on ladder because he's always in that, you know, he's always high up at the end of the season in Ultimate Champion, but we haven't seen him in the monthly finals at all. You know, he's a commentator now, so he probably doesn't feel the same amount of pressure that he used to be a top pro. But then he comes out here and plays like this today, and it's just been absolutely astounding. You know, he lost a game to Sub, and then since then he's been 3-0 against Sub and now 1 against Pedro to get up 3 game wins in a row. And then I think it was a reverse sweep against EGW, and I think it was also a reverse sweep against Sub, right? So he's got the mental, he's got the micro, he's got the macro, he's picking good decks. You love to see it. And you know, even when I was saying that he had leaned a lot on Mortar, and he'd been 100% with Mortar on the weekend, now he hasn't, it's been nowhere to be found in his deck pool. So I just really, really love all the aspects that he's bringing to the table right now. He's staying unpredictable. He's got a lot of different win conditions and decks in the meta that he is well versed in. And yeah, I mean, again, like going back to back against Sub and Pedro, this is a really tough task for anybody, and he is doing very well.
I see. Wow. Unbelievable stuff. You're right. Doom is really, he's picking well. He's got great gameplay to back it up. I mean, this matchup specifically was just super impressive. It seemed like he just had Pedro's number. Like, he just continued to apply pressure, using the Gobstein and the Roll Hogs to bait up buildings. And when you bait out those buildings, you drop lightnings. And yeah, once he got to Triple Elixir especially, it just seemed like he applied so much pressure. And then the micro with the Electro Spirits as well. I feel like this is the first time that we really saw that. We saw a couple plays earlier where just some mistakes from some players protecting from the Barb Barrel, but you can't protect against the Barb Barrel if the Electro Spirit's hitting your Firecracker every time.
Yeah, and if I'm Doom, I now do go to Mortar or Lava Hound. I go to Comfort, game in hand. He's been very effective with Mortar all weekend long, as I just mentioned. I like the fact that he has, I mean, there's obviously still pressure because there's still so much on the line for him, whereas Pedro is at this point playing for cash. As he's already got the golden ticket, as he's already locked into World Finals. But if I'm Dominic, I just go like what we saw in that last set. Okay, I'm down a game. In this case, he's actually up a game. Just lean on what's been working really, really well. Worst case is you go to game number 3, and then you can plan from there. Then you could try to be a little bit more unpredictable. But the fact that one of his comforts is Lava and the other is Mortar, I feel like the counters to those decks don't overlap a ton, Juice.
I know. We were talking about that yesterday where some of the skills don't overlap, but still we saw it with Mortar. He was even able to use this Lava Hound idea of sacrificing damage to lead to more damage. If he can keep that up with these plays, I think it's very possible for him to beat Pedro, especially since he's already beat Sub. I mean, Sub, I guess both Sub and Pedro have beaten Mo at this point. So, you know, there's definitely a conversation there. But the fact that Doom's made it this far and is forcing this to a game 3 is just, I mean, it's unbelievable to me.
Yeah, and I think also, you know, when you talk about the pressure, Doom knows he's not done for 2026. He does still have that LCQ to rely on, so he doesn't maybe feel the exact same pressure that EGW felt earlier,
Right.
where EGW was in that same boat. But I think in EGW's mind, he's like, I've been to monthly finals, I've gotten all these points, I really just want to get that golden ticket. Whereas I feel like Dominic is like, bro, I'm going to World Finals regardless, whether I play or whether I commentate, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, I misspoke. Dominic's not forcing his game 3. He's just up 1-0 right now, putting Pedro in an even more difficult spot. Tornado has to pull the Giant Skelly. That's crazy that the bomb tower didn't pull that there. And then look at this. Doom just defends the miner with the Giant Skelly, sends in a Graveyard, gets over 1,000 damage, and he's just up enough elixir for this Valkyrie not to matter too much either.
Yeah, like so aggressive right out the gate with Graveyard and not a problem at all and so much damage done.
Man, and Pedro thinks he might be up enough to try to get a Valkyrie connection. He does get one hit at least, but it just seems like Pedro's just on a major deficit already. And I don't know, maybe you're just not allowed to play the miner in the tower. I don't know.
Good poison value here for Dominic. Man, this has been really fun to watch him today.
I know.
He has just been a really, really great player.
Great plays, great reactions, and what a story as well. Like, I feel like so many people doubted him. So many people are rooting against him. But he takes it all on his shoulders and says, I don't care. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do this because I know I can.
And Snowball to push to keep that Goblin Hut effective. The zap does come in, but I believe that's far enough away. No, it's not. It does get on top of the tower and obviously does some good damage to that furnace.
Berserker with the furnace makes sense, especially with how many fire spirits are able to spawn in. I wonder if we hit the ability. No, he decides not to, and it makes sense. Like, he just wants to protect his tower here. Oh my!
Wow, interesting NATO there. I mean, I don't know if the furnace would have been taken off the board 100% with just the hero Valk ability, but the graveyard or the NATO ensures it as the graveyard comes down.
Definitely some interesting plays from Doom with the Giant Skelly placement there. Would have liked to see it a little bit further up, but he does counter push pretty well. You see Berserker ability cleaning up the tanks for this balloon quite nicely. Ice Spirit too close though, so maybe some nerves getting to Doom right now.
Yeah, I mean, Doom knows the interactions of balloon inside and out. He knows he has the snowball. Would have been nice for him to just hold that Ice Spirit for a second longer to save that snowball.
Yeah.
But, you know, still in the lead by a good amount. And I almost wonder, no, I was like, do you want to just focus on the other lane? But I think he needs to stick where he is. That Hero Valk should get on tower again. Not as much damage this time. Executioner, old Executioner would have connected.
Yeah, old Executioner would have connected, and I thought it would do too after that snowball, but he's just barely holding on. If you're Doom right now, you got to take a deep breath, man. You're in the lead.
Yeah.
Deep breath, slow things down, and just take this win. You have it here.
Oh, not quite. Oh, there it is. It was. Just enough damage comes in. And Dominic with the 2-0 over Pedro. Wait, 3 HP remains. Where's the snowball? Snowball's in, and Dominic's neighbors are hearing it. Dominic's whole family is hearing it. Dominic goes 0-1 against Sub, and then goes 4-0 between Sub and Pedro. Drops a game 4 in a row against 2 former world number 2s, and now Dominic is in our lower bracket final. The dream continues, and then there were 3. Dominic, Mugi, and Adriel. You heard that right. Dominic from back in 2022 World Finals is here in our lower bracket finals in the final monthly final of 26.
Oh my goodness. Doom continues to keep his storyline alive, his chance alive to make it to World Finals right here, right now. Unfortunately for him, both Adriel and Mugi do not have a golden ticket yet. So if he wants this ticket, there is no handouts right now. There's no handouts. Yeah. He needs to get all the way through this lower bracket, force a bracket reset. And I mean, even before he gets there, he needs to win this next game. Whoever loses between Mugi and Adriel later. But I mean, looking at these decks, we saw Hog EQ versus Pigs EQ. Doom, he just absolutely shredded this matchup. He used the Evil Archers for like really solidly. The Evil Archers are honestly the best thing here because the delivery just doesn't reach onto his side of the map. So he's able to use these Evil Archers really well defensively and continue to create attacks. And then game 2 there, it seemed like there was some shaky moments, but he just plays a solid game. He has great air defense for Balloon, fantastic air defense for Balloon. It's hard to mess this one up. Pedro did his best with his hero Valkyrie plays, and he had some really nice connections here and there, but Doom just held on for dear life, got some Graveyard Poisons on tower, and it was enough.
You love to see it, man. This is why we clash, baby. That is absolutely incredible for Doom, keeping this run going in that lower bracket final. And if I'm him, I want to see Adriel before I want to see Mugi. Adriel, we saw a few mistakes. Obviously, he was able to bounce back and stay in the upper bracket semifinals. At the end of the day, the mistakes haven't really surmounted too much as he is still technically undefeated over the weekend. But if I'm Doom, I want to run into Adriel first and then Mugi down the line because Mugi has looked scary good all weekend long. I mean, you're really picking between two very, very strong poisons there and two of the best players to ever do it. But I think I'd rather see Mugi in that upper bracket final, in the grand finals than Adriel. I would like to see Adriel first in that lower bracket, in that first best of 5. So here we go. Leaderboard shaping out a little bit more. The points just keep stacking up for Dominic. He keeps climbing up, and you guys see a lot of familiar names there. Viper, EGW, Ruben, Ta, Niuzi, who has done a lot for himself in 2026. A name that I had not known in 2025. Baton, Lucas, Dominic, Wallace, Ian, Kimchi, and Jors. Kimchi, another person who I was unfamiliar with until this year. Guys that have done great work in 2026. And Dominic, who has just screamed in to this top 20 and LCQ conversation. I didn't even know he was a part of the conversation, to be honest with you, in the 2026 World Finals roster and the people that could show up in the LCQ. I know he'd been doing well on ladder. I know he'd been showing up in qualifiers. But for him to be here and this high up on our leaderboard is incredible. Now we go back to the upper bracket. Remember, everyone at home, these guys both have a life to give, so this is not an elimination game. It is also our first best of 5 on the day, which is another really important thing to study when you look at best of 3s and the amount of cards that we have available in Clash Royale now. You can still build 3 insane decks with no overlap. When you get to that best of 5, that's when your analyst and your coach really come through to find weakness in the armor and expose people, especially in games 3 and 4. I feel like that's when it really, really matters. So Dominic sits down in that lower bracket final, ready to play, I guess, probably his first best of 5 in the competitive scene, Juice.
True, yeah. I'd be interested to see if he has been practicing for these best of 5s in the background in his practice time. We are going to see our first best of 5 here with the upper bracket final between Mugi and Adriel. So I feel like this is actually nice for Doom. At least he has a second where he can take a deep breath. He can let the adrenaline kind of come down a little bit. He can start to theory craft with his coach and kind of see 2 insane players do a best of 5 and maybe get some inspiration from it as well. And we're just going to hop straight into it. Adriel versus Mugi, upper bracket final. Let's get into it.
You guys can see oh, and there we go. There she is. Only shown up, I think, one other time on the day. One of the most frustrating cards in the game to deal with is that Mother Witch. She can turn, especially in single elixir. If you feed her in single elixir, it can just put you in a hole for the rest of the game if your opponent knows what they're doing.
So Gobstein Piggies, Evo E-Barbs, Mother Witch, Bridge Spam.
Yep.
I don't know. This is interesting. I would say that E-Barbs do get countered by Gobstein fairly well.
And that is a really, really clean defense from Mugi.
You can say that again.
I mean, that was just like effortlessly perfect, but he is down a little elixir. So nice pressure there from Adriel to create that space.
Snappy split. Interesting that Mugi's using delivery instead of a Barbarian Barrel in this variation, but honestly, it's going to be pretty helpful versus the Zabbies, the Mother Witch, even the E-Barbs.
E-Barb split, meet those split Piggies as Piggy still gets some damage in. Moogie takes the lead here. Heal Spirit behind, plus a Battle Ram, so a lot to deal with.
Bomb Tower placed up high, trying to keep everything near the Gob sign in case he wants to play that ability. Not even necessary. Bandit Bridge, pretty low on elixir.
Wow, and that's a great kite there. Now maybe back to Skelly's. No, uses the Evo Archers instead. And I gotta say, these bridge spam decks with the Mother Witch and the Bandit and the Evo Ram and obviously those, I mean, I'm literally just listing the cards in the deck. This deck synergizes so well.
It's true.
In the ability to create a ton of pressure or take advantage of an elixir advantage with just a cheap response. It's really difficult to deal with as the game goes on. And right now, Moogie making it look easy. But Adriel's job is to make it much more difficult as time goes on.
Yeah, and then finally the arrows, right? The arrows for the archers here, just basically knocking off part of Moogie's defense. And E-Bar trying to make the tower, great Skelly's protection. Gobstein ability, it makes sense. He needs to try and take this Hero Valkyrie off the board.
Oh, that bandit.
Oh!
And there you go. That's exactly what I'm talking about.
Yep.
Is just like creating that pressure to create some space. Only gets a zappy hit out of it so far, but now the Mother Witch piling up a couple Piggies. Bomb Tower has to be placed defensively.
Mother Witch sneaking through for a couple hits. Now Piggies.
E-Barb's in response. Yep.
Oh, yeah. E-Barb's in response. I mean, this is where Moogie's going to be in some trouble here in this counter push.
Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. This is so much to deal with. There it is. There's the Evo Ram. Evo Barb's already on the board. That means a Bomb Tower has to go down in the corner, and there it is. He needs to be able to protect his Gob Dog. Oh, my goodness.
No, he's just the best. No, he's actually just the best.
Are you kidding me, dude? Okay, all right, there we go.
Does sneak through just barely. And I'm with you. It's like, I genuinely just thought it was over. I thought he was the best. I thought this defense was perfect, but one Hero Valkyrie is going to make some difference, eh?
Yeah, Hero Valk does do that, but then on the other side of it, Evo Piggy's doing what they do best, getting on through no matter how much you drop down. Bomb Tower plays to deal with that Battle Ram, Delivery to deal with the push on the right, and we find ourselves at a pretty even matchup. 1970, 1899, 1 minute remains as Moogie is in the lead.
But just barely. E-Barb's in the back, cycling towards those Evo E-Barbs yet again with 50 seconds left. Mother Witch over the river trying to predict some skeletons. Lightning does increase the damage lead, but the push continues to stack left side. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
The ability does not chain to the Gobstein monster or scientist.
And that second Goblin Sign had to come down for Moogie defensively, so he wasn't able to use the Gobstein ability on that right-hand tower to give himself a more substantial lead. And
oh my goodness.
oh, the Ram!
Ram's close. Wait. It's not quite there.
The Valkyrie.
But now they are.
Oh my goodness. And there it is. There's the overwhelm. You can only play perfect for so long. And Moogie gets overrun in the final moments of game number 1.
Man, it really felt like Moogie might have just, well, for lack of a better way of saying it, I think he might have, it seemed like he had what it takes to win and beat that deck. Despite the arrows for the archers, despite the Hero Valkyrie as a good counter to Gobstein. But at the very end there, with the Evo E-Barbs being in cycle on the right side, Moogie places down the Bomb Tower in order to defend the Battle Ram Evo. But what ends up happening is the Bomb Tower goes ahead and targets the E-Barbs on the right for 1 second as they are getting kited towards the middle of the map. Which is correct play, but that Bomb Tower getting distracted for 1 second means that Bomb Tower is getting taken out just 1 second quicker by the Evo Battle Ram that continues to stay in this bouncy Evo Battle Ram state. And then you get in the situation where these Evo Barbs from the Evo Battle Ram are just one tile too close to your tower. And then it was all she wrote from there.
It is so difficult to defend against that deck, and Mugi did an incredible job for most of that game, but just there's so many layers of it. You have the Evo Battle Ram that you have to stop, but then you play something up high, and then the Mother Witch is going to turn that into a pig, and then you have to think about the piggies piling up. And then, you know, when you place units like kind of halfway down your side of the map to defend, the Bandit is there to jump on top of that. There's just so many things to deal with.
Yeah.
Like, it's just... It's almost like there's not enough perfect micro when you have a deck like what Mugi had. Like, you need something big and beefy to deal with it. Like, you need your own E-Barbs or something. You need your own, like, Mega Knight. I don't know what it is. Yeah. Obviously, an E-Spirit would have been super helpful to be able to stun that Evo Battle Ram, but Evo Battle Ram still, I think, you know, people always talk about the... you know, the Evo Inferno Dragon is one of the scariest cards in the game. That Evo Battle Ram is also one of the scariest cards in the game for me. And yeah. Adriel is very good with these heavier decks, and he just stayed with it, played through. Yeah, I mean, the E-Spirit was there, the Gob Doctor was there, the Lightning was there. Just too much.
I think
you don't have another ground tank.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I was about to say. I think you made a good point where it's like you don't actually have a melee targeting card. Like, you actually, like, you have the Gobstein. You have the Gobstein plus ability, but that Gobstein is just wandering towards that tower. Does a great job of distracting like an Ice Golem, but when you actually need some sort of melee damage down to start taking off some of these cards on the board, like a Knight, a Mega Knight, a Valkyrie, I feel like that's something that this deck is just slightly missing. But
man, Evo P.E.K.K.A, maybe she's going to come back into the meta just because of these types of decks that are out there. It's just so hard because she is just not a good competitive card, too easy to kite around for too cheap. But imagine having an Evo P.E.K.K.A to deal with those pushes would have been very, very helpful.
True.
And Mugi goes, you know what? I got an idea.
Oh, that's so funny. Huh, that worked pretty well. Let me try that.
Yeah. So those decks on the left-hand side of the screen are not the ones that we just saw. Just as a heads up, in case people are wondering. A lot of moving parts here at CRL, but we'll get that sorted out in just a moment.
Archers do go wrong lane. Can't counter the Bandit on their own. Berserker forced out to pull them in the middle of the map. So looking at Adriel's deck, we know what Mugi's playing. We saw it in the last game. Adriel, on the other hand, most likely a Graveyard Archers deck. Probably a Graveyard Cycle Archers deck. Could technically be Drill, but I don't think Drill's won a single game today. I just don't think it's the play.
I think you're right. I don't think it. I think it is 0% on the day.
Yeah, Graveyard makes sense here too. Dark Prince is able to jump over the river to get a guaranteed tank for your yard. Berserker also has some synergy because when she gets low in elixir, you can play that ability as a kind of infinite HP tank.
No way. That's crazy Heal Spirit work right there. Dark Prince and Barb Barrel there. Dark Prince charge, but the Heal Spirit perfectly placed in time. Mugi gets a connection early. And yeah, I mean, literally exactly what we're saying is Mugi just saw how well that deck worked against him. And, you know, I guess the positive thing to take away if I'm Adriel is that he has what we were talking about, Juicy, is he has that, you know, those ground melee units. But as of right now, I mean, this is kind of what you have to do too. Even though this is a faster cycling graveyard deck, you're still making your money in double and triple elixir.
It's true. Yeah, not one but two or three if you count the Barb Barrel, right? Just solid ground tanks. And then, yes, the arrows for archers are there, but the Tesla Evo is just like, you know, pound for pound, a perfect counter for dealing with the Evo Battle Ram.
And arrows for those archers, gonna be nice as this game goes on, as those Evo archers can be so frustrating to deal with.
Ice Spirit, perfect placement. They're going to freeze up that bandit, and now it's counter push time. Dark Prince hops over the river like we're talking about, but Mugi bringing the Valkyrie, or I guess the previous version also had Mother Witch. I don't know what I'm saying.
No, I mean, it was still, though, kind of a fascinating thing of just like, I know you have it, and I don't really care. I'm going to try to get some damage on tower, but now does he have enough to deal with this push?
Great defense. Problem is, how you get damage? He's going for another yard. Valkyrie, Mother Witch, instantly played. It's tough.
Yeah, and you know, Mugi has the luxury here of dual lane pressure. He can go either direction, so anytime he starts to see a little bit of damage or maybe more damage than he'd like in one lane going against the graveyard, he's just got that damage in the opposite lane with 90 seconds remaining, and that's, yeah, I mean, what do you got for that?
Yeah, as soon as the Tesla died, I knew Adriel's in a really tough spot. Not only that, but forcing out Elixir left, a Bandit on the right. Adriel is visibly, like, this is, I don't know, he's visibly dismayed. I don't really see that from him very often.
Yeah, I mean, the crazy thing about this deck is the amount of pressure that it can create with all of its expensive cards, but the amount of times I have run into this problem, and we're seeing right here in this game number 2 and in game number 1, is the second you overspend in one lane, a 3 Elixir Bandit comes out in the other lane and just creates so much pressure to deal with. You cannot ignore that Bandit. And there it is again. Bandit on the right side. Adriel just, he's like, I'm done. We're going to game 3. Fine. We each win with this bridge spam deck. Let's go to game number 3. Let's reset. This is a best of 3. Forget about it.
This is just reminding me of 2023 World Finals, where it's just best of 3s. And if you play the Gob Giant Bowler Evo Archers deck, you just get a free win. And then the other person plays the Gob Giant Evo Archers deck, and then they get a free win. And it becomes a best of 1 for who's going to continue on. Thankfully, in this situation, it is a best of 5. So both players getting a nice win with this really strong Evo E-Barbs deck. And we basically have a best of 3 left to be played, except quite a few cards are off of the table for these players.
Yeah, as we take a look here at what has already been played from these two guys. A lot of the same cards, obviously. That's what happens when they play the exact same deck back-to-back. And then when we look at the cards with the blue mark, those are the ones that Mugi has used. The ones with the red are the ones that Adriel has used. So Adriel does not have Graveyard, which we just saw. Doesn't have Poison. Mother Witch out on both sides. Mugi could maybe then go to Graveyard in one of these next 3 games, just with Poison and Mother Witch out of play. Not a bad idea there. Mugi has also played the Royal Hogs already as a win condition. We just saw the Hero Valk used in both sides, so we're probably not going to see that bait deck that Mugi played so perfectly earlier, unless he wants to swap out the swap out the tank. But so much of the success of that deck is due to the Hero Valkyrie and her ability to chain onto tower. As we saw Pedro pull off against Adriel before. Hoggy Q available on both sides. Wouldn't be surprised if either of them went to some version of Hoggy Q. Mortar also.
Yeah, so Mortar, Hog, spells available. Fireball is actually available for both players, and then Lightning is only available for Adriel. That's definitely a big one. E-Barb's out for both. It's tough. So I think that, I don't know, it does seem like Adriel's in a slightly better advantage, but just based on the fact that he has both Fireball and Lightning available, those being the 2 strongest spells in the meta right now.
Man, it's crazy when I go through and I look at Mugi's deck pool from this weekend. He's only got 2 losses all weekend long so far until getting to this set, and they both come with Royal Hogs, whereas he has been perfect with the bridge spam, perfect with bait, perfect with the Royal Hogs Royal Ghost deck that we saw. Mortar and Hoggy Q has all been perfect for him.
Wow.
He's only lost twice, and both of those versions were the Royal Hogs Goblinstein version. So a lot available for him out there, and a lot of success with everything. When we look at Adriel's decks on the weekend, also looking pretty clean. But he's had losses with Hoggy Q, with the Mighty Miner and Wizard. He played that Royal Giant deck, not the Double Spirit one. It had the Hero Valkyrie, but he doesn't have Hero Valkyrie available. Success with Mortar. Success with that Hog MK Marcher deck that we saw earlier, which is kind of a great it's kind of a great best of 5 deck, because it did have a lot of cards that haven't been showing up as much in our best of 3s. He also did well with that Giant Skeleton Executioner Loon deck.
Right.
So it is really nice to see these guys in our upper bracket or in the upper bracket finals that have such deep deck pools over the weekend. Not really relying on many decks more than a couple times other than their favorite deck, which Adriel is Bridge Spam and Mugi, it was Royal Hogs.
Okay. Other thing to think about, ladies and gentlemen, as we continue in this best of 5 is those log bait counters, because like Andrew said, oh, here we go, log bait.
Yeah, I'm curious to see which version we're going to see out of Mugi here. And, you know, Adriel maybe going... I mean, Tombstone is okay, whoa.
Witch Evo.
Tombstone, Evo Witch.
Maybe a Roll Giant deck? I can't even think of anything else. Roll Giant, I mean, Golem, it's possible, but there it is.
Good call. And Mugi going to Barrel here. Evo Skelly Barrel not played nearly as much after the change. Or I should say the nerf.
Oof.
Royal Giant, 2 shots?
Yeah. 2 shots. Very strong start for Adriel. Every damage matters. Like, I don't know how to describe it, but this feels like the season of Clash Royale League where damage matters the most. Because the spells damage have been nerfed, so it's like spell cycles just not very viable. And... like different win conditions have gotten nerfed. Like the Evos and Heroes have been balanced very properly as well. So it seems like every little hit point matters so much this season.
Yeah, it was crazy to see that stat or the graphic that the team put up about how many games went into overtime and how many games were decided by tiebreakers. Just like an insane amount. The amount of games that went to overtime was like, I don't know, I think it was like over 70%. And then the amount of games won in tiebreakers in that was like, I think over 60% or something. I mean, I could be misquoting this, but the numbers were pretty shocking.
Yeah. Okay, here we go. Heading to double elixir.
Yeah.
Adriel's got a double Evo push. He gets a 1 HP monk ability off.
Get that ability off. That means that Dark Goblin's going to go... No, the Dark Goblin, I think, was on the skeletons?
I think it locked on the monk, but I think it was just so low in HP, it wasn't able to deflect that last one. Will this Tombstone die before the skeleton? Yes, it does. Skelly Barrel is a threat now.
And Skelly Barrel gets that death damage in. That's a lot of good damage here for Mugi, now taking the lead, 2280 to 2403. On that left-hand side as the Suspicious Bush sneaks down the lane.
This will be interesting. If
I like this aggressive play.
Yeah, if Mugi can actually win this matchup as well, wow, and it's just working. Look how much damage he's connecting with.
Those were a great set of vines to stop that witch. So the E-Spirit plus the witch or the log plus the witch, that little bit of splash damage just wasn't effective.
This
Vine's doing a good job there.
This counter push is strong though. But he's not, there's no Skeleton Army counter. Unbelievable.
Wow.
Now Adriel's really upset after that.
Yeah, and he has to eat a lot of damage on the right-hand side, while Mugi basically untouched here in game number 3.
Skelly King ability, log forced out, Suspicious Bush on the right, with the Skeleton Barrel going straight to the tower. 2
Skelly's on the tower.
From the just got Skeleton King on the left are cooking, and Adriel's cycle is just not quick enough to deal with this constant dual lane spam.
I am mad for Adriel. This is such a frustrating situation to be in, where you just have you never have enough responses, but you can't really take any damage, so you can never get back on offense.
Yeah. This is a mistake! Mistake!
Yep.
Oh
wow.
My goodness. Fisherman plays too far away from the goblins, and one's just on the tower, and we have a Mugi victory.
That was just absolutely perfect from Mugi. I mean, the amount of pressure, the way he defended, abusing that Skarmy, perfect set of vines. Suspicious Bush is always a tough card to deal with, because when you know there's that much spam coming down, you really are reluctant to play any of your E-Spirits or log situations. So you've got to get that building out the whole time you're feeding the Skeleton King, and now you've got another Skeleton army to deal with from the Skeleton King. That was really, really good stuff from Mugi. That was a tough one to watch for an Adriel fan.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about the matchup as a whole. Like, I don't know, this might just be controversial. I think that Adriel can actually win this game. I don't even know if this matchup is so good for Mugi here, because, I mean, you have the Tombstone for Skelly Barrel and Suspicious Bush. You have Log, you have Electro Spirit to deal with, and then you have the Witch splash damage. Like, the Monk's definitely not very valuable, but it just seemed like... It seemed like Adriel made a really nice play to ignore some damage on his right, or on his left side, or our right, And then he got the Monk, Eva Witch, RG push together on the left, but he just let that Skeleton Army, got too much value, got too distracted by the Suspicious Bush on the right. Like, there's definitely a sequence there where Adriel can put together a Evo Witch, Evo RG Monk push and win that game, but he just wasn't able to make it happen. And part of that is just props to Mugi for the insane dual lane pressure the entire time.
Yeah, I mean, that's really what it is I feel like if all things come together perfectly, Adriel can defend, but just the way that Mugi was creating discomfort in cycle, and, you know, just the expenditure of Elixir. And, yeah, I mean, you got to figure out a place to eat damage at some point, but it was just the way that Mugi would kind of pile on. The moment that he saw that you were about to take some damage, he was like, I'm going to make you take a lot more unless you spend a lot more. You know, that deck from Mugi is 3.3 Elixir average. The one from Adriel is 3.9. So especially as we get deeper into double and triple Elixir, it just becomes really, really difficult to figure out when and how to get back around and to get back on offense. You know, because the idea that you have a Royal Giant crossing the bridge with a Monk in front, I think there was that one opportunity, but the Monk was just so low that the Dark Goblin didn't get taken off the board. That seemed like the biggest opening for me.
Yeah, and then after that, there was an opening on the left side, but the Skeleton Army, like, he distracted the Witch with, like, his Skeleton King and just played a Skeleton Army onto the Evo Witch. And Adriel was so focused on his Suspicious Bush that he wasn't able to play a log on the offense in order to break through. And the craziest part about all of this, and now we're heading into game 4 of the best of 3, Adriel's used log and E-Spear and Barb Barrel, and Mugi has the potential to play Goblin Barrel deck. He decides not to go for it, but
he's going Graveyard here because, like you said, Barb Barrel's gone, E-Spirit's gone, log is gone, poison is gone.
True. Yeah, I think you're right. Makes a lot of sense.
And Adriel going to the skies, but there should be a Tesla plus the Furnace to help with that.
And not to mention the Snowball. Like, Barb Barrel's out, so Snowball is guaranteed here for Balloon. I don't like this deck pick from Adriel at all. You called it perfectly. Man. Tesla, Furnace, Ice Spirit, Snowball for air defense.
Yeah. I mean, this is just a great pick by Mugi, and looking at what Adriel has ran this weekend, it feels like not an obvious pick, but definitely able to get his number here in game number 4. Mugi just needs one more to move on to our grand finals.
Yeah, I honestly think that Adriel was scared of Logbait. I think that Goblin Barrel, Princess, Dargob, all available. That's why I thought Mugi was going to play. But, I mean, I've been talking about this for years. If Mugi finds the right coach and starts getting, like, 55% or better matchups every game, he's just going to go on an insane streak of wins, and that's exactly what's happening right now.
Yeah, I mean, as I was watching yesterday and looking at the way Mugi was playing and his variability in decks, which we didn't see a ton of because he was just winning.
Yeah.
It's a scary dude to run into, absolutely, and he is showing us right now why he is the only other world champion out there than Mohamed Light. Dude, if we get a 3-time Mo and a 3-time Mugi world champion lineup, that is just so crazy. Wow, the Fire Spirits are all on tower. Mugi recognizes it, pops the ability, and things are just going from bad to worse for Adriel. That Fire Spirit's also going to jump on tower. That is crazy work.
We need a replay of that just so we can count how many Fire Spirits jumped on the tower just because of a one-tile misclick of an Executioner from Adriel.
I think for production, that's 50 seconds around remaining in regulation to go back and take a look at that. And Adriel has got to just be so tilted right now after that last game and this game. I mean, this could technically be 3 in a row.
Oh, we'll see here. Goodness. And look at this play. Wow. The Barb Barrel kites everything backwards for 1 second, makes so the balloon goes in front. And now the Tower, Furnace, and Ice Spirit can directly lock onto that. Executioner does have his chance for a lineup, but one Exe shot is not... I mean, it seems like it's just a drop in the bucket at this point.
I mean, that was 16 Elixir on the board, and one Executioner shot is all that Mugi took. And yeah, I mean, that Barb Barrel to pull everything back, Loon gets up front, just absolutely perfect from Mugi. And here's the other thing, is that game number 1, Mugi also played really, really well. He just got overwhelmed in the final seconds, which is what that deck does, and here we go. Second verse, same as the first, as Rich would always say, bar barrel comes in, everything goes behind. That bar barrel is a kryptonite to this deck when you talk about needing that giant skeleton up front to tank, and then the executioner behind to get the lineup on tower. Mugi goes every single time. That's not going to happen. I'm going to get a poison down if I need. I'm going to get a bar barrel in if I need.
This is such a good play, the Berserker Graveyard of the bridge, because you have to defend the Graveyard, but then you don't have enough Elixir to play anything in front of your Executioner. So the Berserker ability ends up tanking and taking out the entire Evo Executioner, which is truly the only threat to Mugi right now, is that Evo Exi.
And he's just saving that bar barrel every single time to get that tankage in front, pulled behind. Adriel waves the white flag, and Mugi almost plays a perfect 4 games in this best of 5. Game number 1, the defense there, even though he lost, go back and watch it, because that was a masterclass in defense. Obviously he loses because Adriel plays that so well and still finds the holes in the armor, but from there on out, our 2-time in control grand finals for him is next up, as he has lost, I think, 2 or 3 games on this entire weekend. No, excuse me. Mugi has lost 1 game this entire weekend, and it was in that best of 5 just now.
Are you serious? Looking at the decks, I mean, game 1, like you said, he played insane defense. Truly insane defense. It really just came down to one unlucky targeting of the bomb tower to go to an E-Barb instead of a Battle Ram in the final seconds of the overwhelm. But then we head into game 2, and Mugi's literally just like, you know what? That worked pretty well. I'm going to go and grab that deck, and I'm going to do the same thing to you, except better. I'm going to absolutely bulldoze with this Mother Witch versus the Graveyard with the the Hero Valkyrie and Evo E-Barbs. And then game 3, once again, I don't know. I would love to actually talk to, like, you know, some of the best coaches here. And sometimes I'm wrong. Sometimes I make calls on matchups and I get messages like, yeah, that's like, it might seem like it, but that's not it. But I genuinely think that Adriel has matchup here. He has Tombstone, he has E-Spear and Log, and he's a great splash card in the Witch. And then the Evo RG is really hard to deal with as well on the defense. But Mugi just outplayed. He just has perfect dual lane pressure the entire time, and Adriel simply could not put the push that he needed together to make it happen. And then finally, game 4, I mean, we just watched it. Absolute domination, perfect defense from Mugi yet again.
Yeah, I'd love to hear that conversation too. I mean, the Vines kind of came in at that one time on the left-hand side on the Witch that just made that that Evo Skarmy so much more impactful than it should have been. The Vines still, to this day, I think, is one of the most interesting cards that's been brought into the game. And when it's used correctly, it is just so difficult to kind of come back from. And this is really interesting, Juice, because we are going from a Cloud9 Dominic to a down in the dumps, depths of despair Adriel. So we talk about momentum, which is a very real factor in Clash Royale. You talk about confidence, which is a very real factor in Clash Royale. We have the 2 opposite ends of the spectrum. Now, the one saving grace I will say for Adriel is that he is usually very good at mentally resetting, but he seemed very tilted in that set, even if he wasn't playing poorly. But that's just a tilting situation to be in. He is very good at resetting mentally, so we'll see if this little bit of time he has, you know, between these two 3 matches specifically, we give a little extra time because someone is always going back to back in a best of 5. So Adriel really needs to take this few minutes to reset and figure out how he can stay alive in this monthly final. Here we go, Juice.
Oh, is this... This is a little bit after the mistake from Adriel, but I'll still break down what happened here. So, like, at this point, Mugi just upped so much damage with an absurd Evo Furnace connection left-hand lane. At this point, this defense is just insane. And the first thing he does here is drop a Tesla. This is a very instructive moment for anyone out there who's a Cycle player. You play the Tesla first, and if you goes opposite lane, you are able to cycle back to another Tesla later. And then the bar barrels here. The bar barrels are so key. It pulls this giant skelly backwards to the point where the Dark Prince and the Barbarian is able to just assassinate the Executioner, because Mugi is so good at identifying threats. So much of Clash Royale is simply identifying threats. He knows he has 4 amazing ways to deal with the balloon. The evil Executioner is the actual threat. So what does he do? He uses the Berserker ability. And this is going to absolutely obliterate the Executioner. So paired with really good Dark Prince, really good Barb Barrels, really good Berserker abilities, this Executioner gets completely shut down and becomes a non-factor. And from there, it's just a really good Tesla. Once again, Ice Spirit, Furnace. You're not able to break through if you're Adriel at this point.
Yeah, and that's when we see the NATO on King Tower. Adriel just recognizes that Mugi can just rinse and repeat kind of the same version of his defense over, poison at the bridge. And that's the other thing that you're talking about, Juice, recognizing threats and then recognizing your best way to deal with it. And if you know the only way that your opponent can get damage is X, what is the best way that you have in your deck to deal with that? And Mugi just goes, as long as I have my Bar Barrel, Poison, and Cycle, I can basically just stop this push. Tesla's always going to be there anyway, and obviously saying that you need your Tesla for defense is kind of a no-brainer. But the other part of it is Poison at the bridge, Bar Barrel to pull everything back, not using that Poison on offense, not using that Bar Barrel on offense to try to go Bar Barrel plus Graveyard, instead going Berserker plus Graveyard. All of that recognition is so good by Mugi. It's always in cycle, it's always ready to go, and you absolutely love to see it. Remember, guys, we are very close to our World Finals being held in Shanghai, November 6th through the 8th here. And go to event.supercell.com/Clash Royale to follow along with the action when we actually get to the LCQ, when we get to the World Finals. And then make sure you're following along with Esports Royale EN to see, when ticket information comes available. I know that those tickets have been kind of going quickly over the last couple years of World Finals. And we always get a lot of DMs from people to get those free tickets. Which make sure you guys hop on that as soon as possible. And the best way to do that is to go subscribe on our X channel. Still weird even after all this time to call it X. But World Finals Shanghai, 6th to the 8th of November. Can't wait for that as we are getting ready for our lower bracket finals. Adriel goes from one best of 5 to the next. And how quickly things change in the Clash Royale world. That set started out great for Adriel, and then it was just downhill from there as Mugi goes back to back to take that set. So we'll see. And as we mentioned before, Juice, I don't know if Dominic has ever played a best of 5. I'm sure he has played one.
Yeah, that's literally exactly what I was going to talk or mention, is just this idea of Adriel has more best of 5. I mean, you talk about the difference in momentum right now with Adriel, kind of being in a little bit of a low off of that very frustrating win, and Dominic having a lot of momentum after the last solid win. And maybe that's even playing a factor in the choice of deck here. Maybe Dominic wants to just remind Adriel of what just happened, run another version of this bait deck that Adriel struggled against. But at the same time, Adriel just has more experience in this best of 5 format.
Yeah, I feel like this is like a tilt troll play where it's you know what really pissed Adriel off was this deck, and I'm going to run it in game number 1 just to get him right back in his head.
Evo minion horde dropping down. I just got really important information from the analyst that's been helping us today. Shout out to Jury. He said that Doom has actually been picking for himself this entire weekend when it comes to his decks. But the problem that in itself is very impressive, even in best of 3. But that becomes very, very difficult to do in a best of 5 format.
Yeah, we're always saying that the best of 3s is obviously where the coach and the analysts come through, but the best of 5 is where they really make their money.
Yeah. Okay, so looking at this matchup, though, we have Mortar versus Hyperbait. I think that in general, this can be difficult on both sides of the equation because you don't have a lot of splash damage and spells for the Hyper. He does have the Mother Witch, but it gets distracted on the Skelly King. And then on the other hand, there's not really much to actually counter the Mortar. But, oh man, he's got Gobsime version as well. I might just have to be incorrect about what I'm saying right now. But, it's still the pressure on the right is working.
Damage is in. Only a little bit of damage on the left here for Dominic as Adriel takes a boatload on the right-hand side. His tower down to about 50% HP.
Doom keeping up the pressure. Evo Skeleton Barrel forcing out defensive Evo Mortar. Skelly's up high to snipe that Dark Gob. And no log going down, but it is unnecessary for all these skeletons. Solid defense, but that, like you always tell us, Andrew, that's just not how you want to use your Evo Mortar.
Yeah, totally. Especially in this situation. I mean, the Evo Minion Horde is a really interesting thing here because you think you can get some value out of it, but then you look at the Rascal Girls, the Evo Barrel, or the regular barrel, and the Dark Goblin.
Yeah, Dominic's definitely in a difficult situation, but being up this amount of damage, it's definitely possible to come out with something here. Evo Skarmy Bridge with the Skeleton King. Mother Witch going to do its best. No Vines in cycle for Mother Witch is actually huge for Adriel right now.
Push kind of dying on the Vine there and now giving a good advantage here to Adriel in terms of Elixir on the board.
Fireball dropping down. That's going to spawn a Piggy from that Rascal Boy as well. And Skeleton Army.
The Skarmy here, the Mother Witch now going to get even more value.
Great plays from Adriel. And now it's just evened up. He's going to instantly drop the defensive mortar. I think that's a very principled play.
Yep. Really smart. He evens things up, knows that he has the spell power, knows that he has the counter with the Mother Witch.
Right.
The Goblinstein can really help with the Swarm.
Yeah.
I like this.
And then he's just stacking up units. Mortar should tank for that Dark Goblin. And then there you go. Like you said, Fireball's coming out. Doesn't hit tower. I like this idea from Doom to go for the Vines plus Skarmy to prevent Gobstein. But then you just run into the Mother Witch. So it's like you're stuck between a rock and a hard place right now.
Yeah, I mean, I think what Doom needed to recognize was that Mother Witch was such a big problem earlier on that the Vines needs to be saved for the Mother Witch. Or at least you need to make sure the Mother Witch is no longer part of the conversation. And the fact that he's already had to play a Skarmy into a Mother Witch twice is also just bad news. Bad news bears, man.
Evo Skelly Barrel, this might be the one chance that he has. But look at that. Mortar's played on defense. The Gobstein ability is melting. Skelly King left side, though. Dark Gob's locked.
Protected.
Vines dropping.
Wait!
Are you kidding me?
Wait! No way! The Vines! The Vines comes through!
It's not over. Mother Witch spawns a Piggy. Adriel needs an absurd offense right now with the last 12 seconds.
High barrel there to get the minions invisible. Dark Goblin way down low. Fireball going to go on top of the Dark Goblin, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Skeleton King is high, and Dominic, with the most tilt play in history, is to go and run this deck after Adriel just lost to it, and Adriel loses to it again, and now he is on a 4-game losing streak. That is just, that's insane. I love it. I love it from top to bottom.
I think we found Adriel's kryptonite. I mean, this is another situation where I think the matchup's even better this time with Gobstein, Mortar, and Mother Witch. And it's like, he just finds a way. He just finds a way with Skeleton King, with a spam, the right dual lane pressure, and Adriel just over defends the right side. He's low in elixir. He's in an awkward hand. He has to sacrifice his Mother Witch to the Skelly King. He has one last chance to attack, but at that point, he's just too little too late.
And it felt like the Vines had been kind of misused throughout most of that game. And then at the most important moment, they come in so clutch and just close things out. I mean, that is just... yeah, I mean, I couldn't agree more. He has such a better matchup. You know, there's not a spell for the Minion Horde. The Goblinstein ability is there. The Mother Witch is there. There's just so many ways to kind of abuse the spam that you're running into. But that Swarm is just relentless to deal with.
Okay, so what does this mean? So Adriel, he's, like you said, on a huge loss streak. I mean, even Adriel must be tilted at this point, no matter
He's punching
how.
air right now, bro. It's very rare to see Adriel mad, but he has got to be so tilted at the moment.
Right, and then on the other hand, for Doom, if he wins this, he actually puts himself in a chance where if he can beat Mugi, a two-time world champion, back-to-back in best of fives, then he can actually win this golden ticket.
Dude can't even sit down right now.
Yeah, and then you talked about earlier the fact that you know, emotions can be a double-edged sword. You know, you get down in the dumps whenever, you know, things go wrong and it's really difficult, or you can just have an absurd amount of momentum pushing you forward with just confidence. The confidence, I mean, think about the confidence it takes to win that last matchup even. Just the fact that you're able to apply that pressure and hit your attacks and make the plays that you need to in order to make that win happen it's just absurd.
Dominic is now in his third set in the last 2 hours. He has not lost a game in 2 hours, Juicy. He has gone with the reverse sweep against Sub. He goes and he takes down Pedro, and now he picks up the game against Adriel. And this is just a dream run for Dominic. So crazy to see. I mean, man, if I'm Adriel, I feel like I almost want to go back to that bridge spam deck just because it felt like it was kind of unstoppable in the previous set. Right. And then if I'm Dominic, I think I want to do whatever I can to know that I have enough melee damage on the ground to deal with it. We haven't seen people be able to deal with that bridge spam deck very well, and that's a good start right there. And we might be seeing exactly what I'm saying. Hero Valkyrie comes out for Adriel.
Yep. I think it's a great call. Okay, Furnace, though. Maybe just a Graveyard variation then.
Yeah.
And then what's Doom going to have? I mean, man, if Doom just has a Mother Witch for Graveyard here, with the Valkyrie as well for Graveyard and stuff. I mean,
wait, is he just copying Adriel's decks?
I think.
I mean, the Mugi's decks.
He might be copying Mugi's decks.
He's like, you know who has an analyst? Mugi. You know who?
Mugi must have an analyst, and he did really good versus Adriel 1 second ago. Like when I was talking about how Dominic should sit back, relax, and learn from watching this next best of 5. This is not what I meant.
Yo. Okay, we'll see.
These evil E-Barbs are so threatening. I think Adriel does have guards in cycle, and he has enough right now. So he will drop that down, but the fact that they're just chucking spears at your tower is just, it's so frustrating. Look at this push.
Nice heal spirit here.
Look at Adriel's elixir bar, Andrew.
He has nothing. He has nothing for this. You don't even need to use the ability.
Straight up.
Bro, I feel like Adriel is so tilted right now. I don't think I've ever seen him kind of collapse like this.
I don't even know. I honestly, I mean, and you know, like I try to stay pretty objective. I don't even know if that was his fault, because guards out of cycle. I mean, Valkyrie's in cycle. Maybe you just can't play the Tesla there. Yeah, maybe you just need to play Valk. I'm not sure. That was brutal.
Wow. Valk does come down to protect, but arrows come out to clean up. And it seems like Dominic just always has the ace up his sleeve.
Okay. It's definitely not impossible for a comeback to happen. There's Hero Valkyrie. There's Evo Furnace. Dominic does not have a big spell for Evo Furnace. There's guards. And then Graveyard's a huge threat. Yes, the Mother Witch is an option, but I'm sure he'll have a poison for that as well. It's definitely possible for Adriel to come back here. There's still 2 minutes of overtime left in this game.
And 7+ elixir to deal. Nice heal spirit there. Does get a connection on 1, and now the Evo Battle Ram behind. Evo Tesla probably in cycle. There it is. Clean defense from Adriel. A little smile on Adriel's face. I wonder if he read that from top to bottom and is going to go back on offense.
Yep. There it is.
And he can't play the hero ability. Dom can't, or at least not early, because he has to get the Mother Witch down.
I was thinking the same exact thing, but yeah, he still figured it out somehow. Yeah, he just Mother Witch first, ability second, cleans up the defense. Yeah, that's the one thing, right? Is this Hero Valkyrie is actually really hard for Adriel to stop.
Yeah. Heal Spirit again, but doesn't get on top of the Ram.
Graveyard.
Interesting. I'm feeling kind of what we were feeling before with Doom, where he needs to just kind of pump the brakes a little bit, calm down, recognize that he has a substantial lead, and start thinking more about his defense. But here we go. Pressure on the left. Can he break through? I think he can't. Oh, perfect Ice Spirit.
Snowball? Valkyrie? Okay. But then the Bandit on the right. Snowball has to come out over there instead. And Doom is now in that situation where he loves to be in, where he just has so much momentum. What the
And
heck?
goes Mother Witch high here. So the Graveyard comes down, but no tank for the Graveyard.
No
But look at this
snowballs
push
in
on the
cycle.
left, dude. There's
Yeah.
no way. Wow. Doom adding to the win column, Adriel adding to the loss
my
column.
Goodness.
This is literally the two most opposite positions you could be in when you're talking about going from best of threes to best of fives, and then for Adriel, back-to-back best of fives. Doom's only one away now from our grand finals, which means he's only a couple set wins away from being at world finals. There's a lot of time between now and then, but I am just blown away.
I know. The fact that he's self-picking too. Like he's literally
Actually, Moogie's picking.
I forgot he was copying decks for Moogie. Yeah, I don't even know at this point. I don't know what to say. Like, I'm just kind of astonished. I mean, this is insane stuff from Doom. Like, he's self-picking. He's in a best of 5 against a world finalist, multiple-time world finalist. Adriel's definitely really tilted right now. That early damage lead from Doom just put him in such a solid spot. Like, this is another situation where I genuinely believe Adriel has matchup there. Like, who cares about the Mother Witch? You have Ice Spirit and Snowball for Battle Ram. You have Evo Tesla for defense. There's not really any other counters to your Furnace other than that Evo Valkyrie. It's not easy. I'm not going to say it's super easy, but it's like, if we're seeing like prime Adriel, like if we're seeing like non-tilted Adriel, I genuinely think he wins that game. Looking at the locked cards right now. What are we seeing? So looking at spells first. Think about it like Mega Draft. Look at the spells first. What's available? Lightning and Fireball's available for big spells. For small spells, we have Log and Barb Barrel. All of those cards are available for Dominic in this situation, which is honestly kind of insane. The fact that he's got 2 wins without using any of the best spells in the game.
Yeah. Yeah, and then you look at, I mean, the fact that, you know, Dominic still has Mortar available, which I think in the best of 5, you probably go back to it at some point, especially when you're up 2. I think he's got a lot of the pieces of his lava deck that he could play. You know,
Yep.
if I'm Dominic, I mean, I said this last set because he was up 1 game against Pedro, but now he's up 2 against Adriel,
Right.
and I really do go comfort at this point. I mean, I think I maybe go. I'm trying to think, because if I'm him, I'm thinking that Adriel might lean on going to bridge spam now. Things have not been working out. He needs a win now, or he's going to get eliminated. Or even like some weird Mega Knight deck. I don't know. I'm just trying to think of a way to kind of stop the bridge spam game that could come your way. I think everything else I wouldn't be as worried about. And then maybe go to the skies in game 4 if he does see this bridge spam in game 3.
Yeah, I hear you. I think that makes a lot of sense. On the other hand, I mean, Adriel does have, there's always options, right? I feel like there's always options except for when it comes to Goblin Barrel specifically. Like, once you run out of E-Spirit, Log, and Barb Barrel, it's really hard to defend the Goblin Barrel. But looks like you're right. Looks like Doom's going to the skies. He's going with comfort. Let's see if it's going to work out for a 3-0 sweep versus Adriel.
Man, that would be so crazy if he goes 5-0 against Pedro and Adriel.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Super
Hero
aggression.
ability in early. And this balloon is not going to connect. Does, I think, get death damage. And there it
Does.
is.
I do wonder if you're right about that. I wonder if a little bit more patience on the hero balloon there to take out the spears is slightly more optimal. On the other hand, a lot of the times what we see in that situation is the early balloon ability and then a late zap in order to get a balloon connection. But Doom with cycling zap off rip on the first play just didn't have that in cycle quite yet.
So Hog going back in. I mean, the good thing here is that he's got the... Yeah, I mean, I don't know. The Firecracker plus E-Spirit is not bad. You see Doom there with a little bit of a shake of the head. Someone asking in the chat why we're calling him Doom instead of Dominic. That's his OG ladder name, in-game name.
Are these barbs just... Okay, I was going to say, if this just goes to tower, that's a huge mistake. Yeah. But I'm obviously not the best lava player in the world. I think...
Fireball down.
Yeah, just one other thing I really wanted to mention is just like the urgency in cycling the zap. The fact that Doom has Evo and zap, he's had it in cycle for the last 60 seconds is so nice for dealing with his next Evo Firecracker.
And he's just going to go for a tower trade.
Oh my
I think he knows the Hog's going to come down there. And exactly what you're saying, Juicy, with the Evo zap, he knows he has a good way to deal with the Firecracker. And there it is, Evo Zap up high. Now Balloon over the bridge. Instant ability.
I don't know if this works.
And a second HUD is there.
Second HUD's there. Golden Knight dash cleans up. There's going to be another Firecracker right now. Fireball, there's not enough elixir for it. And then Adriel has the roll delivery to boot. You can play it on whichever side he thinks is the greater threat.
Aggressive at the bridge. I don't think this is going to be enough. There it is, the late Golden Knight, even though the Mega Minion is on tower. He gives the well played, and Adriel gets a ever important win here. Obviously staving off elimination, but just in terms of confidence going into World Finals. If the last thing you did on the competitive scene was lose 6 games in a row, I just feel like that's tough place to live in your mind for the next couple months as we get ready for World Finals. So a big win there for Adriel. Obviously not out of danger yet. But that's really what he needed to even things out, even if he's still down games. It was just kind of tough to see there for a minute. It just felt like he was not able to put together and play the way that he is, what we're used to seeing.
Andrew, I'm going to say another very controversial thing here.
I think Doom had the matchup.
No. I genuinely think that Adriel's going to win the next 2 games. And here's my reasoning.
Wow.
I think that Doom is now in some uncharted territory. He's self-picking. He is 3 games into this best of 5. He has used his best deck, and he's just lost a major momentum shift. Adriel, with his coach, is going to just simply be able to put together some better decks in this next upcoming 2 situations. I think Doom's in honestly a lot of trouble right now.
Yeah, I mean, he used the E-Barbs and he used the Rascals, so that already makes Mortar a little bit less effective. There are different versions out there, but that is something that he's gone to. And then we look at his deck pool, the other things that he's heavily relied on throughout this weekend. Give me 1 second as I pull it up. He hasn't used the Royal Hogs, but he really hasn't used them much in general. He's used them 2 times with the 50% win rate. Excuse me, 3 times. He's gone 2 of 3 with there in wins. So I feel like that's a way he could go. He has played bridge spam a few times, but as we know, that's not available. He hasn't really played any Hog like Earthquake. He's played 1 variation of Hog, it looks like, and it was like a Hog Mega Knight Evo E-Barbs deck. Right. So yeah, I mean, I don't think you're too far off, Juice. I think if Adriel loses, he can come find you for the Caster Curse. But I do agree with what you're saying in that the deck pool is getting pretty slim here for Dom, and he is in uncharted territory. And Adriel looking like he's got a little bit more pep in his step here in this game.
Yeah. All right, Piggies of the Bridge. Evo Piggies. I think it's a great idea.
Do you see that smile? Do you see that smile?
Yeah.
That's either the I can't believe he did it and we didn't cover it, or I have your exact number. For a minute there in the beginning with the smile, I thought he was like, "Oh, I got you."
Yeah.
But then it almost seemed like this is the one thing that we didn't have covered. So we're gonna find out.
Man, it's tough. I think it's the former. I think that Adriel's probably in a pretty good situation here because he's gonna have Executioner. I mean, I don't know. I mean, Doom's gonna have Lightning for Executioner. He's got great air defense. I think you're right. I think it might just mean I think Adriel might be in a lot of trouble right now.
So Archer stays alive. Bomb Tower's there to clean up, and then we go aggressive at the bridge with the Goblinstein. There's the Exy to line everything up, which Doom had to have expected was in his hand, but, you know, a couple Goblinstein shots, not the end of the world. And he does use the ability. I don't know.
Late. That's late.
Yeah, I think he was caught between deciding if he wanted to use it or not, and he should have just used it early.
Yeah, definitely. E-Spirit on
You either
defense.
have to use it early there or not at all.
Exactly. You said that perfectly. Okay, so looking at the situation, right? What are the air defenses? Let's identify the threats. So it's Goblinstein and it's Archers. Adriel does actually have Evo Zap for Evo Archers. He has Executioner to deal with the Gobstein. Dominic does have Lightning to deal with Exy, but Exy on defense can be really solid. And then also the Tombstone, though. The Tombstone's so strong to deal with the Royal Hog since Doom is not playing Log. So now I'm just changing my opinion again. I just feels... it does feel like it's going to be hard for these piggies to make it to the tower. But the question is, does Adriel get this balloon? Does he ever get damage himself? I don't know. It's close.
Yeah, Dominic might just be able to lightning cycle this game with a little bit of Goblinstein damage here and there.
Yeah.
And yeah, I don't even know if he needs to play the pigs for a long time because he's got that lightning damage.
Right. Balloon in. This is big.
Interesting
Minor.
dual lane pressure here.
Trying to take out this Archer, but it doesn't succeed. And then look at the Archers. There's so many Archers on the board. Doom's in such a good situation.
Yeah, those skeletons from Doom just distracting the Miner for a couple hits, and another set of Archers, like you said, Juice, comes down. Great defense on both sides. Doom gonna go in here with the push on the left-hand side with the Royal Hogs. Nice zap to clean up.
I think you're right. I think there is just great defense on both sides. The problem is Doom has a Lightning and Adriel doesn't.
Yeah.
Is that what it comes down to?
Shot. Here we go. Miner on top goes with a Lightning this time instead.
Wait.
But there's no. Where's the building? There's the building. Late, and then the E Spirit.
That's that damage though.
Wow.
That's something. It's not that damage.
No.
I lied. Man, perfect defense from Doom. There's a minute 25 left here.
What do I do if I'm Doom? I think he has to just keep defending. Maybe send piggies in on the right-hand side just to pull Elixir out. At least the Executioner and the Giant Skeleton are in different lanes, or just keep defending. And it looks like he's going with the defending option. I mean, these Archers up high, it might feel uncomfortable for some of you people at home watching to play Archers right at the bridge, but that just doesn't give any value, and you have to drop other units down on the board to take them off, like an Executioner up high like we're seeing there.
Man, I just don't understand how they didn't expect this deck. Adriel and his coach. Like, this is crazy.
Right? It's like the #1 ladder deck.
Literally. Eggsy on defense. Evo Archers are getting so much value, though. 2 Gobstein monsters. Honestly, fantastic defense from Adriel. He does have 2 Giant Skellies on the board with 30 seconds left, but one of these Evo Archers is still alive. And look at Doom. He cycled the bomb tower early, and now he's back to another one. He's back to the bomb tower and another set of Archers. This balloon is going to get pulled all the way to the middle of the map, and there is no chance for a connection right now.
And the death damage from the first bomb tower as the lineup to the second, helping take that balloon off board. Now you don't even need the lightning. No, you just go lightning on. Where's the lightning? Okay, there. Oh, I was like, bro, if that death damage comes through, look at this, Dominic. Wow. Dominic in our August Grand Finals. You heard that right. The Cinderella story, the run of the ages. Insane. Sent down to the lower bracket in round 1. 2-0 over Saudi, 2-0 over Asaf, 2-1 over EGW, 2-1 over Sub, 2-0 over Pedro, and now 3-1 over Adriel. He has played more Clash Royale than anyone else this weekend, and he is in our grand finals.
Let me break down these decks, man. Oh my goodness. Game 1. Doom is in an insurmountable situation. He is playing a spam deck versus Mother Witch Barbarrel Mortar. He has no big spell to clear off the Goblinstein, the Mortar, anything. And then game 2, he just continues down the Mugi playbook, grabs this bridge spam deck, and gets an insane, like, 2,000 damage lead in the first, like, maybe the second play of the game. And then just put Adriel in another situation where, like, Adriel's just supposed to win these first 2 games, but Doom makes it happen with insane gameplay, insane pressure. Game 3, at this point, Doom, I was starting to get a little scared, I'm not gonna lie. I mean, I made an incorrect prediction, but I mean, look at this. It's just great deck pick from Adriel, and Doom just has no chance. He plays his best, but at this point, we hop into this game 4. It seemed like Adriel should be in a spot where he's good to go, that he's gonna be able to win this match, but Doom just simply plays the solid pick. He just picks the solid pick. He takes the best meta deck in the game right now, Evo Piggies, Evo Archers, Gobstein, with a Lightning. And I think you're right. I mean, I did a lot of speculation. I honestly didn't even know what I was saying. But I think you were right about this idea that Adriel just shaking his head at the beginning of the match, and he just didn't know. He just couldn't believe that Doom actually picked the Piggies deck.
Unbelievable, as Dominic just continues to climb up on our leaderboard from 32nd to somewhere in the 20s to 20th to 19th now. Points stacking up. And here he is in our grand finals. Needs a golden ticket to secure his World Finals berth in 2026. But the guy that he's going up against hasn't lost since that first best of 5. That's it. Otherwise, 2-0 over Clown, 2-0 over Coco, 2-0 over Sub, and then he goes 3-1 against Adriel. And he's also got a life to give. So while Dominic just played incredibly well, he has to go to 2 back-to-back best of 5s in a best-case scenario against Mugi, who is looking like one of the scariest versions of Mugi we've seen in a while.
I know. Oh, man. Mugi found a good coach. Doom self-picking. He has a great win versus a dismayed Adriel after being pretty tilted. But then he's just, I don't know. This is a different kind of best of 5. Not 1, but 2. He has to bracket reset. He has to beat the arguably second best player in the entire world. The only other solo world champion in Clash Royale, Mugi, twice in best of 5. This is unbelievable. If Doom actually makes this happen, I'm going to lose my mind.
Dude, I will as well. I mean, even just what he's done so far, if it just weren't the last monthly final, this would already be so insane, because then you're like, oh, he's going to World Finals this year. You know, between what he's going to do next month in qualifying and all that, he could even win a golden ticket. But this situation he's run into is, I mean, this is why we love sports. This is a moment of greatness, right? Like, both these guys need a golden ticket. You know, Mugi, in the sense, already locked in World Finals, but neither of them have that golden ticket. We got the Cinderella story and Dominic going up against the 2-time world champion in Mugi. It's just absolutely crazy stuff, and I just can't believe how well he's played today. And then, you know, hats off to Adriel. It's great to finish 3rd, but just a rough 2-6 in his last 8 games there. Just guys had his number, and that's something that he's going to have to think about moving forward, you know, with his coach and with his analyst in best of 5s. And you know, that's one of the things about CRL now is, you know, we went from the old format, then we go to solo, then we go to dual mode, and now we add in best of 5s. It's just ever evolving, and we found a weakness today in Adriel, which is not something that many people can say.
Right. Okay, so both players taking some time, mainly just giving some time for Doom to recoup from this last best of 5. He is going straight in to play against Mugi here for the upper bracket, or not the upper bracket, just the grand finals. This is the grand finals. Adriel is walking away with, I believe, $6,000, and now they are going to be playing for the difference between $8,000 and $14,000, which is, yeah, so this is a $6,000 best of 5, as well as, I mean, even more money on the line when you talk about Doom maybe making the Worlds, or Mugi getting some better seeding for the World Finals. Yeah. There's just so much here. Take a deep breath, Dominic. Just take a deep breath. There it is. He's doing it right now. And what? He's got a pancake tower, Andrew.
No way. I mean, is it like... Did he mean to? Did he mean to?
I'm sure he meant to. He's bringing a Golem deck. It has to just be a Golem deck.
It has to be Golem. He just had that weird look on his face for a second, but it's just, I think he was just taking another breath. He had kind of like a grimace on his face, as if he was like, oh, how did that get there? But I can't imagine that's the case. No one's playing Pancake Tower, so for it to even be the tower of choice, you had to go and pick it. So here we go. There's the Golem. I was going to say the only thing, and you said it right away, but like the only thing that we ever see Pancake Tower with is Golem.
Yeah.
Unless you're in mid ladder.
I'm not going to lie, this is a fantastic situation for Doom. I don't love this app, though. I would have loved to see some sort of support card to counter that Bad Ram that can go behind the Golem. He does side with the Valk.
Wants the Hero Valk. He wants the Hero Valk so he can get on top of tower.
Oh my goodness.
Now he needs to use the ability. Oh my goodness.
It's fine.
The timing. The timing.
Wow.
Oh my gosh.
Wow.
0 damage until the Golemites get on tower, with the most perfect vines from Mugi at the exact moment that Dominic hits that ability. And now we're going for a tower trade.
This is crazy. I thought for sure he'd play E-Barbs on defense, but he goes opposite lane. I don't know if it works, though, dude.
I don't think so. I don't think he has enough to defend. I mean, I think that actually might have been the best play, because now you're in a single tower situation, but you're on opposite sides of the board. That Wizard's going to get another shot. Wow.
Oh, my goodness.
What on earth?
Yeah, I also just have to point out that he missed the arrows on the Wizard earlier, so that would have probably helped him save another 200, 300 damage on his King here. This is wild gameplay right now. Insane.
Oh my goodness.
Someone asked in the chat, does Mugi have a big spell? No, Mugi has Barbaro and Vines. It'd be really hard to Vine cycle from the situation. It's not over, but it is difficult.
Wow. Oh no. Okay. The Vines usage has been crazy, as Dom just lets that giant skeleton go to town on his Princess Tower, looking to get like a Golem in the pocket or Valk in the pocket situation.
Wait.
This is crazy.
Wait. Hero Valkyrie ability, level 12 Phoenix, and Night Witch on the King Tower.
Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh!
Doom takes game number 1!
No way, dude! That is the craziest tower trade to 3 crown. I cannot believe what we just saw.
Bro, what is happening? Absolute pandemonium. This is not the Clash Royale League we know. We know very scared gameplay, very defensive gameplay, waiting till overtime. This is just insane tosses from both players. Doom going for the 3 crown.
There is no way people spamming Doom Sanity in the chat. That chat has absolutely lost their mind, and deservedly so. Oh my gosh. Top to bottom, the vines on the Valk ability to turn into a tower take from Mugi, but Mugi maybe getting just a little ahead of himself. He probably had at least a couple thousand damage coming in. He maybe doesn't need to take the tower. So then Dom goes opposite lane with the Evo E-Barbs, tower trade, but Dom also sacrifices like 90% of his King Tower. He takes a golden skelly to the dome, or a giant skelly to the dome on the Princess Tower that's standing, and then the 3 crown. Oh my gosh. This is why we clash, baby.
This is why we clash. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I mean, you mentioned it already, but I think that was the play that won Doom the game. And this is literally only something a lava player comes up with, I swear. Like,
Yes.
he sacrifices his entire tower and 95% of his king tower just to get a tower trade with Evo E-Barbs. Then he sacrifices maybe 75% of his princess tower to get the elixir advantage he needs to play double Night Witch, Phoenix, double Valkyrie, hero Valkyrie abilities, absolutely tornadoes up the Mother Witch, and then everything just crashes. Everything crashes to the king.
I don't know if I've ever seen a more chaotic game in our Clash Royale league. Like you said, it's so much more methodical and patient and like min-maxing decision making, where this was just absolute mayhem. And Mugi takes his second loss of the weekend. Dominic, dude, all he could do right now is just take a breath. Take a breath, bro. Here we go.
Ooh, okay, Hog at the bridge. Slow, methodical, patient fisherman here to defend. E-Spirit not going to work the way Mugi wants.
Whew. Okay.
Okay.
And
All right.
the reset.
All right, so
All
what?
of us need to take a breath.
I know, literally. But what a pace change, eh? Like we go
Yeah.
Golem Pancake Tower versus Giant Skelly Bridge Spam 3-crown race to one of the most standard, solid, methodical games or matchups in Clash Royale, which is just RG Monk versus Hoggy Q.
And this should be able to pull. That E-Spirit is going to do a great
Oh
job.
my goodness.
Dude, Doom is just playing great right now. He should get a shot. There it is. Does he get a second? He does.
He's moving different.
He is.
Wow. So 2 RG shots off the rip, just putting together the push. Sometimes that's all you need to do with RG, is just put together that Monk RG Fisherman combo. Does he have a counter to this Hog, though? Interesting.
He says, one thing that I'm good at is taking damage.
Yeah, I like it.
Mugi happy to go opposite lane and make this a cross-court battle.
Firecracker seems wasted to the uneducated eye, but this is just cycling to Evo Firecracker. Could it be very valuable later in the match?
And Fishboy ready to go. Ooh. Does get a shot still, is the Hog. And 10 elixir in the tank to defend.
Wow, this is
immediate ability, but the Firecracker is out of range, so it doesn't actually go to the Monk.
Yeah, that did not go as Doom envisioned it for sure.
And delivery back and cycled, but does the Wizard connect? It does. 2 shots, huge. I take that fireball for sure.
Oh yeah, yeah. If the Wizard doesn't connect there, he doesn't play the fireball because he saves the elixir to make another push. But after the Wizard connects, you just continue your HP advantage with that fireball, and then you're happy to set up some defense.
And that's exactly what we're seeing right here. Monk gonna push. Oh no, he decides to use the ability.
Makes sense.
Here we go. Fishboy up high again. Guards are late. I mean, goblins are late. No, they're not. They came in just in time.
But the bar barrel clears the way, and then the fisherman does get pulled. But by the time everything drops down, it's solid defense, and now Mugi's trying to attack.
Yeah, no Fishboy in cycle. The E-Spirit really going to help there, even though the fireball comes down. That's a great E-Spirit there from Mugi.
And a shake of the head from Doom as well. And he knows that if he places this fireball to push the Hog backwards, he doesn't take that hit. Oh, man. I'm on the edge of my seat.
Dude, I still feel like I'm catching my breath from that last game. This is this is great. This is great Clash Royale. Here we go. Firecracker Splash does not hit tower.
He protects, but the monk really does take this out. Problem is, Doom's going down the wrong lane right now. We're heading into triple elixir. He needs to get the double RG push. He plays the RG in the back with the monk blocking the right lane. I like this idea. Can Mugi put together the defense he needs, though?
Fishboy up high to pull, and Fishboy going to help in the lane that we want, or he wants, I should say.
This push is insane, Andrew.
Yeah, this is a big push, and the Mighty Miner does get pulled. We got double
Oh my
RG, and the
goodness.
Evo RG is so healthy. Does get on top of that. Wow. And he calls the early good game. Dominic on a dream run.
What is happening, Andrew?
I don't know. We're talking about world number 2s, world number 6s, world number 1s, just all falling by the wayside for Dom. And he is now so close to pushing to our upper bracket reset. He's so close to the golden ticket. I'm rooting for him, man. I want the underdog story. Mugi's already going to world finals. I love what I'm seeing.
Man, at this point, I just think he deserves it. I mean, the fact, though, is that he needs to win one more game in this best of 5, and then he needs to do it again. He needs to beat Mugi in another best of 5. I mean, this is just absolutely unbelievable stuff. Dominic is... I mean, this is the showing of his life right now.
Oh, he's played... I mean, if you count the 2-0 over Asaf with the forfeit, he's played 19 games this weekend. 19 games, and he's still alive as he is up 2-0 against Mugi right now. I think that's such a great way to put it. He has absolutely deserved where he's at right now. People saying that we're in doomsday right now. Love to hear that. I want that shirt. Bro. Okay, here we go.
Yeah.
We are 2 games into our best of 5 in the grand finals. Obviously, it's a best of 5, so we need 1 more to go in Dom's favor, or 3 to go in favor of Mugi to end this crazy dream run that he is on. And I really like him going to Royal Giant this game. I mean, not only do I really like him going to Royal Giant, I love the way that he played it.
Dude, people forget. Like, people know Doom as a lava player, but people forget he has top 10 finishes with Royal Giant as well.
Yeah, and we saw it right there. I mean, he did a great job of setting up when he could that RG in the back. His fisherman placement at the bridge was exceptional. He was able to get that Mighty Miter out of the conversation so many times, and the ability to reset with the E-Spirit to give Fisherman time before it takes the RG off the board. All of it was just so well played. There was the one time when the Goblins did distract, but the Bar Barrel came in. Here we go. Game number 3. Grand Finals.
Bro, right now it just feels like Doom wants it more. Like,
I know.
For Dominic, this is World Finals or not. For Mugi, this is still $6,000 and better seating. But it just, Doom's just playing so well. What's he bringing for us to see today? He's got what looks to be a bridge spam deck. Mugi with a really solid Piggy cycle.
Already these zappies could be frustrating for Mugi to deal with as the game goes on. We'll see.
True. Zappy is...
Steve in the chat saying, how can you not root for this guy now? I know. It's just crazy.
Literally.
The emotion, the plays, the underdog story.
Lightning drops down. Battering Bridge instantly. Goblina is here with the skeletons. I'd like the solid, like, 1 tile up just to make sure this Giant Slate doesn't push the Battle Ram away. Doom keeps with the pressure.
Nice plays there from Mugi.
Yeah, it was surgical.
I like all of it. I like it from both those guys. I like the pressure from Doom, looking to see a mistake or looking to see if the cycle's not there. I like the way that Mugi played that out, and now we're back to basically even. Mugi up by just about a half elixir.
So last card from Doom, I just assume is Vines.
Right?
It just synergized so well with the Evo Battle Ram to get that huge connection. And then Mugi, on the other hand, we see his full deck. It does seem like he's got strong defenses. The Snowball's great for Battle Rams. Evo Snowball's going to be great for those big pushes. It seems like it's really in Mugi's court here. If Doom can force a mistake, there's a... Oh my... what is happening right now?
There you go. I mean, the Rhino's definitely going to get on tower here. And should get one more. It does. 2391, 2350, and now Mugi going all in, but Dom has 10 elixir to deal with it. The lightning comes in, though. Mother Witch stays alive.
Yeah, lightning block there with the Dark Prince. It goes Zappies, and then the Evo Battle Ram and Cycle. There should be an Evo Snow here, though.
Where's the Heal Spirit? There's the late Heal Spirit. I love the patience on the Heal Spirit.
But the Berserker! Is the Berserker building what he needs? It's not over. There's still piggies running down this lane.
Evo Lumberjack. That's 4 Zappies, a Mother Witch, a Dark Prince, and a Barb on the board. And Dominic already just running away with it. He's already celebrating. He goes 3-0. He goes 3-0 against our former 2-time world champion.
Oh my goodness. This is insane.
This is crazy.
3 days ago on Twitter, I saw someone posting about how Dominic is winning the golden ticket. They're like just saying Doom golden ticket winner. And I thought it was a joke. I honestly didn't think it would be possible. But we see a 3-0 in this best of 5. Dominic is forcing the bracket reset. He is 3 Clash Royale wins away from being a world finalist from 0 to hero.
Oh my, this is the story of the year so far, man. This is the best way our last monthly final could end. And I mean, the worst case for Dom is that he's still in the LCQ, and this is a scary man to go up against. Juicy. No coach? No analyst? Question mark? Maybe? I mean, is anyone helping this man? Pancake Tower in game 1 for the 3 crown? Just, and Mugi is not playing badly. That's the other thing. It's not like Mugi is tilted. It's not like he's making terrible plays. It's not like he's picking bad decks.
That's so true.
He's just going right down the line and getting outplayed.
Oh, literally in this last game, I honestly thought Mugi had this one in this last game, but the Dark Prince is there for the piggies, and the Mother Witch is just so good. He doesn't have the Fireball variation. He has Lightning here. And you called it earlier. If he doesn't have Fireball, if he has Lightning instead of Fireball, this Mother Witch and these Zappies are going to be insurmountable. And let's just go. I'm just going to break down this replay for you all. This is the replay of the first game, a 3 crown. Oh, here we go.
Here we go.
Okay, so Vines here. Battle Ram kites back, right? So I'm looking at this right lane right now. And I thought that once that Valkyrie died, the Mother Witch is going to start putting in the work. But you see the Night Witch sneaking and taking out this Phoenix, and Evo zapped to stun to give you more elixir and cycle back to another Valk, which then distracts that Mother Witch. And all of a sudden, Mugi's out of elixir, and that level 12 Phoenix that he used to basically help out versus the Giant Skeleton like a minute ago comes down and does enough work with the help of that Night Witch.
Just so cool. Like, the idea that we see the Pancake Tower for the first time, you know it's going to be Golem, but it's actually the Phoenix that gets leveled up that becomes the massive threat on the King Tower after Dom does a tower trade early on and sacrifices so much of his own King Tower. And here we go. We're in it. There's only at most 5 games left in this monthly final. Mugi just went from 1 loss to 4 losses total on the weekend. And Dom goes perfect against him, perfect against Pedro. 1 game drop to sub, 1 game drop to Adriel. I mean, when you think about that, they're like Pedro, sub, Adriel, Mugi is one of the toughest lineups you run into. I mean, literally the only person it feels like that's missing from that is Mohamed Light.
Yeah.
But still, on any given Sunday, on any given day, those guys could win a best of 3. Any one of them against each other. And for him to just go back to back to back to back, and 2 of them being best of 5s, is just crazy.
Oh my
Last
goodness.
match of the day. Reset here. Back to 0. Mugi needs a full reset. Final match of our August monthly finals. Can Doom continue on and get that golden ticket? Juicy said it, 0 to hero. Not even in the conversation, it felt like, for World Finals to getting a 2026 berth. Or will our former world champion ×2 be able to move up in points, move up in prize money, move up in seeding?
Oh my goodness.
I don't know.
This is feeling like 2023 Pedro to me, honestly, now that I think about it. Like, it's really strong ladder player. This person who's known for like multiple #1, multiple #10 finishes, and like no one expects him to show up and perform competitively, but he comes in last monthly finals and he's proving everyone wrong. He's beating a 2-time world champion right now, like it's just 3 ladder games. You know what I'm saying?
Someone in the chat, guys, this is scripted in promo for Doomsday. I love it. I love it.
Okay. So this is already looking solid for Dominic. If you're going to go against a spam deck, you would very much like to have a Gob Sign and a Bomb Tower.
So now Mugi going back to that incredibly spammy deck that has been very good today.
Yeah. We've seen this spam deck beat what looks to be impossible matchups, and it might be happening right now. I mean, Dark Gob's on tower.
I mean, my goodness. Yeah, already that Dark Goblin just going absolutely crazy on the left-hand side.
Man, I'm just trying to think of what went wrong there. It's just the fact that Dark Gob survives the Barb Barrel. I guess you're just not allowed to play a Barb Barrel in the Dark Gob there. You need to save it for the Skeleton Army, for the Skeleton King ability, and for that Skeleton Barrel as well. It's not over though. Comeback is very possible with the Gobstein, with the Bomb Tower, E-Spirit Barb Barrel.
Here we go. 18 seconds away from double elixir. Suspicious Bush up front, tanked for by that Skeleton King. Nice E-Spirit there, but now what do you have to clean up those Skellies? And now what do you have to clean up that barrel? And you can see Dominic knows he has nothing. And already, look at him, you see him? He goes, it's okay,
Yep.
it's okay. It's just one game. Calls the good game early. I like what he's doing here for his own mental health, if you will. Just going, it's not going to happen. The last thing I want to do is drag this out and frustrate myself even more.
Yeah.
I'm just going to reset. Here we go. Mugi gets a really important game 1 win.
Whoa.
Yeah.
I'm
That
not
deck
even
today,
Doom.
man.
I'm not even Doom, and I feel like I just got hit by a truck. That's how I feel.
I mean, he's been on cloud 9 for 2 hours now. So getting brought down to earth just a little bit. But still, it's only game 1 in a best of 5. You should always expect to lose one game in a best of 5. Game 1 never feels good. Usually game 3 or 4, if you guys are neck and neck, is kind of when, you come into the situation of a really bad matchup. He finds it in game 1. Now he's got to reset.
And honestly, I think what it comes down to is the Suspicious Bush. I've been saying it since the balance changes, but Suspicious Bush buff, the Suspicious Bush literally just survives one extra hit from towers now. And the amount of pressure that is providing for 2 elixir, it's insane. The fact that the one Bomb Tower hit, I mean, at the very end there, for example, one Bomb Tower plus E-Spirit doesn't kill the goblins, and all of a sudden the Bomb Tower is killed. It's off the board, and everything it overwhelms. It just swarms.
I wonder if the Bomb Tower, I mean, I don't think this saves you really from, especially that Dark Goblin in the beginning, but just the Bomb Tower being played in front of the tower instead of to the side can help clean up with the Skellies from the Skeleton King. I don't think it's enough, but I think it's just something to think about. If you are playing against this matchup, which regularly after CRO, we'll see decks that were really successful start to show up more on ladder. But yeah, I mean, that's just... you know, you've said this a few times today, it does feel like there wasn't a lot that he did very wrong there in that game.
Yeah, it wasn't like major mistakes. It's just like maybe, I mean, I'm sure that we could spend an hour analyze that gameplay and figure out a perfect way that everything could have gone for Doom there. But it's just something that you can't do when you're in the heat of the moment. You're like, how could I ever say, oh, he's not supposed to bar barrel the Dark Goblin? That just doesn't seem like something I'm supposed to call out. Like that doesn't seem right. But in this situation, it's just like every single card in this deck is spam. Every single card is a spam card except for a Vines. And that Vines is there just to make one mistake or one misplay into a monstrosity of tower damage.
Yeah, the Suspicious Bush, man. What a fascinating card since it's come into the game. It's been a nuisance for a long time. There was a minute there where it wasn't showing up as much, but it was, as we've seen today, just so strong. I see a few people in the chat asking why they're playing again. So the way that this works is the tournament is double elimination. Mugi had not lost a set yet, whereas Dominic was coming from the lower bracket. So even though Dominic did win that first set 3-0, Mugi still had a life to give. Dominic was sent down to the lower bracket, I believe, in his very first matchup against Mohamed Light yesterday morning. So Dominic worked his way all the way through the lower bracket, able to stay alive with no lives to give. Mugi still had one, which is why we're playing an upper bracket or a grand finals reset. So I hope that clarifies for people wondering in the chat. But that's where we're at right now. And no lives to give here. This is it. This is for all the marbles. Dominic and Mugi. Here we go. Game number 2.
I just want to see one card from Doom. See what he's doing. He's leaking Elixir, cycling a Snowball, Mortar from Mugi. Giant Skeleton and Berserker. Wow. And the monster makes the tower. Scientist hits the ability. A really solid Giant Skelly value. Maybe an overcommit with Snowball. I'm not going to nitpick it. He's cycling to Evo. Cannon card, scary stuff. You can't let that lock on tower. So looking at the matchup, looks like we got Graveyard. Giant Skelly Graveyard from Dominic. And Mugi with the Mortar deck. The big question I have right now is, does Mugi have the Mother Witch variant? If Mugi has the Mother Witch variant here, that's going to be huge for dealing with these graveyards. Giant Skelly defending once again. Giant Skelly's strong in this matchup, I would say. Does a great job of actually dealing with the Gobstein and the cannon cards, which can be really annoying to deal with a lot of the time. Cannon card goes down. The Elixir is very even. Dominic's playing this perfect so far. His goal is simply make it to double Elixir without losing a tower. That's his goal. If he can do that, he's going to be in a really solid spot where he can start getting some graveyards down.
Yeah, when your deck is this heavy in general with graveyard, there's obviously the very fast cycle graveyards, but for the rest of them, you know, like I said before, your money's made in double and triple Elixir, and Dominic happy to walk away with as little damage as he has. That's a great poison value there, just to not have to worry about this Doctor.
More to the bridge. Evo Furnaces and Cycle. I'm sure we're going to see another Giant Skelly to tank here as well. Fireball's dropping down. I love the placement there. He's trying to get that closer to the Giant Skelly to maybe where the Mortar could splash. And it works. Wow.
There it is. Yep. Nice call there, Juice. And Mortar does not get the shot. That last shot off and right back on offense. That'll go to the Goblin Hut now.
Interesting, yeah. Poison on the Mortar. That doesn't seem right, but as long as these minions aren't getting damaged, it's not a huge deal.
Yeah, not too bad there. 2696 to 2831. Giant Skelly out of range, obviously, of tower. And now Mugi's splitting up his Goblin Stein and Doctor. Goblin Monster and Doctor, excuse me.
The biggest task right now, the biggest hurdle for Dominic is the last card of Mugi being that Mother Witch. It's going to be the Mother Witch version with Minion Horde. So you really have to be patient and pick your battles of when you go for that graveyard. It has to be the perfect moment.
I know, and I'm trying to think in my mind of like when is that the perfect moment? Because you know Mugi's just going to hold on to it until you send it, and then once you send that poison in on the Mother Witch, that minion horde just gets that much more powerful.
Order gets taken out. It's great defense from Dominic right now, but just a couple fireballs coming through and a misclicked Furnace there. That's brutal to allow your Furnace to die in that situation.
Still only separated by about 200. Now I'm going to have to deal with this push. This is a big push.
This is a big push.
Nice
this
pull.
is tough
Yeah,
defense.
that's good. Giant Skeleton? No, gets pulled back by the Skellies. 60 seconds remain. Where can Dominic find his opening? Holding the graveyard as Mugi holds the Mother Witch. That's fireball value again if Mugi wants it. That's actually great fireball value. And there it is.
And the Barb got a hit at the same time, so... And the Goblin Stein's going to connect.
Yeah.
So when it rains, it pours for Mugi. 40 seconds left. Can Dominic find an attack that's actually worth it?
I don't know, man. I mean, he has to at least send one, but in here, I mean, there's just no way. There it is. Goblin Doctor, Goblin Monster at the bridge. Graveyard comes in. There's the Mother Witch. A tough matchup. In reality, maybe setting in for the German.
Don't say it, Andrew.
I know. I know.
Man, this is brutal to watch. I mean, a 3-0 sweep against a world champ. He's in a situation where, I mean, think about all it took for him to get here. And now he is literally one loss away from all of that getting dashed. He still has the last chance qualifier. We can't forget about the last chance qualifier, but that's just not where he wants to go at this point.
No, I mean, putting together a run like this is just, it's like historic. So to be able to repeat that next month is, it seems near impossible. Whereas like if he makes World Finals now, you know, you can grind for a couple months. You can put in the work. You can hire an analyst. You could do a lot of things from now till November. But here we go. Dominic now in a must-win situation. He must win 3 games in a row to make his World Finals berth in 2026. That's it. That's the only option.
He did it. He did it like maybe 10 minutes ago. He did do that.
He did. I mean, he did. It is possible. It is possible. It's just not looking great at the moment. But yeah, I feel like Mugi, you know, probably in that last set, even though things went really poorly for him, I think in his mind he just knew, look, I've got another best of 5 no matter what.
Looking at the lock cards here, this is another part of this situation, this equation of Dominic self-picking for a dual best of 5. It is such a daunting task. I can't even imagine having to do that. But he's done it before, twice now, and maybe he can do it again. Looking at these lock cards, what I noticed first is the Evo E-Barbs can be used by both players. What I noticed second is the fact that Dominic has Fireball available and Mugi has Lightning. Mugi also has Piggies, so we could see Lightning Piggies from Mugi, and Dominic probably more looking at a potential Royal Giant Fireball.
Yeah, man. I mean, Dominic has really shied away from Mortar after having so much success with it. I feel like Lava is just not the way to go in this game. You know, maybe once a little bit more is unavailable from Mugi in Game 4, Game 5, you go to Lava.
I think like the biggest thing is like you can't play Lava until that Royal Delivery gets played, because he's just faced too many double air defense plus Royal Delivery cycle decks.
I was literally staring at the Royal Delivery when I was saying that. I completely agree. I mean, maybe... Man, Mugi's still got his log and his delivery. I don't think a bait type deck is a good move here. I mean, maybe you just go... Oh, man, Mugi's done a really good job of building the set out so far. I mean, I know it's only 2 games in, but even Hog Rider seems a little scary. Yeah,
and then he also has the E-Spirit too. So Dominic can't really afford to try to reverse Uno card with the Skelly King Hyperbait, because I'm sure that Mugi's gonna try to lock down this final game with either RG or Hog, with E-Spirit, Log, and probably Lightning.
Here we go. Make or break time for Dominic. Can he still make it to World Finals in 2026? A golden ticket now. That's the dream.
Mm-hmm.
Are we going to see a similar matchup?
Not sure. Hero Valk ability does get stunned a little bit, but oh my goodness, it's strong. Only issue is that just cost him 3 elixir. Mugi might be able to counterattack here.
Yeah, Mugi has a lot of elixir on the board right now. Dom will tick to 10 by the time he has to play defense.
Wow, interesting. Really nice
And
heal
Mugi
spirit.
just presses pause. Yeah, really nice heal spirit.
And that's going to allow that one E-Barb to get 1 extra hit on the Exy, which is so key, because now this Exy has no counter push value. What? Is it going to work? I think his Zappy's back, though. A Tombstone as well. So sure... Wait,
Oh,
Mother
the Mother
Witch?
Witch. This is big.
Surely. I mean,
This in terms of air defense, Dominic should have Zappies, right?
Yeah, last card should be Zappies and arrows. I don't know. What do you think? Is Zappies enough, though, to deal with the balloon hero?
One little spear toss there on tower.
Sure.
And this E-Barb going to get cleaned up with the help of that King Tower. Bandit, dash.
I actually really like this Bandit. Being able to bait out the Zappies right now to prepare for potential Evo Bataram push is really helpful.
Yeah, exactly. Great call there.
Is he just going
Here
for
we
it?
go. Evo Bataram behind. No, he's just going to go in with the Hero Valk. But the Evo Exy is there to push back, and obviously Exy a little tanky.
Fascinating. Double drop. Mother Witch gets the tank. Arrows. And honestly, Snowball seems like it's a mistake here from Mugi.
He's still got the Evo Ram in the tank, right?
Yeah, Evo Bataram should be in the tank. Mugi is 3 cards away from Evo Snow, though. He's going to lock down this lane of the Executioner. The longer this game goes on, Andrew, it's starting to feel like it's worse and worse for Doom. I don't know how he's going to deal with these Executioners properly.
Yeah, I mean, I like the idea of starting to get pressure in the opposite lane, and there we go. E-Barb's at the bridge, Zappy's up high, Evo Battle Ram behind. Nothing here to deal with the balloon, and that's it! That's it! Wow! 3 up, 3 down for Doom, 3 up, 3 down for Mugi, and Mugi claims the golden ticket to World Finals. Already was qualified, but that means that Viper now comes back into the conversation of World Finals. The dream run ends for Dominic, but what an incredible day for him, and what a show he gave all of us.
The champion, Mugi, getting some solid points, great seating, and $14,000. Congratulations to Mugi. I mean, once again, we talked a lot about Doom. It was the dream run, but my goodness. Mugi, he really showed that he has what it takes to be another 3-time world champ.
Yeah, and just a great mental reset from Mugi. Never looked phased. I will think about this run for a very, very long time.
Right.
Just so impressed by Dominic. And, so impressed by Dominic because I think the expectation was low. Coming into the day, I was thinking that Mugi looked untouchable, and for the most part, he was. He played so clean. I think, like I said, I think his first loss was to Adriel, and then all of a sudden he runs into Dominic just like riding high, and he just turns right back around and goes, that's cute, that was fun, but I'm taking that golden ticket.
Looking at the decks here, game 1, once again, it just feels like on paper, this should be possible to win. This is the 3rd time that this Skeleton Barrel, Skeleton King Vines deck seems like it should be beaten matchup-wise, to me anyways, and then just overruns. It's just insane. And then game 2 here, looking at the graveyard here, it's just tough. I think that Dom played the best game that he could, but the Mother Witch, Mugi literally just kept that Mother Witch in hand until the very first grave of the game, which pretty much never happened. It was just at the very end, kind of had to just give up. And then game 3 here, this is tough. When you're going up against an Executioner without a big spell, and if you're going up against a Balloon hero without a building, it's tough to defend. Maybe if you have a Hero Wizard variation, you have a chance versus the Balloon, but the Zappies on their own, they just weren't enough, and Mugi's defense was just perfect. And he also did a great job of cycling that Evo Snowball, or cycling that Snowball, in order to get the Evo Snowball for that final attack from Dominic at the end.
Yeah, and, you know, props to Dom again for having good sportsmanship, seeing his run kind of come to an end. He's always calling good game. And yeah, Mugi just played exceptionally well there at the end. You guys can see this is the run that Dominic went on. Saudi to Asaf to EGW to Sub to Pedro to Adriel, and that back to back at the end. Absolutely wild work, going 7-2 against those 3 players. Then he goes up to the upper bracket. He adds 3 more wins against Mugi to go 10-2, but then is brought back down to earth by our former 2-time world champion, who was able to go 3-0 in the upper bracket grand final reset, which is why it is just so important to stay in that upper bracket. Mugi on the other side of it, as you guys can see, he goes 2-0 against Clown, 2-0 against Coco, 2-0 against Sub, and then finally finds his first loss against Adriel. And
best of 5.
Yeah, just so impressive there.
Right.
And then he goes into Dom. Dom goes 3-0. Mugi goes 3-0. Mugi gets the golden ticket. Viper, I believe, right, Juicy, now goes to our World Finals.
Yep. Viper should be making the World Finals now, since Doom did not make it to that golden ticket here. You know, Doom may have not wanted a golden ticket today, but he did win our hearts.
100%.
And he also proved himself as a World Finals capable player. If he can beat Pedro, if he can beat Mugi, if he can beat Adriel, if he can beat these players, he sure as heck can beat the players in the last chance qualifier. So do not count this man out for his last chance next month.
Yeah, next month. And just as a heads up, that's going to be in 2 weeks from yesterday is going to be our LCQ. It's going to be the first weekend of September. So we have one more weekend here in August. And then we're going to give our players a couple weeks to reset. It'll be the 5th and the 6th of September where we have our LCQ. And remember, all the players that go in, only one comes out. Only one golden ticket. Points are out the window. Points are already tabulated, which is actually what our production team is doing right now. They're figuring all that out to figure out the exact list of the players already qualified. We have 15 of our 16 world finalists decided. If you're a fan of Doom, don't worry. You'll see him at that LCQ on September 5th and 6th. Same time, same place. Remember to subscribe to the channel so that you know every single time that we go live, and you can follow along with all of our Clash Royale events, win rewards, see when events are coming up, and soon be able to buy tickets for our World Finals in Shanghai, November 6th through the 8th. event.supercell.com/Clash Royale is where you guys can do all of that. And man, Juice, any thoughts as we're going to take a look at these, the leaderboard. We'll take a look at, the qualifiers, and then we'll be out of here. Any thoughts on the weekend?
Man, there's so much. Evolve showed up. That was really cool to see a new face. Mugi, seems like he found a great coach. I'm not sure. I would love to figure out who he's working with, because he is a monster when he's getting those slightly good matchups or even really good matchups. It's starting to look like another Molite out there, where it's like, how in the world do I beat this guy? And then finally, once again, it's just Doom. Like, what a run. Everyone counted him out, but he just kept working hard. He put everything he had on the line out there. And then, like you said, the sportsmanship to be able to say, wow, well played, good game. I have one last chance for the LCQ. I'm excited to see this LCQ coming up soon.
Yeah, and obviously Morton is going to be also qualified. Let's take a look here at our World Finals qualifiers. These are the players that are guaranteed a spot at our 2026 World Finals, and what a list we have, there you go, Mo Light, Pedro, Sandbox, Clown, and Mugi, our golden ticket winners. And then we have our players from the Chinese region, Hermit and Midnight. Will be very curious to see how they show up to our World Finals. The LCQ, one more person out there can join the fray. Sub and Adriel, Asaf and Riley, Vitor and Gurico, Morton back at the World Finals stage. So excited for that. And then Viper, of course, making his first World Finals in-person appearance, I believe. I think the only time he ever made World Finals before was when it was online, so it'll be great to see him in person. What a list we have here, Juicy. Anything that stands out to you here in this insane group of players?
I don't have too much to say except this is really stacked. I'm just interested to see what this last chance qualifier player is going to end up being. You know, there's Ian, there's Doom, and there's so many other amazing players that are vying for that last spot. Like you said, great to see Morton again. Vitor 75. I don't know. At this point, I think it's his 6th World Finals appearance, which is insane. And then it'll be great to see Riley again as well. First time since 2024. So really great lineup here. Really great roster. It'll be super cool to see how all of the points and the placements and the seeding works as well, to see who's on which side of the bracket. Super exciting stuff.
Yeah, and some newcomers to the stage like Clown and you know, a soft Clown. It felt like he's been on the cusp for about 3 years now, and finally punching that ticket to World Finals. He's been a great player for year in, year out. He's missed it by some technicalities or just by some incredibly small margins. So to see him actually make it to World Finals is going to be a really great thing to see. And then, you know, the other thing that we always love to see at World Finals is just how do you deal with the bright lights? How do you deal with the crowd? How do you keep your composure in those moments? I mean, last year in Atlanta, we heard the cheers, we heard the jeers, and you know, even with those soundproof headphones, the players are hearing it too. And that, I mean, if a little bit of, you know, BM or like even just like the confetti on the screen gets to your head, wait till you're on that World Finals stage under those bright lights. It is a whole different level to deal with there, Juicy. Remember, guys, that is 6th through the 8th of November in Shanghai. Get your plane tickets now. Get them now, and then make sure you guys pick up those World Final tickets as soon as you can. Let's take a look at our LCQ. Actually, we just need one more minute to see all the players that are going to be making it to the LCQ. But as you mentioned, Juicy, you know, there's players like Ian in there. There's a lot of other players that we've seen a lot this year. You know, people like Niuzi and Kimchi, who were players that we didn't really know, or at least I didn't know coming into the season, who have done a lot, who showed up many, many times. So give us one more minute as we are tabulating all of those points after what has just played out today. I'm actually going to take a look here at the page, our page, because I know there's at least players that are higher up on that list that are already guaranteed to make it. And yeah, I mean, Viper just really getting by. So other players that are in that mix so far, and we'll get this actual list to you guys. EGW, Ruben, Ta, which is a really exciting one, Niuzi, Baton, Lucas X Gamer, and Wallace, both in there. Will either of them make it? Ian 77, Dominic, Kimchi, Jors. But as I said, just a couple more moments for you guys at home to figure out exactly who will be there.
Can I put you on the hot seat?
Oh, no. Yes.
Ian, Lucas, Dominic. Those are out of the names that you just said, and then there's Ruben. Out of those four, like, who do you think is actually getting this LCQ ticket?
Man, that is so difficult to say now. I mean, honestly, based off of what we've seen this season, and Ta too, right? Like, Ta has played so well.
Yeah, I forgot about Ta. Oh my goodness.
I mean, I love Lucas and Wallace, and I like to see them in person. Ian's a great person to be around too. Ruben feels like a different Ruben, right? He feels much different this year than he has over the past few years. He's obviously a former world champion with Team Queso. I've seen a lot of great stuff out of him this season. I really wouldn't be surprised if Ruben was actually the one to take it. He's in the 15th spot in terms of points, or at least he was before this weekend started. So I think my bets might be leaning towards Ruben. What about you?
I'm going Doom, bro. Like, after seeing this weekend, like, wow. I mean, get this man. If this guy just grinds and practices for the next like couple weeks, if he finds a coach, and I think that he's a real shot for that. If you guys have another answer, if you guys think you predict better than us, make sure you guys go to event.supercell.com. It might be too late for today, but for the LCQ next weekend, you guys can get some gems, some banners, rewards, lucky drops for predicting correctly in these matches. We just need a minute or maybe just a few more seconds. We're putting together, shout out to production, putting together this LCQ finalized leaderboard to see who is actually going to be competing for the LCQ.
Yeah, let us actually know in the chat the same question that Juicy and I just answered. Who do you guys think is going to make it to World Finals through our LCQ? You guys heard a handful of players that I just listed off. Who do you think is actually going to make it? And that is a tough weekend to be in. As we said, only one ticket up for grabs, points out the window. It is still going to be a best of 3. It'll still be duels mode. We'll still get our best of 5s. Same format, just no points and only a golden ticket. And then you also have to think about all the players that won't be competing. You don't have to worry about running into Molite or Pedro or Sub. You do have to worry about running into Dominic. I see a lot of people saying Ian. Sandbox already qualified. Jors and EGW obviously in that mix. Doom or Sam? I don't know if Sam is high enough. All right, let's take a look at our LCQ lineup. Production's very excited about getting that put together. Here we go. Juice, take me through it. Oh, Sam is in there. Let's go.
So we got no way. XOP Sam is here. We have Ian. That's a fan favorite. Jors, Kimchi, and Molejas. We have Coco. We got Rin, Woo, a really good graveyard player. That'll be fun to watch. And then we have Wallace, Lucas, Dominic, Baton, Nuizi, Ta, Ruben. Feels like a lot of the favorites on this top row, which makes a lot of sense. I mean, those are the people that got the most points, that were just shy of making the Worlds. And then, I mean, really, EGW is another one who just really showed up today. He has great chances. But the big question is, once again, there's no consistency necessary left. Who has that breakout potential? Who has it in them to go all out and simply win this 16-man bracket? That's all that's left. That's all that you need if you actually want to make it to World Finals.
One more golden run for one of these players to achieve and receive the final golden ticket to Shanghai, November 6th through the 8th. That is it for our August monthly finals. Dominic really blowing all of us away, but it is our 2-time world champion in Mugi who takes the golden ticket. Morton and Viper also both qualifying for World Finals today. For Jackson Juicy Wall, I'm Andrew Guy. This is Clash Royale League. Shout out to our production team. We cannot
Oi. Hello? 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 What's up, everybody? How did you guys enjoy the finals? That was insane run from Doom, bro. I'm so sad he didn't win, though. I'm so sad. I thought he was gonna do it, dude. I genuinely thought he was gonna do it. Bro, I'm hard rooting for Doom. Hard rooting for Doom in the LCQ. Like, oh my goodness. I think I'm going to be commentating the first day of the LCQ, but not on Sunday. Insane. Who won? Moogie. Moogie won the golden ticket and $14,000. That's what happened. That's what he did. These are great commentary. Thank you, buddy. Ooh, Doom was crazy day. He was cooking. Didn't get enough points for the emote. Ah, that is brutal, Eric. Next time, NT. All right, guys. I hope you guys did enjoy the stream today. Just like tomorrow, I'm really tired. Been on the job for about 7 hours. We start our call time at 8 a.m. I am beat. I will be live tomorrow.
W commentary.
Leaving for Finland soon, actually.
Weekend? The LCQ.
Going on the Supercell podcast that they started. So that'll be cool. I think I'm leaving on Tuesday. I think I'm leaving on Tuesday, but I will be live again tomorrow. That is exciting. I'm kind of like iffy about it because I'm kind of sick of traveling. But I got friends in Finland. Honestly, I got a lot of friends that work at Supercell too. It should be fun. Do the podcast, eat some dinner. Jet lag definitely sucks. Probably be hard to stick to the gym routine, but it's aight. Bits don't know. Fluffy, thanks for the 10 bits. W commentary, will you be commenting next weekend? I will be commentating the first day of the LCQ. I will not be doing the grand final. I won't be doing Sunday, but I will be commentating on Saturday. Did any 28 emote or 28 points for the emote? That is unlucky, dude. All right, guys, that's all I got. God bless you all. I love you all. Thank you for tuning in to my stream, for watching the monthly finals today. I will be live again tomorrow at 2 p.m. Central Time. As always, see you guys soon. Peace. Peace. Good night. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Oh, thank you so much. Okie dokie. Ordered shoki.